Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
At this moment, the platinum armor and Rigrid, who had been rushing around searching but had not found the bodies of Iberua and the others, finally arrived outside the great tomb. Ligurito exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't this a plain a year ago? How did this building suddenly appear, and what's with all this soil and forest?" Hearing Ligurito's words, the platinum-armored man excitedly exclaimed, "They've arrived, players. Then I'll step aside first. I can't be of much help in your fight." The platinum-armored man nodded, and Rigder used teleportation magic to disappear from the spot. Looking at the massive building, the platinum-armored man could sense the deadly threat emanating from within. As the true Dragon King, he is the darling of this world, possessing an innate and powerful premonition of danger. That's why the platinum armor didn't rashly enter the great tomb. Suddenly, golden light flashed above the building, and a being with silver hair, golden eyes, and 8 pairs of wings like a god slowly appeared. Her golden eyes were filled with boundless kindness, and her perfect body and exquisite face were enough to make the world submit. Seeing the merciful figure appear, radiating endless holy light like a god, the platinum armor unconsciously used its magical exploration. It would have been better if he hadn't explored it. Once he did, he was stunned. The endless magic that enveloped the entire area was the most terrifying magic he had ever seen. Even the strongest elemental Dragon King's magic power is inferior to this monster's. Originally, Mercy possessed 5,000 magic power in her full-body form. Now in human form, her attributes have been reduced by 50%, but she still has a terrifying 2,500 magic power. It's worth noting that in the original story, Momonga's magic power soared to 1900, so it's not unreasonable for this area to be covered by 2,500 magic power. Knowing that his current body might not be able to defeat the enemy before him, the Platinum Dragon King decided to gather intelligence. "Who are you, and why are you in this area?" Rensei looked calmly at the platinum armor. After several hours of meeting, Rensei understood Lord Leffen's meaning. "So she will proceed according to the established plan. I am the guild master of Ainz Ooal Gown, merciful high heaven, who are you?" Upon hearing this, Platinum Dragon King quickly recalled, Ainz Ooal Gown Guild. The guild that invincible player Lefan belongs to. Could the blood demon I killed really be Lefan? Or perhaps the person in front of me is actually Lefan and everything is just a disguise? Because of Lefan, all the players remembered him, so the information about the Ainz Ooal Gown Guild was also remembered by everyone. Not every player who travels through time is a villain, they are all quite intelligent. For example, in the game 13 Heroes, there's a character who teams up with the Platinum Dragon King to defeat the demon god. He was ambushed and killed by the Platinum Dragon King, and his equipment was also stolen. As hinted in the original work, the Platinum Dragon King wanted to steal Lagis's uncle's crimson armor, but later, recalling the past, he abandoned the idea. Therefore, it can be confirmed that the players of 13 Heroes were ambushed by the Platinum Dragon King. As the strongest, most arrogant, and most invincible Lefan, there isn't a single player in World Tree who doesn't know him. Therefore, Lefan's fame had already left a legend in this world during the era of the 6 great gods and the era of the 8 Desire Kings. Knowing he was outmatched, the platinum-armored warrior asked, "So, are those Blood Demon and Blood Knight from your Ainz Ooal Gown Guild?" Rensei asked calmly, "Lefan and Momonga." The platinum-armored warrior, wanting to gauge Rensei's attitude, said, "They were massacred in the kingdom and have been wiped out by me. I have come here to find the Azure Rose adventure team." The next second, a golden light burst forth. This was the 10th tier magic, Holy Impact. A terrifying burst of holy light swept past, but the platinum armor remained completely unaffected. He now understood what the other party was thinking. It seemed that his killing of Lefan and Momonga was real while the players were lying to him. Are they trying to lull us into a false sense of security? It seems the players are quite knowledgeable. Luckily, Lefan and Momonga didn't know. If they did, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "The Platinum Dragon King has such a wild imagination." Or is this being who claims to be the most benevolent and supreme being actually Lefan? None of that matters anymore. Since war has begun, let's fight. Let's use this body to explore the strength of our opponent. The powerful holy impact did not cause much damage to the platinum armor. Looking at the unscathed platinum armor, Rensai calmly remarked, "Immune to elemental magic. Well, I'm a warrior too." With a wave of his hand, a divine sword appeared, the Judgment Sword, one of the strongest holy swords. The platinum armor suddenly launched an attack, its weapons like independent living beings bombarding Mercy from all directions. With a casual wave of his sword, Rensai effortlessly cleaved all the attacking weapons in two. The merciful Judgment Sword possesses the strongest characteristic: it ignores resistances. It's a weapon that deals true damage. Only weapons of equal sturdiness can withstand this weapon. Magical enhancements and the like are simply no match for it. Kindness dislikes talking, but according to the setup in the meeting, she is a talkative character. It's useless. Before the true God, no resistance can protect you from anything. Hearing the merciful reminder, the platinum-armored man came to his senses. He had just decided to retreat because the opponent's strength was too great. He could destroy all his weapons in an instant, but this time he learned that the other party was a chatterbox, and perhaps he could get more useful information out of him. Therefore, he planned to sacrifice this armor in exchange for more useful information. Because this merciful and supreme heaven is currently too powerful, even if his true form were to arrive, he would not be able to defeat it. To defeat him, we need to gather other true dragon kings, but that's not enough, we need even more information. Is that so? Invincible in close combat, but can you withstand magic? As the platinum-armored warrior spoke, he immediately unleashed the primal magic spatial cut. Rensai didn't react for a second and a huge wound was instantly cut into his body. But she recovered instantly 2 seconds later, looking at the Platinum Dragon King with a surprised expression. Spatial magic. Interesting fellow. Watching the severed body of Mercy recover in just 2 seconds, the platinum armor silently wondered, does it possess super powerful regeneration magic? In other words, to kill this merciful one, it would be necessary to gather at least 3 true Dragon Kings and simultaneously unleash primordial magic. The Platinum Dragon King is a primordial magic dragon king specializing in space magic. In the original story, he used a primordial magic spell to seal off space. Unless you possess primordial magic or world items, you cannot leave by any means. Of course, this is without encountering the reckless Lefan. If they had, he would have known what it meant to overcome all obstacles with sheer force. Well then, my turn begins. It's rare to encounter someone who can hurt me. Hahaha, I'm finally no longer invincible. How interesting. With a wild laugh, he raised his hand and cast a spell of light magic, the 10th tier Holy Judgment. A gigantic iron hammer, hundreds of meters long, appeared in the air. The hammer was silvery white and its entire body was surrounded by endless golden holy light. With a wave of his small hand, Rensai sent the massive 100-meter-long iron hammer crashing down. The platinum armor, seeing the enormous holy iron hammer, immediately activated its origin magic space protection. The massive iron hammer slammed into the mysterious space in an instant, and countless spiderwebs appeared in the space before it shattered. However, the power of the giant iron hammer was also reduced by 70%, and the platinum armor was blasted to the ground by the huge hammer. A huge crater appeared in the ground and the platinum armor flew up again, revealing a slight dent in the armor on his back. If it weren't for the use of spatial protection, the platinum armor would probably have been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. The platinum armor knew that the magic power attached to it was running low and the next attack might be fatal. Given that the merciful one before him was talkative, he decided to use words to extract more information. Merciful Supreme Heaven, you are very powerful. There is no being more powerful than you in this world. Speak your mind. If it does not conflict with ours, we may not be enemies. Mercifully said calmly, my idea. I want to rule the world, establish the kingdom of Ainz Ooal Gown, and let all the people of the world live happily under my holy judgment. Of course, those who oppose me must die. The platinum-armored warrior asked again, what if the whole world rebels against you? Mercy suddenly laughed maniacally and said, ha 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 ha, then I will become the end of the world. I, merciful Supreme Heaven, will end this world and rebuild a brand new world called Ainz Ooal Gown. An invincible madman. The words echoed in Platinum Armor's mind. It seemed that the Lefan he had killed was not a fake, but rather that the players had misremembered and mistaken the name of the merciful Supreme Heaven for Lefan. According to the players, Lefan is an invincible person but also a madman who does whatever he wants. Moreover, Lefan is a powerful warrior who can also use magic. That blood demon was clearly not a warrior, while the merciful high heaven before them possessed the strongest melee combat abilities and terrifying magical powers. With his incredible recovery ability, perhaps he is the Lefan that players are talking about. For the first time, the Platinum Dragon King felt fear, a realization that shattered his belief that he was invincible. Platinum Dragon King felt utterly ashamed that the players were nothing but a despicable group who resorted to petty theft and sneak attacks. Even after obtaining the World Tree antibody, I was still surpassed by the players. But when he thought about how this was the strongest and most invincible player in front of him. Once we defeat him, all the players who come to this world afterward will be weaklings. The Platinum Dragon King knew he had gathered enough information. As for escaping, after witnessing the magical prowess of the merciful high heaven, the Platinum Dragon King refused, for who knows if the other party had any means of exploration. If the monster were to track him down to its lair, Platinum Dragon King wouldn't be confident of defeating it in a one-on-one fight, so he decided to give away this platinum armor. Since you wish to destroy the world and become its enemy, I will stop you even at the cost of my own life. The platinum-armored warrior said he was prepared to sacrifice himself. At this moment, Rensai once again went mad and said, "Ha ha ha, although you have some strength, you are still too weak for me. If you can withstand this sword strike, I will give you the chance to become my subordinate." Hearing the merciful man's crazy words, the platinum-armored man was furious. Why was this guy so good at showing off? I'm so angry. If I could beat her, I would definitely make her pay. As the world's greatest, I, the Platinum Dragon King, hate nothing more than being shown off in front of me. In an instant, she mercifully raised her sword above her head and used her unique skill, Judgment Sword, Ultimate Judgment. As the words fell, the Judgment Sword transformed into a 1,000-meter-long sword of endless holy light, which then mercifully and fiercely slashed down. The 1,000-meter-long holy sword descended like a merciless cutting machine, instantly splitting the platinum armor in two. The battle is over. Looking at the mirror image on the screen, Lefan unconsciously remarked, "So weak. It can't even withstand a low-level world boss's ultimate skill weakened by 50%. My god, even a top-tier player could withstand a full-force ultimate skill from the merciful and supreme angel in its prime." Upon hearing this, all the guardians present fell silent. They asked themselves honestly, could they really withstand such an attack? They're just NPCs, so it's normal that they can't handle it. NPCs don't have super-level magic or the special classes of players, so they're much weaker than players. Even Shaltir, the strongest in one-on-one combat, is just a slightly stronger weakling among players. As for easily defeating Momonga, that's because Shaltir was created specifically to counter Momonga. I have to say something here. Is this a joke? Would someone go to great lengths to research their friend's weaknesses and meticulously design an NPC whose every attribute and effect completely counters their friend, just for the sake of a joke? What was the purpose of designing this NPC? Was it to humiliate his friend? To embarrass him, to make him laugh at by other players in the guild that a player can't even beat an NPC? Perorancino's intentions are truly disgusting. Momonga actually considers him a friend. Of course, a world boss is still a world boss, even a weak one, and it's not something the top players can challenge. If Lefan hadn't changed the rules of the game, even a world champion wouldn't have been able to defeat the world boss in a one-on-one fight. But Lefan changed the rules, which is the speed critical strike normal attack build. The world tree setting has a flaw, which is that the speed of all world bosses cannot exceed 500, and this includes limited world bosses. Top-tier players, once their speed exceeds 600, can switch to a speed critical hit-auto attack build, which is the only build capable of soloing world bosses. The official team has not fixed this vulnerability, since it's not really a vulnerability as the game world tree is connected to the human nervous system. All the actions depend on your own thinking and reaction, so only a few people can solo a world boss. Most players still prefer to team up to fight bosses. In the deepest part of the underground world of the reviewing nation, Riguri arrived using a portal. She looked at the panting Platinum Dragon King with surprise. "What's wrong?" The Platinum Dragon King hurriedly opened his eyes, then took a deep breath and said, "So the legend is true." Liguria looked at the Platinum Dragon King with surprise. "The legend is true. Did you meet the invincible player Lafan?" "Yes, the platinum armor has been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. I cannot defeat that godlike being. Rigrudo, please help me retrieve the World Tree's artifacts." This was the first time Liguria had heard of the Platinum Dragon King admitting his inferiority. Even the strongest godlike being in the slain theocracy, Zeshi, or the player invasion from 200 years ago. The fact that the Platinum Dragon King's true form has never appeared proves that it has never taken the matter seriously. The fact that he said such a thing now is enough to prove the power of invincible Lafan. "I understand. What about over there?" "We've given it to her. We absolutely cannot appear before that guy without sufficient strength. I'm sorry, little girl, I can't save you and your country." As the Platinum Dragon King spoke, he also expressed his apology by observing the changes in Liguria's expression. Liguria, upon hearing this, also came to his senses. "It's all right. For the sake of the world, we must endure. Do we need to find righteous players?" "Okay, thank you for everything. My true form cannot appear. Let's see what the monster does next." The Platinum Dragon Queen knew that Liguria was human, so in her eyes the player was also human and there was no difference. Therefore, the Platinum Dragon King would not reveal that he had gathered the true Dragon Kings. Although they are friends, they are not the same species, so they think about completely different things. However, true Dragon Kings are extremely difficult to find. These true Dragon Kings are either asleep or traveling the world. Ainz returned to the throne room, looked at the silent crowd, and knelt calmly before Lafan. "Lord Lafan, is Lord Momonga satisfied?" Momonga nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Then the plan is set. Demiurge and Albedo, you two will give your full support to Mercy so that she can establish the Ainz Ooal Gown dynasty and become its queen." Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Yes." Momonga asked curiously, "So what's the plan next?" "It's not enough for the kingdom to invade the great tomb of Nazarick alone. We need to drag the neighboring empire into it as well. I'll be issuing ruin exploration missions in the Empire's territory soon, but that will allow these filthy creatures to defile the Great Tomb." Momonga said frankly, "It's fine, let's proceed with this plan." "Yes." "Then the next step is to invite the Emperor of the Empire, the Blood Emperor, to come, form an alliance with them with absolute strength, and then, with the support of the Empire, officially declare that this territory belongs to our Ainz Ooal Gown dynasty." Lafan suddenly said, "Haha, interesting. From now on, you can claim that mercy is the absolute rule of the Great Tomb. Momonga and I can just hide behind the scenes. After all, mortals are not worthy of knowing about our existence." Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw Lafan suddenly speak, but Demiurge and Albedo quickly came to their senses. "Wow, impressive, no wonder you're Lord Lafan." Momonga was also stunned for a moment. Holy crap, he copied homework, so quickly they're going to emulate the true Dragon Kings of this world. Lurking underground, letting weaker beings claim to be kings and emperors in the world. When everyone thought that the greatest power of the Great Tomb was Mercy and the others, and began to plot to destroy the Great Tomb, the two of us jumped out and showed them what it means to have mountains beyond mountains. What followed was several more hours of detailed discussion about the plan. Lafan left early while the others, holding Nabe and watching the Azure Rose, chugged down their magic beer. As for the members of the Blue Rose, they all held their magic cola and carefully ate their delicious food. They were completely bewildered when Lafan suddenly kidnapped them and told them to be his body pillows and decorative objects. But they couldn't resist Lafan's good looks, and the food and drinks here were excellent, so they didn't really want to leave. As for Gagrin, he was sent to be Cossidus's maid. After all, muscles make a good pair. Lafan released Nabe, wanting to experience the feel of the new body pillow, and said with a smile, Tina, come into my arms." Nabe pouted, walked to the side, picked up a magic cola and chugged it down in one gulp. Tia and Tina looked completely bewildered. As ninjas and assassins, they knew absolutely nothing about romance. No, Lafan had no intention of dating them either, he was just using them as body pillows. Suddenly Tina stood up and said, "Don't even think about it. You can only choose one, me or Tia." Seeing Tina, who was about to refuse, suddenly change her mind, Lafan was also charmed. "Haha, okay, come here, I don't mind your weight." Upon hearing this, Tina quickly exclaimed, "Ah, how did you know what I was thinking?" Tia pointed to the plate next to her. "You've eaten more than 3 pounds of food. If you don't get fat, who will? What interesting twins, come here now." Then Tina blushed and became Lafan's body pillow. "Feels good." At this moment, Lajes stomped her feet in anger. "You guys are awful. When are you going to let us leave? We've already agreed to become your people, but we also have our own jobs." Suddenly Ibru said, Can I stay?" Lajes said sternly, You wretched creature Evelu, have you forgotten that we are adamantite-class adventurers?" Ibru said again, "Then you can go. I will stay with Lord Leffin forever." Lafan looked at the four of them and said with a smile, "Haha, but I can't let you continue being adventurers, it's very dangerous outside." Lajes, still wanting to fight for some freedom, quickly said, "But." Before she could finish speaking, she flew into Leffin's arms and Iberoi did the same. "Is it really too much to hug 4 cushions at once? You want to work? Sure, I'll arrange for you to become maids. From now on you'll be my personal maids, but maid training is very tough." Iberio was the first to say, "I do." The twins said in unison, "Tia and Tina are willing too." Hearing her teammates agree, Lajes could only nod. "Okay, it's better than having nothing to do, and I can also meet with Gagrin." Leffin instructed Nabe to lead the 4 to study, while he returned to the throne room. As expected, that idiot Momonga is still discussing countermeasures with the Guardians. What's the point? They haven't disbanded yet, even after several hours. Ignoring Momonga's wishes, Lafan picked up Albedo and said, "All right, I'm taking my body pillow back to sleep. You guys don't mind, right?" Hearing Lafan's words, how could anyone dare to have any objections? Seeing the happy expressions on Momonga and Albedo's faces, Momonga finally gave in. After all, Albedo is a woman and such high-intensity continuous work is inhumane. After the plans were finalized, Momonga left. All the Guardians were surrounding Mercy. "Mercy, can you discern the thoughts of the 2 Supreme Lords?" Mercy shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I think the Supreme Ones have unique ideas behind every move they make. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, we will naturally know." Demiurge also said, "That's right, they are supreme beings. They not only possess invincible power but also heaven-defying wisdom. All we can do is try our best to complete the tasks assigned by the supreme beings. That's all." Aura smiled and said, "As long as we work hard enough, we will definitely be able to stay by Lord Momonga and Lord Leffin's side forever." Albedo blushed and said, "For Lord Leffin's pleasure, I am willing to do anything." Then let's proceed with our detailed plan to conquer the world. First, without relying on the power of the 2 supreme beings, we need to understand the power system of this world. How many powerhouses of the platinum armor level exist in this world? Furthermore, violent conquest is unsustainable. Perhaps we can try several different methods of conquest. Cosita said, "To rule the world by our own power without the help of the 2 supreme beings. What an interesting idea. But why didn't you say so when Lord Momonga was here?" Demiurge shook his head. "No, Lord Momonga expressed this sentiment throughout the meeting just now, so I don't need to say it aloud. Shaltir, I'll leave it to you. Continue searching for the strongest beings in this world. I know, I will eliminate the strong in this world to speed up the plan, but could we set off tomorrow? I'd like to go with Lord Momonga tonight." Demiurge did not reject Shaltir's proposal. Of course, given the invincibility of the 2 lords, it is only a matter of time before they leave us, but at the very least, we can leave offspring for the great tomb before they depart, who will be the objects of our future dedication. Suddenly, the previously silent but benevolent person spoke up. "Offspring, I will try my best too." Momonga and Leffin had no idea what the Guardians were thinking. If they did, they would have exclaimed, "Holy crap. These guys are actually so sensible." The next morning, urged on by Momonga, the group resumed their adventure. Meanwhile, opposition within the capital city grew even stronger. Several of the 6 noble families led their armies toward the capital. The king was very sensible. The next morning, he announced his abdication and passed the throne to his eldest son. Then the people seemed to accept it, and it has to be said that the unenlightened masses are easy to fool. Because tens of thousands of soldiers died in battle yesterday, it is impossible to have a large-scale coronation ceremony. The eldest prince also issued direct policies, such as granting all soldiers' families a one-year tax exemption in order to mourn the soldiers who sacrificed their lives yesterday, effective immediately. After this news came out, most of the troublemakers stopped causing trouble. The nobles all wore solemn expressions because most of the tax revenue actually ended up in their hands. Now that they're saying they won't collect taxes anymore, are they willing to accept that? They certainly didn't want to, but no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. They were all waiting for the 6 noble families to arrive in the capital with their troops before making any plans. It's clear that apart from the 3 noble families, Lagis's family, Marquis Ren, and the eldest prince's father-in-law, the other 3 noble families won't support the king's actions. The king indirectly caused the deaths of many nobles in this incident, and this matter can also be exploited. Although the nobles from all sides may not be able to come forward immediately because the heir has died and a new heir needs to be chosen. But all they have to do is express their support for the actions of the 3 noble families. At the very least, they can come out and say that their heirs have been tricked by the king and that tax exemption is out of the question. It was because they valued this point that the 3 noble families dared to continue their advance. Now the choice is between Lagis's family and the Marquis of Rennes family. Because of the king, Lahas has disappeared and her fate is unknown. Lagis's family might turn against each other, and then Marquis Ren and the eldest prince's father-in-law alone would be completely insufficient to support the kingdom against 4 opposing forces. At this moment, the eldest prince in the capital felt his scalp tingle, because he had just received news from his scouts that the 3 major noble families had no intention of retreating. At this moment, the old king came over and said, "Don't worry, everything will be all right. Watch carefully and study hard. Your father won't be able to teach you anymore. Also listen to Gurdjieff's advice. Isn't Gurdjieff already a cripple? It will be restored in 3 years. Remember, the nobles are the root of corruption in our kingdom. We cannot be too lenient with them. Let your younger brother and sister come over tonight so that our family can have a proper dinner." The king spoke with a benevolent expression. Seeing his father's unusual behavior, the eldest prince was also stunned. He couldn't think of any way the king could resolve this problem, but he could only trust his father because he was now out of options. Momonga really thinks he's an adventurer. Is this childish game even fun? This piece of trash could be blown away with a breath. However, the turmoil within the kingdom has brought about many changes. What strategies will Demiurge and his forces employ? I'm really looking forward to it. Although these subordinates aren't very capable, their acting skills and performance abilities are all top-notch. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga was speechless. However, when he returned to the city of Yelental, he found that it had undergone tremendous changes. Lox took away a large number of troops, and with the comical woman and the necromancer both there and no Momonga to stop them. So last night they erupted. Under the control of the medicine man, all the skeleton soldiers seemed to be under unified command and launched an attack on Yelentir. The first fortress had already been breached and many adventurers and mages came out to fight off the skeleton soldiers. But it was no use, all the skeletons were killed by meaning. The clown also selects strong adventurers to toy with, and she has her eye on 2 mithril-level adventure teams from Yelentir. Then one by one, they died tragically under the manipulation of the funny woman. Yelentir was on the verge of falling, but at that moment Momonga and his 3 companions dragged an 8-meter-tall gobi monster toward them. It seems to imply that it's time to show off. In Yelental, the first fortress has completely fallen. At the gates of the second fortress, large numbers of adventurers and guards are constantly battling monsters. At the city gate, the Adventurers Guild leader Burden slashed down several small skeletons and shouted to the city magistrate on the city wall, "This won't do. There are too many skeleton soldiers. If this continues, the entire city will fall. Panasonic, you lead the people in the city and leave. We'll take care of this." Meanwhile, Tio, the Magic Guild master standing next to Panasonic, said, "You can go now. Leave this to us. Although there are many skeleton soldiers, they won't be able to surround the entire city. We can still use the other gate." Chief Pig looked at his 2 close friends and remained silent for a while. Alright, don't hold out for the time being, catch up in 3 hours. Adventurers Guild Master Burden smiled and said, "We know, we're still waiting for you to treat us to wine and flowers." Haha, there's definitely a chance. All wounded guards and adventurers, follow me and help me evacuate the crowd and escape the city. Although the governor was very fat, he was one of the few good nobles in the kingdom. Unfortunately, a blonde woman dressed in a golden swimsuit and armor suddenly pounced and ran straight up the 30-meter-high city wall. "Oh, did I say you could leave?" Seeing the comical girl suddenly pounce on him, the Magic Guild Master quickly waved his hand and cast Third-Order Magic Storm. The powerful wind instantly blew the funny girl 10 meters away. The comical woman smiled and said, trying to leave. Suddenly, a gigantic Gobi desert beast fell from the sky, blocking the pursuit of the comical girl. The 4 people then slowly descended from the sky. Momonga, clad in jet-black armor and wielding 2 greatswords, declared, "It's all over now, everyone step back. You can leave it to us." Momonga's voice echoed across an area of several kilometers, surprising all the adventurers and guards who were struggling in the battle. Who was this person? How dare you act so arrogantly? But when they looked up and saw the 4 people standing on the giant beast next to them, they immediately came to their senses. Some of the adventurers couldn't help but cry out, "Finally, finally, we're back." Momonga made a subtle move. "Zizzy, take care of all the skeleton soldiers. Nabe, take care of that necromancer and the 2 bone dragons. Leave this woman to me." "Holy crap, Momonga, what do you mean by looking down on me? How can that be? Zizzy and Nabe can watch the show while I play with this woman. Yashin, you go and deal with all the skeleton soldiers, bone dragons, and necromancers below." Lefan suddenly raised his hand and used magic to forcibly pull back Zai and Nabe, who had lunged forward. What could Momonga do when faced with the willful Lefan? Understood, everyone stand back. With that, Momonga jumped down, instantly increasing his speed to a terrifying 50 meters per second, combined with his terrifying strength and the sharpness of his twin blades. Just like a lawnmower entering a patch of grass, wherever Momonga went, all the skeleton soldiers were blasted to pieces. The speed was incredibly fast and all the adventurers cheered upon seeing this. Ah, what a powerful warrior. What terrifying power, it would be so much fun to kill him. Hey, you're such a handsome mage, how about I don't kill you and make you my man? The comical woman licked 2 daggers and said something surprising. Nabe and Zizzy were instantly enraged. This woman was truly ignorant and arrogant. How dare she become Lord Leffen's woman? Seeing the 2 enraged women who were about to rush out at any moment, the comical woman's smile became even more comical and sickly. How beautiful these 2 women are! I'm going to slowly turn their faces into little cats, slice by slice, and then cut off their flesh piece by piece with a dagger. Looking at the ridiculously funny sister, Lefan shook his head, raised his hand, and used magic to pull sister to his side. "I've wanted to experience the hug and kill move for a long time, but I've never been able to find a woman like you." The comical girl felt her whole body being squeezed by a magical force. She immediately wanted to resist, but her whole body was in a state of disarray. Lefan grabbed at the front of the comical sister, played with her comical face, and looked at her 2 daggers. "Perfect, here are 2 daggers." Upon hearing this, the comical girl froze for a moment. The next second, the immense pain made her cry out, "No." This scene terrified everyone around, leaving them speechless. It was too ruthless. This guy actually executed Sister Funny like that? Looking at the comical sister who was bleeding profusely, Lefan smiled and said, "Don't worry, she's not dead yet. Come here and let your big brother give her a hug." The comical sister was in great pain but was held tightly by Lefan. As Lefan's strength continued to increase, the comical woman was slowly bleeding from all 7 orifices, enduring immense pain every single second. Seeing the comical sister's pained expression, Lefan suddenly exerted force, and the comical sister instantly coughed up blood and died. Holding a girl in your arms and killing her, I guess I'm a bit cold-blooded after all. Looking at himself, Lefan realized that he hadn't felt the slightest bit of emotion. Perhaps it wasn't just Momonga who had a problem, wasn't there a problem with him too? After setting down the body of the comical sister, Lefan looked down at Momonga, whose skull had been mostly cleared. Upon seeing this, the necromancer actually tried to escape on 2 bone dragons. Others might not know how powerful Sister Funny is, but he does. Sister Funny is the ninth seat of the Dark Scripture. Moreover, she is a powerful figure in the realm of heroes, and even the warrior captain of this country is no match for Sister Funny. Such a powerful being was actually toyed with and killed by the opponent with a wave of his hand. This was an enemy from a completely different dimension. He had no choice but to run away. Unfortunately, he underestimated Momonga's strength. Just as he was about to fly away, Momonga threw his twin swords. The attack struck both bone dragons instantly, shattering them with the immense force, and the necromancer was also killed. Although the necromancer was dead, the skeleton soldiers were already attacking. Momonga looked at a naked boy on the first city wall wearing a necklace on his head. Was it under his control? Is this the drugman Lafan was talking about? Forget it, let's kill all the skeleton soldiers first, otherwise Lafan will laugh at me again. Honestly, as a swordsman, to lose my weapon in battle, I'm utterly unworthy. But I had anticipated all of this. I'm a powerful boxer. As he spoke, Momonga struck a boxing pose, followed by a series of aura sounds, and one skeleton soldier after another was instantly blasted away. The powerful punches and the sheer number of punches created a massive gust of wind pressure. All the adventurers and guards present were dumbfounded. Was this Lord Aishianjia's strength? My god, is this the power of humankind? This is already the power of a god, isn't it? Could it really be as Lord Yashin said, that they all possess the strength of a demon god? The punches bombarded for 5 minutes and all the thousands of skeleton soldiers were wiped out. A deafening cheer erupted immediately. Lord Yashin, you are invincible. Lord Yashin, you are invincible. Momonga felt embarrassed listening to everyone's praise. The truly invincible one was right over there. Momonga leaped over to Lafan's side. At this moment, the Adventurer Guild Master, the Magic Guild Master, and the Mayor were all present. After the three thanked him profusely, he offered to treat them to a meal, but not now, as he had other matters to attend to. The four ignored it, handed in their mission, and strolled around the streets a few times. People cheered and shouted when they saw them. It seems they already knew what happened on the first floor. After seeing several adventurers constantly jumping around and promoting their own deeds, Momonga awkwardly replied, "Is this what the Adventure Guild Master means?" Lafan looked at Momonga and smiled, saying, "I guess you want us to stay, and you really are a hero." Momonga, recalling the comical sister who had just watched Jiu Kong bleed to death, said awkwardly, "Wasn't your attack a bit too ruthless?" Lafan shook his head and said, "I don't hate her, but people are really disgusting. So many single men actually went to study Sister Funny's corpse." Momonga retorted again, your focus is a bit strange." Nabe suddenly blushed and said, is Invincible curious too?" Seeing Nabe's words, Lafan was also taken aback and said, "I'm not curious. You don't need to have any strange ideas. If I'm curious, I'll naturally look." "That Invincible, if Zizzy makes a mistake, will you treat me like that? I'm so scared." Momonga looked at Zizzy and said calmly, "Don't worry, it won't happen. Now that the incident with the comical girl is over, it's time for Shaltier's incident to happen." The world-class items of the Dark Scripture are incredibly powerful and a hard counter to NPCs. Hearing the sudden voice from his heart, Momonga was stunned. No, the Shaltier incident, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Momonga remembered that this was the most powerful world item of the enchanting type. Once used, it allows complete control over opponents except those with world items, world professions, and world bosses. Shaltier doesn't have any world items on her. No way, Shaltier is my body pillow. How can I let the enemy control her? If they do something to Shaltier, wouldn't I be cuckolded? Momonga panicked for the first time. Let me think about it. Shaltier is Momonga's wife now. It doesn't seem very humane to see my brother's wife get infected. Yes, it's inhumane. Hurry up and do something, you be ****D. What are you thinking? The Platinum Dragon King has already been beaten up, so beating up the slain theocracy shouldn't be a problem, right? Let Mercy handle it. Wait, wasn't the plan to make Mercy the king of Ainz Ooal Gown? Should we summon another seraphim from the high heavens? Yes, summon another one. Maybe with some persuasion they can become a member of the slain theocracy, and then we can investigate the slain theocracy's clandestine forces. How interesting. Momonga was stunned when he heard Lafan's series of thoughts. Holy crap, bro, you're good at this. But the other side is a powerful organization with world items. However, since they are summoned creatures, their sacrifice is not a big deal. While Momonga was pondering, Lafan smiled and said, "Momonga, I need to leave and summon a supreme celestial to let her go free and play for a while." Momonga, knowing Lafan's thoughts, nodded and smiled, saying, "Let's go together." Lafan was stunned for a moment when he saw Momonga. "Wait, why is Momonga constantly bothering me? He doesn't give me any free time at all. Is he gay?" Maybe it really is true. Albedo and the others are so cute in the original work and he touched them all. If I hadn't specifically asked for a body pillow, he'd probably still be all alone. No, I have to find a way to save my brother. Hearing Lafan's series of inner thoughts, Momonga was furious. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** No, it seems that Lafan really is gay. Otherwise, why would he be so considerate of me and even let me experience the feeling of being a woman? Does he want me to experience it all, then change my job and serve him? Holy crap, this guy's got some nerve. Then the two brothers added another layer of defense in their hearts. One was afraid that Momonga was gay and the other was afraid that Lefin was gay. All right, let's go together then. After Lafan finished speaking, a portal appeared in the space as he raised his hand. He then carried Nabe into the portal, seemingly reminding Momonga to carry Zizi as well. Seeing this, Momonga took a deep breath. Sure enough, he was gay. Otherwise, why hadn't he touched Nabel and Bede, who were so beautiful? Momonga picked up Zizi and walked into the portal. The passers-by were surprised to see the portal suddenly open, but when they saw that it was Momonga and the others, their surprise turned into admiration. 10,000 meters above a forest. Lafan used magic to create a floating space and put Nabe down. Then he flew to an area several hundred meters away. Nabe, watching this scene with curiosity, asked, "Lord Momonga, what is Lord Lefin doing?" Zai asked curiously, "Yes, why the sudden summoning?" Seeing the two women's questions, Momonga coughed twice and said, "You need to use your brains to think about it." The two women listened to Momonga's words and stopped asking questions. Instead, they looked at Lafan in the distance with curiosity, constantly thinking and guessing. Since we're exploring the slain theocracy and dealing with such top-tier beings, an angel with 10,000 magic power seems insufficient. Let's just use one with 100,000 magic power to calm our nerves. 10th tier magic, angel summoning. As Lafan raised his hand, a massive magic circle, 10,000 meters in diameter, slowly opened in the sky. This enormous magic circle, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, can be seen throughout the entire area. Endless nine-colored holy light burst forth from the magic circle, instantly enveloping the entire area within a radius of 10,000 miles in sacred light. A gigantic figure 300 meters tall slowly emerged from the magic circle. 9 pairs of rainbow wings imbued with sanctity fluttered continuously, and a graceful figure was enveloped in armor radiating 9-colored light. With hands of unparalleled holiness, they held a sacred scepter. 9 different elements surround the scepter, and the interaction between these elements seems to create the entire world. As the 9-colored holy light enveloped the world, it seemed to become brighter than ever before. It's as if the entire world is enveloped by an inexhaustible supply of energy. As the person inside the armor opened their eyes, which resembled the Rinnegan and consisted of 9 colored circles. Like a god awakening from slumber, she has awakened. The elemental supreme angel, the last of the 10 angels, the supreme being who controls the 9 elements. The elemental supreme heaven, I didn't expect it to summon the weakest of the 10 limited world bosses among the 10 angels. 100,000 magic power is indeed too little. The creation supreme heaven probably needs 300,000. Hearing Lafan's words, the supreme heaven of elements did not get angry but bowed. "Greetings, my lord." Her calm words were like those of a deity, and everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles could hear them. Lafan looked at the elemental supreme being who was 300 meters tall and said, "Bigger than me. I don't like that, turn into my size." As the 9-colored holy light continued to fade, the elemental supreme heaven shrunk to the size of an ordinary person, but the endless 9-colored light on its body still could not disappear. This is a special effect unique to the limited time boss and cannot be turned off. "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, Momonga on the other side looked at the elemental high heaven in utter shock. Holy crap, the official team is really up to something. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Who the hell has 100,000 magic power? It's worth noting that even the most powerful being in the world, Calamity class, only has 2,000 magic power. Even risking your life to summon it, you still can't get it. The official team really has something going on. Just how many more Easter eggs are hidden in the world tree? I also owe it all to my good brother, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to acquire so many hidden skills. This is simply ruthless, but can anyone in this world defeat such a limited-time boss? And is she absolutely loyal? Can her own brothers defeat a limited-time boss? It should be noted that even the last of the 10 archangels surpasses the ordinary 72 demon gods, the 9 dragon kings, and the 9 elements. Momonga recalled the official setting: a limited world boss, the last of the 10 angels, the supreme elemental being, and the holder of the exceptional 20 elemental scepters. Breakthrough elemental scepter. Once the elemental scepter is used, the player will instantly master all elemental magic. What an incredible scepter this is! It's a pity Momonga has never been able to find it, otherwise he would have created a full elemental magic for himself. While the items that grant you a 20% chance of winning are very appealing, this limited-time boss is not easy to defeat. Her attributes seem to be 5 million HP, 50,000 MP, 500 speed, 5,000 magic resistance, 1,000 physical resistance, 1,000 resistance, 3,000 magic attack, and 1,000 physical attack. At the time, more than 30,000 players participated in the battle against this limited-time boss, and it took a full hour to end the fight. Because this monster is immune to all magic and all status effects, the only way to attack her is with physical attacks. At first, players thought this limited-time boss was a physical resistance type, given her 9-colored armor. Later, after the players defeated this boss and the official data was released, it was discovered that with a magic resistance of 5,000, those 8,000 mages were just scratching the surface. Now that such a terrifying boss has appeared, which has been attacked by 30,000 players, Momonga doesn't believe anyone can defeat her. But if someone can defeat such a monster, then this world is probably more dangerous than I think. I should run away with Lefan as soon as possible. As for Nabe and Zizzy, they had already knelt down. The endless pressure and holy light were enough to make all the NPCs kneel down. This is also to prevent players from bringing self-destructing NPCs to cause trouble. After all, NPCs are not useless. For example, the self-destructing NPCs are H-bombs. If they really want to cause trouble, a few thousand self-destructing NPCs can still resolve the battle. A 1.75-meter tall figure appeared before him. Lefan nodded with amusement. Go down. There should be people from the Slan Theocracy in that forest. I need you to enter the Slan Theocracy. It would be even better if you could control it. Also, from now on, use my name when you're outside. Your name is Lefan. Lefan suddenly remembered what Ainz Ooal had said yesterday when he told the members of Blue Rose his real name. Then Ainz Ooal asked in surprise, "Invincible player Lefan." Then I learned from Ainz Ooal that the players who had traveled through time before all considered themselves the strongest legends. Since that's the case, I'll continue to deceive this world, make the elemental supreme heaven become Lefan, then descend to the Slain Theocracy, join the Slain Theocracy, and gather intelligence. You can also make her a target of hatred, thus drawing hatred towards yourself. After all, this is a limited-time boss, one that even the current Momonga can't defeat, so there shouldn't be too much danger. If so, then I need to play even more cautiously, since Lefan only has a 73% win rate against the Elemental Supreme Heaven right now, and I might not be able to kill her instantly. The same Elemental Supreme Being, whose body had shrunk and all attributes had been weakened by 50%, bowed and said, "As my lord commands." Lefan thought for a moment and said, "Go ahead. By the way, don't attack that true ancestor when you encounter her. She is our partner. Yes, we will not fail our lord's expectations and will certainly complete the mission." The supreme being of the elements bowed and then disappeared. As the elemental supreme heaven disappeared, Lefan approached Momonga and the others. Momonga said calmly, "Ahem, isn't this a bit too much? Lefan shook his head and said, "After all, it is the Slan theocracy, the strongest power in this world, and it also possesses world artifacts. It's better to be careful." Nabe and Zizzy, who were standing to the side, also stood up, still looking at the vanished elemental supreme heaven with expressions of fear. Was such an existence merely created by Lord Lefan with a wave of his hand? And Lord Momonga's words didn't seem very surprising. Could it be that he could also summon a god of this level with a wave of his hand? Yes, Nabe and Zizzy have already regarded the elemental supreme heaven as a god. Of course, everyone who sees her will regard her as a god, because the dazzling nine-colored light emanating from her body is the result of the elements of the entire world revolving around her, something only a god can do. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles slowly rose from their knees, and the boundless divine power filled them with awe. And that voice, "Greetings, my lord," could it be the will of this world paying homage to the descending god? The entire population was extremely enthusiastic. At this moment, the Dark Codex team who were searching for vampires in the Great Forest were also stunned, because that godlike being appeared before them. "Greetings, god of the elements." They all knelt down without realizing it. Although they didn't know each other's names, they were certain that the other person was a god. Moreover, judging from the fact that she can sense all the elements in the world revolving around her without using magic to explore, she must be the god of elements. The supreme elemental being looked at the kneeling crowd with no reaction. They were nothing but ants. But she remembered her master's words. From now on, she would be the master, but everything about her master was unknown to her. What did her master mean by having her join the slain theocracy? She didn't know, but she knew that taking control of the slain theocracy was her future mission. "My name is Lefan. Do you know me?" As the words of the supreme elemental heaven faded, the dark holy scripture knelt in excitement and reverence, saying, "Invincible God Lefan, you have finally descended upon this world. Heavens, the prophecy of the 6 great gods has indeed come true." Seeing the excitement of the divine being in the Dark Scripture, all the members of the Dark Scripture were also excited. Although the Dark Codex is a team, it is also a group of people. For example, the first seed of the Dark Codex, the God-Man, is named Dark Codex. His words represented the entire Dark Scripture squad, and above him was the strongest godlike being, the eternal lowly Ju Si Ju Ming. The supreme elemental being, unaware of the identities of the 6 great gods, asked curiously, "The 6 great gods. You seem to know that I will descend." The godlike figure in the Dark Scripture dared not raise his head, but he still excitedly said, "Excuse me, invincible God, the 6 great gods are our ancestors, and like you, they are players of the world tree." The supreme elemental heaven nodded in agreement. "I see, let's go back to the Slan theocracy. From now on, I will control the Slan theocracy." At this moment, the godlike dark holy scripture transformed into the ultimate sycophant, saying, "Yes, invincible God, only you can lead us humans to a higher level. We will give our lives for your sake." Looking at these ants, the elemental supreme heaven felt nothing, but from now on they would be his subordinates, and it wouldn't be right for them to always look down at him. So the supreme elemental heaven said calmly, "I allow you to raise your heads and face me directly." Upon hearing the words of the supreme heaven of the elements, all the members of the Dark Scripture excitedly raised their heads. "Yes, invincible God." Looking at the elemental supreme heaven's armor radiating 9-colored light and its endless magical power, it seemed to control the elements of the entire world every moment. It was as if this invincible being could control the weather of the entire world at will. The godlike dark holy scripture reminded him of the book he memorized in his childhood and the image of the invincible god Lefan. He was surrounded by endless dazzling light. Don't let his magic fool you, he was actually the strongest warrior. Never provoke such a being because he is invincible, capable of anything, and no one can stop him from doing anything. Every word carries the meaning of invincibility, which shows the admiration of the 6 great ancestors for the invincible god. In fact, the godlike dark holy scripture did not know that the reason why the 6 great gods turned into sycophants was because they were afraid that if Lefan transmigrated in the future, their descendants would do something reckless and offend such beings. Lefan is a madman. In the game world, if you dare to offend him, he'll kill you until your level drops to 0, but what about in the real world? If you offend him, you might face the execution of your entire family. Therefore, in order to ensure that future generations and the people of the slain theocracy do not cause trouble, the myth of the invincible god is the highest will in the slain theocracy. No one should offend the person with the nine-colored light. After all, the players all know that Lefan, that madman, is not going to keep a low profile. Every day, it comes with the only dazzling, shimmering special effects in the entire game, blinding players with its blinding light. Such a person would definitely become even more wicked if they came into this world. But they never expected that after Lefan came to this world, he would actually join Momonga's ranks and fight against the air. The elemental supreme heaven possesses a nine-colored radiance which perfectly substitutes for Lefan's identity. It has to be said that Lefan's success was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. He certainly didn't expect that his impromptu idea would actually fool the whole world. Moreover, this world will undergo tremendous changes under the rule of the supreme heaven of elements. Seeing that these ants were moving too slowly, the elemental supreme heaven raised his hand to control the wind element and took them into the air. The dark scriptures were extremely excited by the actions of the elemental supreme being, and then, under the control of the elemental supreme being, they gave directions. The elemental supreme heaven is a limited-time world boss, so it doesn't know what low-key means. Furthermore, she doesn't know how to use teleportation magic. That's right, she can only use elemental magic. This is why players can defeat her. This is not to say that elemental magic is weak, but rather that elemental magic does not have the same kind of unpredictable, targeted attacks as spatial magic. However, spatial magic also lacks the terrifying destructive power and exaggerated effects of elemental magic. For example, right now, the elemental supreme heaven, controlling the wind element, arrived above the slain theocracy at an endless speed of 1 kilometer per second. Fortunately, the elemental high heaven can control the wind, otherwise the powerful wind resistance would probably have disintegrated the Dark Codex. Sensing an unprecedented speed, the members of the Dark Scripture became even more fanatical, fawning over each other like lapdogs. However, the 6 gods left behind an NPC. Instead of taking the Elemental Supreme to see that NPC, they would bring that NPC to pay respects to the Elemental Supreme. At this moment, the 9-colored light enveloped the entire cathedral, and all the church members came out and knelt down in response to this invincible being. Even the current pope and the 6 high priests knelt down. At this moment, an adorable little girl in black and white slowly walked out carrying a giant scythe of death. The moment she saw what was before her, her face turned bright red. She then quickly knelt down and cried out, "Ah, invincible god, Lord Lefan, I have been waiting for you for hundreds of years. Although I know how lowly I am already the strongest woman in this world. I wonder if you could grant me your noble bloodline so that I can bear your child." Looking at the yandere-like Zetsu Shitsume, the supreme elemental heaven paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Ants are not worthy of my bloodline. I am the invincible god Lefan. At this moment the Slan theocracy is under my jurisdiction. Is there any objection?" When Zetsu heard the other party call him an ant, he was not angry at all but excited, and his eyes were sparkling. This is the strongest man. In an instant, the massive cathedral city was filled with hundreds of thousands of kneeling people shouting, "Welcome to the arrival of the invincible god. We swear to be loyal to the invincible god to the death. The invincible god will live forever and will surely lead our human race to a higher civilization." Everyone seemed to have memorized this line. It was all an instruction from the 6 gods and a phrase that everyone had to learn to enter the city. This shows how arrogant the 6 top players are, but there's nothing that can be done about it since Lefan is too overbearing in the game. The 6 gods are just players ranked within the top 1,000. They have no choice but to back down. Moreover, their descendants become Lefan's devoted followers, leading him to endless glory. That's pretty appealing too. Although Lefan is arrogant, he is also very protective of his own. As long as you become his subordinate, everything will be fine. It has to be said that it is truly terrifying that these 6 great gods as ancestors would allow their descendants to fawn over them and even take pride in it. God knows what they went through to end up like this. Of course, the players from the 6 great divine dogs, 8 desire kings, 13 heroes, and the demon god era weren't much better off. They're all dogs, one after another. If LeFan knew that he could do whatever he wanted without any hindrance just by mentioning his name, I wonder what he would think. At the highest peak of this world's highest mountain range, the Tarringer Mountains. At this moment, a huge true dragon was enveloped in dazzling light. Its massive 50-meter-long body seemed to be constantly protesting, as if a terrifying being had appeared in the world. The enormous dragon head looked eastward with fear. The power of the elements has been completely mastered. I am the oldest and strongest true dragon king, the elemental true dragon. After letting out a soft roar, the elemental dragon came to its senses, for it could not defeat such an existence, and now the elements of the entire planet had escaped its control. It made him feel more uncomfortable than ever before. As an elemental dragon, the elements were the only source of his pleasure. Now that all elements have escaped its control and it cannot take them back, it is in great distress. Since we can't beat them, let's just leave. After thinking for several seconds, the elemental dragon king made his final decision. It looked up at the starry sky, and beyond the distant planets there was a planet that looked very similar to this one. If LeFan and Momonga were here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "Holy crap, this world also has planets like Mars." For the true Dragon King, time and lifespan are not of much concern. If you can't win in a fight, then choose to leave. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The next second it flapped its huge wings, instantly soaring through the sky and flying towards Mars. Reaching Mach 6 in air is already incredibly impressive. However, it can only fly by flapping its wings because of the air environment. In space, there is no air for it to flap its wings. But it doesn't matter, he still has magic. As long as he keeps using wind magic to dash, theoretically, his speed in space can be continuously increased. Of course, because it is made of matter, it cannot be accelerated to the speed of light. But 1/10 the speed of light is still possible, and that's enough. And it wasn't just this one true Dragon King who fled overnight. In the deepest part of the world's ocean, the gravity dragon also sensed the incredibly powerful energy and chose to flee. Overnight, the 4 strongest true dragons capable of leaving this planet and living freely in outer space departed. These 4 true dragons are the elemental dragon that dominates the top of the land, the gravity dragon that dominates the bottom of the land, the stellar dragon that dwells in the core of the planet, and the space dragon that floats in the atmosphere of the world. These 4 beings are the strongest in this world, and the Platinum Dragon King and the others also sensed the power of the elemental supreme heaven. But instead of leaving, it chose to fall into a deep sleep. Although they are both true dragon kings are not on the same level. The truly powerful dragon kings are named after their own attributes and are directly called true dragons. For example, the name Elemental True Dragon refers to the 4 great true dragons, who are the oldest and most ancient beings in this world, existing for countless years. They could easily defeat the Platinum Dragon King with one hand, but despite their terrifying strength, they chose to run away. It's easy to imagine how ridiculously powerful the elemental supreme heaven is. Of course, if it were the merciful seraphim of the high heaven, the 4 true dragons would probably still be able to put up a fight. The 4 beings appeared above Earth as shooting stars. The elemental supreme heaven calmly gazed at the night sky, an external enemy. Meanwhile, LeFan and Momonga, who were drinking and eating barbecue in the open air, were also looking at the sky. LeFan immediately used the skill 10th tier magic, Hyperspace Eye. At this moment, the elemental dragon has accelerated 68 times in space, reaching a speed of Mach 172. Seeing the elemental dragon flying at such a terrifying speed, LeFan took a deep breath. Damn monsters, why are there monsters of this level in this world? Where did they come from? Does this mean there's a lot of life in outer space? Or have players from other games already traveled through time and are exploring space? Could it be because the appearance of the elemental supremes was sensed outside Earth, and they came to intimidate us, preventing us from engaging in large-scale slaughter? If it's meant to intimidate, why didn't they come to Earth? Did they meet with the supreme elemental beings? LeFan was unaware that the dragons hadn't caused much of a commotion when they left the planet. They only unleashed their acceleration magic with all their might after leaving the planet, fearing that the elemental supreme beings would pursue them. It was also because of the full-force burst of acceleration magic that a very beautiful spot of light was produced. These 4 spots of light were no less than 4 small suns in the night sky. This coincidence resulted in 4 shooting stars appearing, leading LaFan to believe they came from outer space and served as a warning to himself on Earth. This world is indeed too dangerous. Luckily, I survived. Thank you, Momonga, love you. Momonga listened to LaFan's heartfelt words, and this time he was powerless to retort to LaFan's declaration of love. He stared intently at the 4 streaks of light in space that were gradually disappearing into the distance. As expected, Huxia gamers also traveled through time, so they must have established a new home in outer space. By the way, are those 4 streaks of light heading towards Mars? Do they live on Mars? If players from Daxia were to travel here, hopefully they would be players from the 3-body problem game world or the interstellar travel game world. Please do not be a player from a cultivation game world or a prehistoric game world where you level up by fighting monsters. In any case, the world is definitely more dangerous than it appears on the surface. Not only are there undercurrents surging within the planet, but there are also godlike beings on its outer surface. With the 4 fleeing dragons putting on a show of wits, LaFan and Momonga are once again locked in a battle of wits with thin air. If they knew that the 4 strongest true dragons had run away because of them, I wonder what they would think. The fact that the dragon ran away wasn't the only thing that happened tonight. At this moment, all forces around the world were gripped by panic because the gods truly existed. Originally, the legends of the 6 great gods were just legends circulating in this world, but now the supreme heaven of elements has descended like a god. Tell everyone directly that the era of the gods is about to begin again. God truly exists, and at this moment everyone is searching for the whereabouts of this god. A comprehensive intelligence network is in operation. The kingdom, which was originally preparing for a great battle, also stopped fighting at this time because the arrival of that terrifying being had already explained everything. Who becomes king is no longer important. What matters is who can get the new god's help first and become second only to the king. After all, the major nations of human power were established under the arrangement of the gods. For example, the kingdom was established with the help of the slain theocracy. If I find a new god, establishing a country won't be a problem in no time, but what no one knew was that the god they longed for had already taken control of the slain theocracy. Next, she will manage the slain theocracy and upon receiving orders from her master, formulate the next course of action. Outside the thieves' hideout, Shaltir, whose body had been trembling for half an hour, finally regained her composure. A monster, a real monster. Why would there be such a monster? No, this message must be sent back to the Great Tomb of Nazarick. We must gather the power of the Great Tomb of Nazarick to protect Lord Momonga. Shaltir quickly used a portal to leave. It's no wonder Shaltir was so flustered because the high heavens of the elements were summoned right above her head. She felt that boundless power and was so frightened that it took her a full half-hour to recover. Back inside the Great Tomb in the blink of an eye, all the guardians were summoned and Shaltir delivered the message. Demiurge kept biting his fingers, trying to figure out how to deal with such a monster, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a solution. He could only angrily pound the table. Damn it, how can such a being exist? How are we supposed to defeat such a being, an invincible being that can control all the elements in the world? Albedo also shouted, quickly, bring Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen back. It's too dangerous outside. Seeing everyone's fear, Rensai was not afraid. As a fellow summoned creature, she easily sensed the presence of that master. Such an adult is just one of the lives summoned by the master. With the master around, there is nothing to be afraid of in any situation. You don't need to be so arrogant. Based on the information from Shaltir, I roughly know who they are. The crowd snapped out of their daze upon hearing Mercy's words, and Demiurge couldn't help but ask, what is that being? What are its abilities? Is it friendly or hostile towards us? She is the true supreme being, the elemental supreme being, one of the 10 guardians of the world tree, the suppressor of the 72 demon gods. one of the strongest beings, the elemental supreme being, the only true god who can completely control the elements of the world, and also an absolute being created by the master, just like me. Shaltir took 2 steps back in fright. No, Mercy, what did you say? You said that being capable of destroying the world was created by Lord Leffen. Right. When everyone was on edge, they suddenly heard this unexpected twist of fate. Luckily, they were all strong or they would have been terrified. Albedo, arms crossed and a blissful expression on her face, exclaimed, "My God, Lord Leffen's power is far greater than we imagined." Perhaps this world was just one of countless worlds that supreme beings created randomly among countless worlds countless years ago. After all, the supreme being possesses power surpassing even that of gods. Shaltir was initially displeased, but after hearing Albedo change her mind, she stopped pursuing the matter. Although Lord Lefan is the strongest supreme being, it doesn't mean that the other supreme beings are inferior. Demiurge, the strongest member of the Daihua faction, suddenly said, "If that's the case, then this world is actually a test for us." Perhaps the other supreme beings didn't leave either. They simply established other worlds and took their subordinates to these worlds to undergo trials. Hearing Demiurge's words, everyone present was surprised, but they all firmly believed that it was the right conclusion. Albedo pondered for 2 seconds following Demiurge's dangerous thoughts and boldly said, "Then everything is clear. Why neither Lord Leffen nor Lord Momonga, who possess invincible power, participated in the world conquest. Instead, we went to travel as adventurers, even though they were watching our every move. They gave us a predefined plan from the beginning, to conquer the world without relying on them." Rensai, upon hearing this, spoke again, "Then there must be a deeper meaning here because Lord Leffen and Lord Momonga, who possess invincible power, do not want us to use our power to conquer this world. Otherwise, the supreme being of the elements would join us and conquer the world directly. Perhaps the supreme being of the elements is a referee, preventing us from breaking the rules and requiring us to conquer the world through non-violent means." Hearing the merciful words, everyone present nodded silently again. Of course, Aura, Shaltir, and the others also wanted to chime in, but this conversation was too mentally taxing. They would spend a lot of time just listening and analyzing and couldn't get a word in edgewise. That's why they didn't chime in. It's not that I look down on them, but rather that they're not smart enough. Oh no, it's not a matter of intelligence, it's a matter of imagination, a matter of being out of touch with reality. Daihua's demiurges gave a fervent speech. "My God, I never thought of this, rule without violence. So the most abundant life form in this world is humankind, and it seems that humans are constantly at war with other races. If this is indeed the case, then what we need to do is treat everyone equally, to end the war between humanity and other races and establish a truly peaceful, paradise-like divine kingdom." Everyone present took a deep breath upon hearing this, a divine kingdom. Demiurge regained his composure and said, "Then this task is actually more difficult than we thought. Our original plan was to establish a demon race. Then he wreaked havoc everywhere, finally having Mercy step in to wipe out all the demons, becoming a righteous hero and establishing a just kingdom. But the current goal is for all races to coexist peacefully so the demons don't necessarily have to play the villains. Otherwise, if the demons always play the villains, all life will gradually develop a negative view of them, making true unity very difficult." Albedo smiled and said, "Then let the humans play the villain since they have the most power. What we need to do now is first unite all non-human races, and then secretly control humans to make them play the villains. When the time comes, Mercy will step in and conquer the world." Aura asked curiously, "But can such weak humans possibly overpower all races? Not to mention others, the dragon race alone can crush humans." Demiurge pushed up his glasses. "It's all right, let's take it one step at a time, we still have plenty of time. Let's execute the first step, the first experiment, candy and whip. Although we are told to use non-violent conquest, we must first have experience in conquest. The first goal is to demonstrate our strength and suppress the enemy. The second objective is to reform the other party, letting them know our strength and our benevolence. The third objective is to make the other side completely devoted to us under this combination of favor and power, and to encourage them to spread our message, making other races yearn to join us." Albedo looked at Aura and the other guards in charge of reconnaissance and asked, "Are there any small races that are easy to experiment on?" Aura quickly replied, "If that's the case, there's a lizardman race near the Great Forest. Their group isn't large, only a few thousand people." Demiurge smiled and said, "All right, then let's start with them. We are both the villains and the heroes. By the way, the Empire's plan must also be carried out. We need a recognized status, a country that can be put on the table. Only then can we promote the ideals of the Divine Kingdom and treat all races equally." Momonga and Leffen were unaware of the Daihua behavior of the Great Tomb Guardians. If they knew, they would probably be furious. "What the hell, your masters are all so cowardly and you are all so daring. They actually claim they created this world. That's incredibly audacious." Fortunately, the Guardians keep these things to themselves and don't tell Leffen or Momonga. This is also true in the original work. Momonga was unaware of the specifics of many of his plans. He only learned the ins and outs of the plan when it was being implemented. That's why I have such a stomachache. After all, the Guardians have such wild imaginations that they can turn into monsters at the drop of a hat. Sometimes, having such a group of subordinates can be quite painful for Momonga. But who wouldn't like such a group of subordinates? Aside from Daihua, their loyalty and dedication are top-notch. Upon seeing the image of 4 shooting stars, Leffen truly panicked, so he had to prepare himself. "Momonga, this world is too dangerous. I think I need to stockpile more power." Momonga nodded in agreement upon hearing Leffen's words. "That's what I think too." Seeing that his best friend had agreed, Leffen quickly said, "Then shall we open the 11th level of the Great Tomb?" Momonga looked completely bewildered and asked, "Wait. What 11th floor?" Leffen waved his hand and explained, "It's about establishing an underground reserve kingdom. The entrance is on the 10th floor. We'll set up a barrier and then store troops inside." Momonga was surprised when he heard Leffen's bold idea. If they could build up a large number of summons, it would seem that they would have a guarantee in case of future conflicts with other powerful beings. Momonga excitedly replied, "Okay, let's begin." Leffen nodded and offered an idea. "However, we need to be prepared, which means we need to conserve more than half of our magic power. Otherwise, we will be put on the defensive if something unexpected happens." "Okay, let's begin." Soon, the two of them, one carrying Nabe and the other carrying Zizi, returned to the 9th level of the Great Tomb. They then released the two and told them to rest. Nabe and Zizi had also heard what Lord Leffen and Lord Momonga said. Knowing that they were not leaving the Great Tomb but rather creating the 11th level of the Great Tomb, they were naturally at ease. Under the effect of Ainz Ooal Gown, the two reached the 10th floor. Pandora waited again, and seeing her most beloved creator Momonga arrive, Pandora was overjoyed. A barrage of German phrases combined with a military-style greeting made Momonga's stomach ache. It's a pity that Pandora is registered with my previous game data. If I had leveled up and been enhanced, I could have had her help summon me as well. Listening to Leffen's thoughts, Momonga sighed. Although Pandora was bugged, it could only transform into people who had been registered and only those with the attributes at the time of registration. Although he can transform 41 times, he only uses 80% of the power of his skills and magic. Even summoning spells are the same. Seeing that Pandora had a stomachache, Momonga dismissed him. Triple magic earth modification. As Leffen slapped the ground, a space of 1,000 cubic meters was instantly emptied from the ground below. As Leffen jumped down, Momonga also jumped down. Knowing that Momonga had relatively little magic power, Leffen considerately said, "Then let's begin. You'll be in charge of expanding the area, and I'll be in charge of creating the barrier." Looking at the vast space, Momonga asked curiously, "How big exactly?" "A small target can be roughly the size of a 1,000,000-strong army." Hearing Leffen's words, Momonga felt a chill run down her spine. "Holy crap, bro, how come I didn't know you were such a sneaky guy? But I like it. A 1,000,000-strong army is a small goal." The two began their work. The triple magic earth transformation only consumed 80 points of magic power. For Momonga, who possesses 58,000 magic power, it's not a problem at all. Pandora, who was guarding the entrance to the 10th floor, curiously looked behind the king from time to time and was surprised by the bursts of golden light. These are his creator and Lord Leffen. It's strange that two supreme beings are digging a tunnel here. After watching Momonga continuously use magic, Lafan also began his own work. Powerful magical barriers continuously protected different areas of space, and then the magical barriers merged together. Each magic barrier can withstand 3 10th-tier spells, but the magic power consumed by this strongest magic barrier is also extremely high. A small magical barrier requires 200 mana, but it is undeniably the most popular skill in team battles, because its defense is extremely strong and it can withstand damage from 10th-tier magic other than spatial magic. As for spatial magic, only a spatial barrier of super-level magic can withstand it. But it's obvious that Lafan can't learn it and Momonga probably isn't interested either. Although he is a support, it doesn't mean he has to learn this kind of super-level magic. The two continued building and the immense magic provided them with tremendous support. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. The two listened and looked at the vast space, which was 50 meters high and 2 kilometers long and wide, and were quite satisfied. Looking at the vast space, Lafan said excitedly, "Then let's use the demon god's blessing." Momonga said with a pained expression, Isn't this too extravagant? Every one of these is one less we have." Seeing Momonga's distress, Lafan boldly said, "It's not extravagant, and we also need to test whether this thing really works the same as in the game, right? The demon god's blessing is an extremely powerful pay-to-win item, and also a pay-to-win item that gives every mage a headache. Demon God's Blessing consumes an item. After use, restores 100% of your magic power within the next instant. Cooldown, 24 hours. This is because it's not an instant recovery, but rather a 100% recovery of mana over the next hour, plus a cooldown period. In other words, it can only be used once a day. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that players can only buy one per month and it cannot be traded. This golden item is a total ripoff. Don't be fooled by Momonga and Lafan's appearance. Their stock is also running low. These premium items are becoming increasingly rare. As for the game's mana regeneration mechanism, that's really bizarre. It's calculated based on the player's level. Once a player reaches level 100, they can only recover 200% of their mana each day. Based on Momonga's magic power of 58,890, it wouldn't even be able to recover 2 points of magic power per second. Lafan only recovers 7 points of magic power per second. This is considered a hardcore anti-addiction system. This is a weakness of World Tree players. Of course, there are items that can speed up mana regeneration, such as the premium rings that both players wear. Ring of the Demon God increases mana regeneration speed by 10%. The two of them also brought 10 rings without hesitation. They could only bring 10, but even so, the mana regeneration speed was still too slow. However, the mana regeneration effect of this ring can stack with the blessing of the Demon God. Based on this calculation, they have 200% of their magic power available within that hour. Momonga stroked his chin and said, "A test, but expanding the space further won't require that much magic power, and wasting magic power is still shameful. Let's just summon it directly." Lafan thought for a moment. "Okay, then you use the 10th tier magic demon summoning, and I'll use the 10th tier magic elemental summoning, with each summoning using 1,000 mana." After listening to Lafan's words, Momonga thought about it for a moment. 10th tier magic elemental summoning was the fastest summoning magic. The 10th tier magic demon summoning, like angel summoning, takes a few seconds, but those few seconds consume 1,000 mana, which is unbearable even with 200% mana. Momonga nodded. "All right, I'll start summoning from the left and you can start summoning from the right." The two of them went to the far left and far right of the space respectively, and then a dazzling card appeared in their hands. In an instant, the dazzling card disappeared. The two of them emitted a dazzling light, and then a vast amount of magic began to surge from their bodies. Seeing this, Lafan raised his hand and began to use the 10th tier magic elemental summoning. This magic was rather tricky because the element summoned each time was random. However, its summoning speed is the fastest, allowing it to summon any of the 9 elements at will. Lafan set a standard of 1,000 magic power and summoned a fire giant as the first one. This was slightly stronger than the fusion monster, the wind and fire giant, which was used to show off to Aura and Mare. Because in the elemental realm, the purer the elemental attribute, the stronger the summoned beast. If the attributes are mixed, it will not be as powerful. The wind and fire giants are hybrids, so they definitely can't beat purebreds. With the appearance of the fire giant, followed by the ice giant and the storm giant, one giant after another emerged, making the entire space very subtle. Elements such as fire, ice, hurricane, light, darkness, and lightning will affect the surroundings, while water giants, forest giants, and earth giants will not affect the surroundings much. With each summoning, various giants lined up in turn. Momonga had just summoned his third demon, but each one was a powerful demon lord. As time passed, an hour went by in the blink of an eye and Momonga summoned 80 demon lords. Lefan summoned 400 elemental giants. Keep in mind that all of these are level 95 summoned beasts. Before obtaining the Guardian of the artifact, one-on-one combat against these monsters is definitely not an option. To put it simply, it directly possesses 480 monsters of the level of Shaltir. If these monsters were released, the whole world would probably be destroyed, right? This is terrifying. But the two parties involved felt that this was not enough. They needed to summon even more. Summoned beasts. Using magic like this is very inefficient. Should I spend 10,000 magic points to summon once? No, what am I thinking? If I use such a huge amount of magic to summon, those terrifying guys will definitely detect it. The best way is to summon these weaklings. They probably won't even bother with them. When they invade, I can have these weaklings collectively self-destruct, which will still be enough to damage them. Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga was almost scared to tears. No wonder Lefan chose to summon the elemental giant. This was simply outrageous, because the elemental giants do indeed have a powerful skill, self-destruction. Back then, there was an elemental guild that used this strategy and they were practically invincible in guild wars. Unfortunately, this setup has a drawback. If the summoner dies, the elemental giant will also disappear. Later, the speed-based basic attack critical strike build emerged, which led to the disbandment of this guild. This was because everyone in the guild wars had super powerful speed, making it impossible to compete. However, the explosive power of this elemental giant is slightly weaker than that of the archangel. But when Momonga looked at the 400 elemental giants, he immediately took a deep breath. Why can't I summon the elemental giants too? Wait a minute, Death Lord, it seems to cause a backlash against the target after death. I never expected this guy to be so clever. However, that concludes today's work. The two set up a teleportation point here. In the future, when you need to summon someone, you will use teleportation magic to return. Of course, Momonga can use teleportation magic even in warrior form in the future. This was something Lefan had no choice but to concede, because the threat from this world was too great. Fortunately, the people outside don't know that these two heartless people did such a terrifying thing in order to outwit and outmaneuver thin air. If they knew, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. After all, what does an army of this size, numbering in the millions, even mean? An army equivalent to 1,000,000 Shaltirs who could withstand it. No one can withstand it, not to mention that these things are either for fighting or for sending people to their deaths. This is absolutely outrageous. In the 10th level area, as Lefan and Momonga left, Pandora looked at the repaired ground and was too frightened to walk. He could only use magic to levitate in midair. And I promise I will never go here again. It wasn't for any other reason than that he had just glanced down at the scene below and was so frightened that he burst into tears. Who can hold back these 480 level 95 monsters? Moreover, Pandora also overheard Lord Lefan and Lord Momonga's conversation, specifically their suggestion to summon 1,000,000 to calm their nerves. Ah, are these the invincible Lord Momonga and Lord Lefan? Even their small goals are so grand. Then Pandora slowly flew onto the sofa and transformed into Lefan's appearance, which was the world champion armor combined with the heavenly music sword. It is also the strongest form in the world. The main reason Pandora was so timid was because the following scene was simply too terrifying. Momonga had no idea that this action had terrified his own son, leaving him sleepless and trembling with fear. Momonga didn't go back to his room because he didn't need to sleep. He then arrived at the throne room. Albedo had been taken back by Lefan, so it was Demiurge who appeared. Lord Momonga, this is our next plan. What do you think? Watching Demiurge carefully submit a document, Momonga opened it out of curiosity. Luckily, it wasn't written in this world's script. Looking at the contents, candy and whip, and now we have a target. The lizardman tribe in the Great Forest, Momonga nodded and said, "Very good." Hearing Momonga's approval, Demiurge became even more convinced that his inner thoughts about Demiurge were correct. But he felt it wasn't enough. Perhaps Lord Momonga had some other hints. He bowed and said earnestly, "Yes, all of this is thanks to your guidance, Lord Momonga. We will definitely fulfill your and Lord Leffen's expectations." Momonga felt a bit of a stomachache upon hearing this. What about my and Leffen's expectations? What can we expect from a lazy bum who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun? And what are my thoughts? Yes, my idea is to find Lefan true love so that he will stop loving me and stop thinking about making me change jobs. Damn, I almost forgot the important goal. Although this world is dangerous, what world isn't dangerous? That's a matter for the universe, none of our business. All we can do is try our best to be on guard. Life goes on and we absolutely cannot let Lefan have any more outrageous ideas. This guy, is he trying to win my heart with a sense of crisis? Yeah, that's a shameless tactic. HMPH, I almost fell for it. By the way, what about those girls from Blue Rose? Is there a true love in it? For example, there's Evelu, who's a legally 252-year-old loli. But my brother shouldn't be a lolican, right? Demiurge was taken aback when he saw Momonga remain silent for a long time. Did I do something wrong? Terrified, Demiurge immediately knelt down. "Lord Momonga, have I done something wrong?" Momonga snapped out of her daze upon hearing this. No, you did very well, get up." Seeing Demiurge get up, Momonga suddenly thought of Demiurge's great wisdom. Perhaps he knew how to help Leffen find true love. "Demiurge, let me ask you this. If a man clearly likes girls but remains single because of his best friend, what methods can help him regain his feelings for girls and find true love?" Demiurge looked at Momonga and then fell into deep thought. Was Lord Momonga giving me a hint? Man, girl, but he has to abandon the girl because of his best friend. What methods can be used to make this man continue to like girls? And are you looking for true love? At this point, there are 4 clues. The first clue, men and women. Does this refer to the various races? They like each other because each race has unique skills and products which were previously traded. The second clue is the appearance of a close friend. Could it be related to a racial issue? Because of racial issues, the various races are unable to complete the trades they used to do. Without trade is the only way for the races to obtain the items they lack to be through war. The third issue is to find a way to eliminate the racial issues between the various races and allow them to resume trade. The fourth question. Is true love the kingdom of God? Lord Momonga's intention is for me to discover the special talents of each race and to publicize them. Is it possible to tell other races that each race's special skills can help everyone, allowing each race to restore peace and thus establish a peaceful divine kingdom? Is this the supreme being? He possesses unparalleled power yet prefers to use wisdom to solve problems. Is this the highest level of peaceful conquest? But how can I do that? I don't understand, but I'm sure I have to get started. First, we need a kingdom, and then we need to subdue different races and make them mutually beneficial and helpful. This will be the governing principle of God's kingdom in the future. Momonga sighed as he watched Demiurge, who had been thinking for several seconds. That's right, he thought. How could Demiurge, a cruel demon, possibly know anything about matters between men and women? Demiurge said earnestly, "Lord Momonga, I don't think close friends are the key. The key is for men and women to know each other's good qualities. Only when they know and love each other can they find true love." Hearing Demiurge's answer, Momonga took a deep breath. Yeah, why am I thinking so much? Why not just introduce more girls to Lefan? If he doesn't feel anything for this one, he can find another one. I refuse to believe you're not interested in so many girls. Momonga didn't have anything to reward Demiurge, and since Demiurge was a strategist, drinking alcohol would damage his brain, so he should just give him magic cola instead. Haha, not bad, not bad. Here, take this. It's called magic cola, a drink made by Lefan. Hearing Lord Momonga's words, Demiurge accepted the 3 bottles of magic cola and looked at Momonga with excitement. Lord Momonga, I will definitely work even harder. Momonga was also completely bewildered. What did he mean by work harder? Well, it's good that my subordinate is working hard, but I still want to comfort him. Thank you for your hard work, go back and rest. It's important to balance work and rest. Yes, Lord Momonga. Demiurge carefully put away the magic cola, bowed, and left. Seeing Demiurge's admiring look, Momonga suddenly had a terrible thought. Would Demiurge take the magic cola home to collect? Momonga immediately said, Demiurge, this cola is a beverage. Although it won't expire, don't hide it and be reluctant to drink it. Beverages are meant to be drunk. Hearing Momonga's words, Demiurge stopped in his tracks, then said excitedly, Yes, I will not let down Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen. Momonga said, Ahem, then remember to drink it. Demiurge then left. Demiurge returned to his room where he looked at the 3 bottles of magic cola in his hand. He took a deep breath, excitedly opened a bottle of magic cola, and then carefully held it in both hands, gently and slowly taking a small sip. The aroma of cola exploded on his taste buds, and in an instant the special effect of magic cola appeared. It could refresh the mind and keep people calm. In an instant, Demiurge seemed to feel his mental abilities improve. Many questions that I couldn't understand before suddenly became clear in that instant. At this moment, he stared intently at the cola in his hand. Is this the help that Lord Momonga gave me? Ah, how kind and great Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen are. It has to be said that he is the opening character of Dahua. Dahua's imagination is amazing. The delicious taste made Demiurge take another bite, and the calm and refreshing feeling it brought to his mind was something he would never forget. He would cherish the remaining 2 bottles of magic cola like priceless treasures, and he would never open and taste them unless it was a special occasion. If Demiurge knew that his 2 maids, Hizina and Beta, had magical cola to drink every day, I wonder what he would think. The seemingly peaceful night passed by the large tomb. But the world has undergone a tremendous change because the slain theocracy announced last night that an invincible god has descended. The slain kingdom is a nation that prioritizes human rights. Now that an invincible god has descended, the surrounding demi-human kingdoms are terrified. If the slain theocracy were to wage war, could they survive? Fortunately, this invincible god didn't make any major moves. As a religious nation, doctrine is of utmost importance. This morning, all citizens sincerely prayed and offered sacrifices to their faith. At the very top of the church, hundreds of meters high, the high heaven of elements watched millions of people kneeling in worship. Does this how these ants view their master? That's right, the master is like a god. However, I am still quite curious about the 4 bright spots in space last night. These ants are so physically weak. I sensed that many patients suffering from illness were also kneeling in worship. There are still many patients in the slain theocracy, such as combat personnel from the 6 major holy departments. In battle, there will always be casualties. Moreover, the slain theocracy boasts the highest level of medical care among humankind, attracting wealthy individuals from all over the world when they fall ill. After all, light magic is the best healing magic. All people in the world with the attribute of light will be recruited by the slain theocracy. Basically, 90% of people with the light attribute are in the slain theocracy. Very well, though you are but ants, since you are so sincere and loyal to my lord, I will bestow upon you divine grace. The supreme heaven of elements murmured a phrase, and then, with a wave of his hand, the entire slain theocracy was enveloped in endless light. With a gentle wave of his arm, the supreme elemental heaven unleashed a 10th-tier light magic spell that enveloped the entire slain theocracy, creating a healing domain. All those who knelt on the ground became the recipients of healing. The healing field disappeared 5 seconds later. I have felt your sincerity, and this is your reward. The divine voice of the elemental supreme heaven resounded throughout the entire slain theocracy. All those kneeling on the ground felt the warm light for those 5 seconds, and they discovered that their physical injuries and illnesses had been healed. Many people were excited and wanted to cheer, but no one dared to stand up. They remained kneeling in worship. After all, this is the slain theocracy, and everyone who enters this country must accept its rules. This is also why many powerful individuals do not join the slain theocracy. Otherwise, why would so many powerful humans not join the slain theocracy, which is known to protect and safeguard humanity? The main problem is this doctrine. It's disgusting. Although the invincible God might descend at any time, that doctrine is practically unnecessary. But what if it happens? Who can endure kneeling and praying for half an hour every day? However, they had no idea that praying would bring such treatment, that praying could remove their injuries. It was an incredibly good deal. Unfortunately, they all missed out. The supreme elemental heaven looked down at the kneeling figures of death and asked, "How long will you kneel?" Zetsume's cute lowly face turned into a sickly expression as she said, "Invincible God, our prayers and chants to you will take half an hour. From now on, I will not perform useless prayers, as they will only disturb my peace." The supreme elemental god vanished as soon as his words fell. Upon hearing this, Zetsume let out a maniacal laugh displaying a yandere-like quality. "Ah, what a magnificent being! I must conceive a child of a god." After half an hour of chanting in the church, everyone stood up and cheered, having witnessed such a miracle and being protected by such a divine being. No one would be unhappy. After all, the fact that such a powerful god is protecting them means that the slain theocracy has become the strongest existence. However, when Zeshi conveyed the order from the elemental supreme heaven to the high priest and the 6 high priests, they were also taken aback. Does God not like his people to worship and pray? However, since it is the command of the invincible God, they will absolutely obey. In the countries surrounding the slain theocracy, those who witnessed the slain theocracy's miracles were thrown into panic. The Elf Kingdom was the most panicked. As an ancient being, the Elf King knew the terror of the invincible God. If it were just the 6 great gods who spoke of the invincible God, that would be one thing, but the 8 desire kings, the demon gods, and the 13 heroes, all these heaven-defying beings chanted the invincible God's invincibility. This absolutely cannot be fake, and when the invincible God descended last night, the terrifying magic circle that could be seen for tens of thousands of miles around. Even the entire world submitted, its voices proclaiming, "Greetings, my lord, welcome to the invincible God General." Every single one of them terrified the Elf King. Elves naturally possess an absolute perception of the elements, and it is precisely because of this that the Elf King knew the terror of the invincible God, that surpasses even the oldest and strongest elemental dragons. Even last night, the elemental power of the elemental temple in the Elf Kingdom disappeared. That is the place where the elemental dragons are worshipped, and it is also the only god worshipped by the elves. The seriousness of this situation is self-evident. Now the Elf King can only pray that the invincible God does not share the same belief in human rights as the slain theocracy. If so, then all races in the world except humans will be exterminated because he possesses that power. They returned to the most luxurious room in the slain theocracy, a room entirely made of the finest gemstones. The elemental supreme heaven is now awaiting news from its master, having replaced him and taken control of the slain theocracy. However, the slain theocracy's policy was very flawed. To exterminate all races other than humans and to be the absolute protectors of humanity. Isn't that strange? After all, I'm not human but an angel. There's also Zeshi, who's a half-elf and half-human, and other half-humans as well. Moreover, neither the owner nor his friend are human. Around noon, Leffen released Albedo and stood up, seemingly sensing a special call. Lefan knew that the elemental supreme heaven had something to discuss with him. He used his soul connection to locate her coordinates and then activated a portal spell. Then a dazzling figure slowly walked over. The elemental supreme heaven was also taken aback when it looked at Lefan and Albedo beside him. Why does the master stay with this weakling? The elemental supreme god could not understand, but that did not stop her from kneeling on one knee and saying, "Greetings, my lord." Sensing the fear emanating from Albedo beside him, Lefan immediately pulled her into his arms, saying, "It's all right, don't be afraid." The elemental supreme heaven did not look up, but listening to her master's words, she was even more confused. Did her master like weak girls? After calming Albedo down, Lefan looked indifferently at the girl kneeling before him and said, "You don't need to kneel anymore. Is there anything I can do for you?" The supreme elemental heaven rose and looked at Albedo, who was still trembling, still puzzled. But she dared not ask the question directly and could only raise the current issue. "My lord, I have discovered that the policies of the slain theocracy are not very friendly. It is a country that prioritizes human rights. If these policies are implemented, all non-human races on this planet will be wiped out. After thinking it over, LaFan felt that she couldn't let the elemental supreme heaven do whatever she wanted, but she also couldn't wrong her too much. Don't worry about that, you'll be in charge of the slain theocracy. From now on, that region will be a divine realm, an absolutely peaceful area. Anyone of any race can enter, and there's no need to expand territory. Simply establish an absolute domain. And you are the only true God. Everyone else can do as you please, just don't cause large-scale destruction. Listening to its master's words, the elemental supreme heaven roughly understood the strategy. The owner's meaning is that that area is under my jurisdiction and I will manage it peacefully. If someone disrespects you, you can kill them at will, but don't cause large-scale destruction. Looking at Albedo being held by its master, the elemental supreme heaven finally mustered its courage and asked, "Master, do you need any tribute?" LaFan asked curiously, "What kind of tribute?" The elemental supremes dared not point at Albedo but simply stared at her and said, "That's right, just like that." Looking at the appearance of the elemental supreme heaven, LaFan smiled. "Haha, if there is anything that can catch your eye, I wouldn't mind." The supreme elemental heaven replied earnestly, "Yes, I will strive to cultivate a tribute worthy of my master." LaFan suddenly remembered that the elemental supreme heaven could summon 9 elemental spirits as attendants, and each of these 9 spirits was more beautiful than the last. But LaFan doesn't like these kinds of body pillows. If he liked them, he wouldn't lack body pillows at all. He wants things to happen naturally, not something that can be manufactured. "I prefer natural things. I'll skip the summoned creatures that are created using summoning magic." The supreme elemental heaven nodded upon hearing this. "Naturally, I understand." LaFan looked at the elemental supreme being in full armor and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, go back. Don't be too restrained, just enjoy the feeling of being alive." "Yes, master." After speaking, the elemental supreme heaven bowed and walked to the other side of the portal. LaFan closed the portal and looked at the person in his arms. The elemental supreme heaven is one of the 10 supreme heavens, and it naturally has an absolute suppression over you. Albedo was drenched in sweat, and the terrifying bloodline suppression from the elemental supreme heaven up close almost suffocated her. If Albedo hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that such a terrifying being existed, whose mere aura could overwhelm her completely. But if there is a next time, Albedo wants to see the elemental high heavens again. Only in this way could she feel LaFan's care. LaFan paused, looking at the vanished elemental supreme heaven. "This guy is going to find me a body pillow. I hope there's one that can evoke some feelings." Then he looked at the weak and pitiful Albedo. Actually, she was quite nice, but unfortunately he didn't want Momonga to treat him like an old father-in-law. What a pity, otherwise I would have devoured her in a heartbeat. Albedo had no idea what LaFan was thinking. If she had, she probably would have killed Momonga with her sword. It was because of Momonga that her beloved Lord LaFan had been so reluctant to accept her. Seeing that his magic power was full, LaFan released Albedo and said, "Rest well." As LaFan disappeared, Albedo collapsed again, catching a whiff of his scent. It took her a few minutes to come to her senses. Time to get back to work. Within the 11th level area, Momonga had been working for several hours, and the entire space had been expanded to a vast area with a length and width of 3 kilometers. Holy crap, Momonga is working this hard. No wonder he's a corporate slave. It's so comfortable here, sleeping with Albedo in my arms. It's a shame I can't eat Albedo now. Hopefully, the elemental high heavens can find me a cute little one I can eat. Momonga listened to LaFan's inner thoughts and also complained, "Bro, you're toxic. The first thing you said when we met was that I'm a corporate slave." But this bro actually went to find a cutie. Could it be that he couldn't hold back any longer? This is a good thing, elemental supreme heaven, give us some support. Good morning, Momonga. Morning, my foot, it's already noon. Hurry up, we still have to go back to Yelental after we finish this. Listening to Momonga's energetic Chinese letter to cow, a form of humorous commentary, LaFan smiled and began working. The elemental supreme heavens of the slain theocracy brought the adorable Yandir lowly Zeshi to his side. She then walked around Zeshi Zetsume with amusement. Can you handle this type? Upon hearing the words of the supreme elemental god, Zeshi instantly understood. Her adorable face once again revealed a sickly expression as she excitedly said, I can do it, Lord God. I can do it, not only you but even giants and dragons, I can do it. Please don't worry about me. Hearing Ju Ming's words, the supreme elemental heaven was stunned for a moment. Although this weakling was stronger than those ants, that was all. And its personality is so eccentric, but it's still innocent and sensible. I wonder if its owner will like it. This is a completely natural growth. Once I have managed the divine kingdom well, I will take her to the master and let him see what she is like. The elemental supreme heaven itself has no gender. The reason it appears in this form is because it is based on the host's needs. Even the seraphim of the most merciful heaven are genderless. The reason they appear as peerless beauties is entirely because Lafan longs to meet a beautiful woman. In fact, the elemental supreme beings are the most beautiful women, but unfortunately, all 10 supreme beings are covered in armor and their appearances are not visible. Therefore, others cannot tell her gender or appearance. Of course, this is the real world and the armor can be removed. However, without Lafan's order, the elemental supreme heaven will not remove its armor. This is why, despite the elemental supreme's graceful figure, Zetsume still considers him a man. To all outsiders she appears genderless, only the summoner knows she is female. As for why Lafan didn't attack the elemental supreme heaven, it's because he wasn't interested in what he had summoned. Well, every intelligent life that is summoned needs to be based on its own soul. Therefore, both kindness and elements possess Lafan's soul, and no matter how beautiful they are, Lafan sees them as he sees himself. As for the elemental giants, they are naturally not fully intelligent life forms, but rather more like robots which can be summoned as many as desired. Unlike benevolence and elements, if Lafan were to use the same soul summoning method again, it would definitely not be one of those two. Although they are both elemental supreme beings or benevolent beings, their appearances and personalities are completely different. I could feel Zetsu's heart pounding faster and he was breathing hot air, looking like a Yandir fanatic. The supreme elemental heaven gently patted her cute little head. Let's get down to business. The main reason I summoned you this time is to change policy. I don't like the supremacy of human rights and I'm not even human. I don't like conquering the world. I want to build my divine kingdom within the existing territory. All war, oppression, and crime are forbidden within my territory. Within my territory, I treat all beings equally, whether human, demon, or dragon. Within my territory, all life must have me as their absolute faith. The simple and direct declaration stunned Zetsuki. God, what if a fugitive, a murderer, or someone else escapes into God's kingdom? The supreme elemental heaven calmly replied, I will establish an elemental barrier. Except for a specific entrance, no one can enter the divine kingdom from any area. You only need to guard the entrance to the divine kingdom. Anyone of any race can enter, but if people flood in without thinking, the territory of the divine kingdom is so small that it cannot accommodate too many people. Therefore, screening is necessary and the screening work will be carried out by you. Yes, but aren't the gods afraid that the high priests, being human, will refuse entry to other races? That's your business. Understood, I will have the priests carry it out immediately. After watching Ju Ming leave, the elemental supreme heaven also left the room. In the blink of an eye, the elemental supreme heaven arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters and then raised the elemental scepter high. Elemental barrier. Subsequently, the elements of the entire world surged toward the slain theocracy, and the entire slain theocracy was instantly surrounded by countless elemental forces. Everyone at the border was blocked outside. Seeing the sudden miracle, they all knelt down and prayed, hoping to be allowed to get in. Looking at the vast territory, the elemental supreme heaven set up 6 enormous entrances. Each entrance is a 100-meter square guarded by one of the 6 sacred texts. This sudden scene astonished all the people of the slain theocracy. The miracle happened this morning and now another one is happening at noon. Is another one coming tonight? But what is this miracle? Although it looks spectacular, it doesn't have much effect. Of course, ordinary people can't sense it, but mages and powerful warriors can. Within the territory of the slain theocracy, the air contains powerful energy. The supreme elemental god extracted 5% of the world's elements and infused them into the slain kingdom. This serves two purposes. Firstly, to maintain the energy required to create the barrier. Secondly, this vast energy atmosphere will allow the people of the slain kingdom to live longer and be healthier, thus enabling the birth of more lovely girls. The actions of the elemental supreme heaven are truly audacious, and this place will become a true sacred ground for cultivation in the future, where those who come to cultivate will achieve twice the results with half the effort. At this moment, many mages and powerful warriors knelt before the cathedral, shouting, "Thank you, my God, for your blessings." The ordinary people in the surrounding area were completely bewildered. After some inquiries, they learned that the air contained enormous energy. From now on, living in the slain theocracy will lead to longer lifespans, better physical health, and more effective cultivation. The word spread quickly, and people all over the country knelt down to express their gratitude. After conveying God's instructions to the priests, Zeshi Zetsume sensed the energy emanating from the air. Perhaps I can become stronger. Ju Ming had no idea that it wouldn't be long before she was taken by the elemental supreme heaven to see LaFan. I wonder what LaFan thinks of this cute, sickly, and sensible 100-year-old loli. The Grand Instructor and the 6 High Priests heard the order of Zesai, and the Ministry of Magic also sent a message that 6 large gates had appeared in the barrier. The High Priest and the 6 great gods unconditionally support the will of the invincible God, although they still believe in the supremacy of human rights. But they also knew that the invincible God was a god, not a human, and would not look down on the human race. But now that they've been granted human privileges, any alien races that want to enter the territory of the slain theocracy can simply be driven away or killed. The world still belongs to humanity. What they need to do now is to send troops out immediately to stop the alien race from entering. The slain theocracy was originally a divine kingdom, and its history is incomparable to that of ordinary kingdoms. With just one command, the entire population will obey unconditionally because God resides above everyone. No one dares to disobey God's commands. After the magic department dispatched various forces to guard the 6 divine gates. The High Priest and the 6th Priest discussed other decisions. Although 560 could allow humans to enter, there were simply too many humans. With the current powerful efficacy of the divine realm, no one can refuse its miraculous effects. What needs to be done is to select a leader for the human race. The first point is that they must have absolute faith in the invincible God. Moreover, all entries cannot be treated equally. There are 6 main entry points. 1 for assessment, 1 for trade, 2 for exports, and 2 for imports. This would perfectly solve the problem, but the first thing we need to do is establish a large-scale assessment and certification system. This is not difficult, but it is not simple either because the population of the slain church is too large, with more than 4 million people. It would take a long time to issue all the special certifications required for manufacturing. Then there's the specialized trading post, a gate through which goods pass but people don't, allowing people without proof of God's kingdom to do business. Then the slain theocracy was renamed the Invincible Divine Kingdom. A series of actions kept all the priests extremely busy. The high heaven of elements paid no heed to the priest's busy work. She was currently exploring the people within the divine realm. I just hope I can find another weakling like Zetsuki, but it's too difficult. They were all ants, so the elemental supreme heaven had to lower its standards. Even ants would work, right? But can ants really? Even a weakling probably couldn't handle it. Oh well, why should I care? The world has never had anyone worthy of a master, and the master is also pitiful. Even the invincible have their difficulties. I don't know if I can handle it. Fortunately, LaFan was unaware of the elemental supreme heaven's thoughts. If he had known, he would have exclaimed, "Holy crap, don't come any closer, I'm not interested." After experiencing the enhancement effect firsthand with Momonga, LaFan learned a method. Using powerful enhancement magic. For example, 10th tier magic, super physical enhancement, Titan's body, Dragon's body, a series of magic enhancements that increase physique and defense. With such enhancements, even an ant could probably withstand it. This is why Momonga no longer talks about finding a powerful goddess but instead asks for a girl that Lefan likes. Momonga and Lefan have been discussing this method for several days, but Lefan still hasn't touched anyone around him, which is why he's afraid. You said it was because of your physical condition before, but now that the problem is solved, you're still not doing anything. And you still say you don't love me? If Lefan knew what Momonga was thinking, he would definitely spit it all out in his face. Lefan isn't an animal. Any human being would want to use that kind of thing. For Lefan, feelings are the most important thing, unless he encounters the kind of love at first sight that makes his heart race. Outside the divine realm, this sudden barrier directly blocked the flow of millions of people, because the morning's divine power was spread by the Magic Association and the Adventurers Guild using special props. The global human elite were all aware of this, and at that moment everyone yearned for the divine kingdom and rushed to it. But this suddenly appearing barrier shut everyone out. Of course, there were also lucky ones, those who arrived outside the 6 divine gates and entered beforehand. Unfortunately, the slain theocracy forces appeared later, preventing further influxes. Everyone was upset after learning that the slain theocracy had changed its name to the Invincible Divine Kingdom, and that entering the Invincible Divine Kingdom required an examination. But forcing your way in is impossible because there are gods inside. An invincible god who would dare to risk their life to break through. Many of the people who came to this area were sick, and all their pleas, gifts, and even running around were to no avail. Because the Divine Kingdom at this moment is no longer the Divine Kingdom of the past. The Divine Kingdom now has the existence of gods, and all the clergy have become extremely serious. The scene returns to the kingdom of Restige, where the 3 noble families learn that the legendary invincible god has descended and has already taken over the slain theocracy. They were so angry they wanted to die. God had come to the kingdom and they could have taken advantage of the situation, but instead they lost both their wife and their army. If they had insisted on forcing the abdication, perhaps the king of the kingdom would have been chosen from among the 3 of them. But because of greed, he turned around and went to find the gods, abandoning his attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. 0.099701325 Chinese letter 112,311,141. They thought they could find the gods, but the slain theocracy beat them to it. The 3 noble families were furious. The people from the slain theocracy were acting like children, not staying in their own country but lurking everywhere in our country. Of course, the 3 noble families didn't dare to voice their anger, since they were the ones who permitted the slain theocracy to infiltrate the kingdom. Now that the gods have descended but not been found, and having lost their initial momentum, the 3 noble families see no hope of success and can only lead their troops back to their own territories. Meanwhile, in the capital, the old king transformed himself into a believer in an invincible god, engaging in various forms of worship and prayer. As for concerns about the slain theocracy invading the kingdom, the human nations were not worried. After all, the slain theocracy was the guardian deity of humanity and would not attack humanity. Moreover, the establishment of these countries was aided by the slain church. If there's anything to worry about, it's the Ajin kingdom and the alien kingdom. The nations of the Ajin were trembling with fear, and all countries entered a state of high alert. Furthermore, the nation led by the Elf Kingdom began to unite with other non-human kingdoms. Because this is an invincible god, it cannot be defeated by the power of a single race or nation. Only when all the races of the world unite can it be defeated. The most interesting thing is that the strongest nation, the Council of States, directly declared its isolation and stopped interfering in worldly affairs. You have to understand the status of the Council of Nations in this world. They are the referees of this world. Now that the invincible god has appeared, the referees have simply run away. The various non-human states were terrified, but they couldn't run away, and surrendering was unlikely, since the slain theocracy was a genuine champion of human rights. At this time, Demiurge in the Holy Kingdom also received the first intelligence. The script has been changed. Are Lord Momonga and Lord Lefan trying to make it more difficult for us? Could it be a battle between alien races and humans? No, perhaps the 2 lords saw through our plan and made the humans play the villains, which is why this scene unfolded. So we can't take over these alien kingdoms now. We need to make them suffer the harm from humans before we take them over. First, we must expose the evil of humanity. Ah, what a powerful force it is. Our meticulously planned scheme has been seen through in an instant. Demiurge, looking completely absorbed, crossed his arms. He felt no regrets in his life for being able to serve two such esteemed individuals. It has to be said that Lao Dai is truly Lao Dai. Who in the world can match his ability to fill in the blanks with his imagination? An invincible god? Interesting. I'm actually being treated as an invincible god. Ha ha ha, could it be that one of the 6 gods who transmigrated from before was my henchman? But which of my many henchmen is it? After all, I'm the originator of the speed critical hit auto attack build. Forget it, who cares which one they are, they're probably too weak to attract the attention of those powerful beings in outer space. We can't let these dead underlings get to us. Elements, you must do good deeds for my master, understand? You must deceive the enemies in outer space, lie low for 100 or 200 years, and then I'll throw millions of elemental giants at Mars to detonate them. Then we'll be safe once we take them all down. In the Adventurers Guild, Momonga had no interest in listening to the adventurers talking about the slain theocracy, because Lefan's inner thoughts were truly terrifying. What did he mean by 100 or 200 years? What does it mean for a giant with millions of elements to blow up Mars? Are all others necessarily enemies? Don't you think you're being cruel? What if the other player is friendly? Shouldn't we try to be friendly with them? You're going to bomb their base without even exchanging a word or looking them in the eye. No wonder the people in the game say you're crazy, but thinking about it, they're right. Since the other party has come to the outside of the planet, they have not come in to meet us. I doubt they're a player either. And if they're not a player, they're definitely not a good person. It's best to hold on and survive. I need to step up my game and set a small goal. Summon 1,000,000 demon lords to devour them. The group of adventurers in front of them kept boasting about the legend of the invincible god and the power of the invincible god kingdom. Although I haven't witnessed any miracles, I can just keep boasting about them, completely unaware that their conversation made the 2 cowards who were using the excuse of self-preservation at level 25 even more cowardly and fake. They are actually insane lunatics, and these words have made them even more insane, truly. So much has happened in the last 2 days, a lot of information is spreading in the Adventurers' Hall. For example, the bloody battle in the capital, the descent of the gods, and the invasion that everyone had just experienced. After sitting in the Adventurers' Hall for an hour, Momonga accepted another adamantite-level quest. To hunt down the forest sage. The chubby hamster in the original story looks quite interesting. I wonder what it would taste like roasted. Wait, why would I even have the idea of grilling it? On the way to the forest, Momonga heard Lefan's inhuman thoughts again and was speechless. The 4 had barely walked a short distance when a carriage stopped ahead. You can clearly see an old man and a young man in the carriage. The young man stepped down from the carriage as the group arrived. Your Excellency Yashin, Your Excellency Woody, Your Excellency Zizi, Your Excellency Nabe, greetings. I would like to express my gratitude to you all. A drug-using man blocking the road. Is the original plot unchangeable? Wait, wasn't the plot in the royal capital already changed? Listening to Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga wondered what would happen if she didn't interact with this drug-using man. I just wanted to give it a try. No need to thank me, we still have a mission, let's go. Lefan was stunned for a moment as he watched Momonga, who was about to leave without a care in the world. Momonga is such a cold person. How come I didn't know? Is he playing hard to get, waiting for the other person to take the bait? At this moment, the old woman beside the boy came out carrying a box and said, please wait a moment, please accept this. We have lost all our wealth because of the Yelantir incident, but this is what we have left behind. I hope you can accept it. Looking at the old woman's box, Momonga was also a little curious, but according to Lefan's thoughts, the person opposite him was just an ordinary pharmaceutical worker. It probably contains that kind of blue potion. I wonder if the other party has any mana potions. Perhaps this grandmother and granddaughter really do have the ability to make mana potions. After gaining access to Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga became incredibly confident thanks to various memorable moments and predictions. It made him believe he was very smart, so he could relate to the role. How could someone as intelligent as himself possibly use ordinary people? Momonga then walked up to the old woman and said, "Open it and take a look." The old woman smiled and opened the box, which contained 10 bottles of medicine that were slightly different colors. You can see various shades of blue, deep blue, sky blue, azure, light blue, cyan, and more. The sheer variety of potions naturally surprised Momo. I knew it, Momonga was playing hard to get and it really worked. Those two, grandmother and granddaughter, are probably doomed now. This is the Momonga I know. Momonga looked at the potions intently. Do these potions restore magic power? Upon hearing Momonga's voice, the old woman quickly replied, "A potion to restore magic power. Yes, we have some, but they're not very effective." Holy crap, back to potions? I see. No wonder Momonga in the original story was interested in these two, he was after potions. Sensing LaFan's surprise, Momonga confidently said again, "Then can I hire you as my professional alchemists? Help me research a potion to accelerate the recovery of mana. As long as you create a mana-restoring potion, I can pay you with a real-life potion." Hearing Momonga's words, the old woman was also taken aback. She specifically wanted the magic potion back. It's not impossible, but it requires more experimentation. And why care about magic? Shouldn't we care more about life? No, he actually has a life-saving potion. My God, is the old woman's lifelong dream about to come true? As for magic potions, the mages in this world are all low-level mages, and for them, third-tier magic is their strongest magic. Even heroes can only use 5th-tier magic, while those who can use 7th-tier magic are practically gods. Therefore, the magicians in this world are different from the magicians in the game world. There are no magical machine guns or magical bombardment tactics here. Of course, magic potions have been researched, but they have never been very valuable because there aren't many powerful mages. However, the potion of life is different. This thing has a very wide range of users. Anyone that is alive can use it. Really? Lord Yashin? No, Lord Yashin, do you really have a life potion? Why would someone who possesses a life potion care about a magic potion? Hearing the old woman's excited words, Momonga was stunned. Wait, what the heck is this? Are life potions harder to make than magic potions? No, that's not the point. The point is that they can actually develop magic potions. Momonga and Lefin are both game players, so they fell into a misconception. In fact, the method and principle of making mana potions are simpler than making life potions. After all, this is reality, not a game. In a game, you can buy health potions and such as anything else, but you can't buy mana potions. In this world, herbs that restore mana are plentiful, but herbs that can restore life are virtually impossible to find. After all, restoring mana is essentially restoring energy, and many plants contain a lot of energy which can be restored simply by using them. However, it cannot be utilized to its fullest extent. As for herbs that restore life, I'm sorry, there really are none. Has anyone ever heard of a single medicinal herb that can make a wound on your hand heal automatically? As for the effects of medicinal herbs, they can only be used to treat specific symptoms. However, the potion of life is not a treatment for specific symptoms, it is an all-purpose potion. The fact that this grandmother and grandson can create life-restoring potions already demonstrates their extraordinary talent in this world. Moreover, life potions in this world are incredibly expensive. A single bottle costs at least 1 gold coin, so given enough time and resources, they can still manufacture things like mana potions. Upon hearing that the two could create mana potions, Momonga and Lefin immediately lost their will to hunt down the forest sage. After showing the grandmother and grandson a bottle of life-saving potion for a while, he prepared to take them back to the large tomb. Both of them were stunned to see Lefan open the portal with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Rensai was guarding the 9th floor. Upon seeing Lefan and Momonga return, he immediately bowed and said, "Lord Lefan, Lord Momonga." Of course, Nabe and Zizi also bowed to Rensai. At this moment, the medicine man was stunned by the stunningly beautiful being before him who radiated a holy glow. He pinched his cheek and asked, "Grandmother, is that a god?" The old woman said earnestly, "That should be true." Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter, Lefan said calmly, "I think it would be better to arrange a mage to assist them. Let Aura and Mare assist them." I had the same idea. Momonga then used his information skill to summon Mare and Aura. As the portal to the space opened, Mare and Aura returned. At this moment, the grandmother and grandson were surprised again. Had these two children used this portal? Momonga looked at the two and smiled, saying, "So, Aura and Mare will be cooperating with you from now on. Where would you like to conduct the research?" The herbalist mustered his courage and said, "I'd like to go to Khan village because it's close to the great forest, where there are more medicinal herbs to find, and I'm also quite familiar with the villagers." Listening to her grandson's words, the old woman knew perfectly well that the girl he liked lived in Khan village. Is the drug guy still thinking about Anli? But Anli is a real gold digger. Oh well, having a family might motivate him even more. Momonga ignored Leffen's thoughts, glanced at Yala and Mare. Both of them were children. They should have more friends and live a happy life. Consider this a holiday for them. Can. Hearing Momonga's words, the medicine man bowed with great joy. Once the two complete the magic potion, Momonga will give them a bottle of real-life potion. The grandmother and grandson will naturally do their best. After all, their dream is within reach, but the prerequisite is to develop the magic potion. As Aura and Mare led the two away, Moga smiled and said, "It seems reality is reality." Lefan smiled and said, "Indeed, magic potions are impossible to find in games, but this is reality." Kindness hearing this asked curiously, "Magic potion?" Lefan looked at Ren Ci beside him and said, "Ren Ci, do you have a way to speed up the recovery of magic power?" Mercy raised his hand, and the holy sword of judgment appeared. He then said, "I can restore my mana through the judgment skill. As long as I kill an enemy, I can regain my mana." Momonga sighed and said, I forgot you're the world boss, a bug. Let's go back to carry out the mission. Now that this world has mana potions, we can speed up our tactical preparations even more." Lefan patted Momonga on the shoulder and said, Momonga said calmly, "Indeed, but we can't have too high expectations. A magic potion might only restore 10 points of magic power. If that's the case, then it's meaningless." Lefan shook his head and said, "No, then I'll just drink magic potions like water. As long as I drink enough, one bottle gives 10 points, and if I drink 1,000 bottles, I can recover 10,000 magic points in no time, right?" Momonga chimed in enthusiastically, "That makes sense. Drinking a few thousand bottles will definitely have an effect." Rensai listened to Leffen and Momonga's words and inwardly complained, "They're talking about thousands of bottles without a word. That's tens of thousands of magic power." Rensai looked at his magic power, which was only 2,500 due to his shrinking, and immediately felt embarrassed. Fortunately, both Nabe and Zizi are self-aware enough not to compare themselves to the Supreme Being. Now that we know mana potions can be made, we should find more talented people to help us make them. By the way, the Elemental Kingdom rules the Slain Theocracy, which boasts the world's most talented people. Wouldn't it be even better to have her help recruit talent to create magic potions? Why didn't I think of that before? I guess I've been a couch potato for too long. My brain's gone haywire. Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momonga was also surprised. "You want the Slan Theocracy to make you a magic potion?" As expected, my brother is a man destined for great things. He can get an entire country to work for him without a word, unlike me who only gets 2 people to work. No, I need to be domineering too. By the way, Demiurge's plan is that once we rule the world, the grandmother and grandson will research the real magic potion. Then we can start full-scale mass production, but it certainly won't be as fast as Leffen's. But since he loves me so much, I think he'll give me the magic potion when he arrives. The two didn't speak a word the whole way as they ran towards the great forest, one carrying Nabe and the other carrying Zizi. The forest sage was quickly found. He was the hamster from the original story. "This guy seems to know this forest very well. Maybe we should give him to the medicine man as a pet and have him help him find medicinal herbs." Momonga, who had originally planned to roast the hamster as a gift to Leffen, stopped what she was doing after hearing his thoughts. When the forest sage saw 2 figures carrying stunningly beautiful women approaching it, its first reaction was to kneel down and beg for mercy. Putting everything else aside, the sheer power of Lefan's blood essence alone is enough to instill fear in these beasts that live by instinct. No beast that lives by instinct has the courage to face Lefan. This hamster is quite cute as a pet. Upon hearing Momonga's words, the forest sage exclaimed excitedly, "Hamster. My lord, are you saying that my species is a hamster?" Momonga looked at the talkative man in front of her. Aura would probably like a pet like this, right? After all, Aura is portrayed as a lively and adorable little pseudo-boy. Although the forest sage was supposed to be left with the medicine man as a pet, the current task still needs to be completed. Under LaFan's terrifying blood suppression, the forest sage obediently submitted. After all, they're not from the same dimension, so it doesn't even have the possibility of saying no. Riding the forest sage was too lame, so LaFan carried Nabe and flew through the air. Moreover, Momonga could only carry Zizi, sitting on the forest sage's head and head towards the city of Yelental. The forest sage was excited throughout the journey. After all, having lived in the forest all its life, it had seen many humans but had also killed quite a few. But this was the first time it had ever seen a human city, such a magnificent fortified metropolis, which completely shocked it. In addition, being a chatterbox by nature, the forest sage kept chattering non-stop the whole way. Fortunately, the forest sage was sitting on Momonga, so the passers-by were not afraid. She even started chatting with this chatterbox, which Momonga found really annoying as he kept babbling on and on. So, did LaFan know this all along, which is why he chose to fly from the start? They soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The guild leader came out to meet Momonga, and knowing that the forest sage had been subdued, the task was naturally completed. With the mission completed, Momonga was too lazy to ride the thing back to Karn village, and LaFan opened a portal to see this. The two delivered the hamster to Aura in Karn village, and after everything was settled, they disappeared again. Back inside the Great Tomb, LaFan didn't continue holding Nabe. Although Nabe was comfortable to hold, he wouldn't hold her forever. At most, she would hug him when people were watching so he could feel the envious looks from others and see Nabe blush. Nabe is pretty, but she looks even prettier when she blushes. Moreover, LaFan said he could never get tired of looking at those black stockings, but there were more important things to do. It was already late afternoon. LaFan returned to his room and immediately summoned the Elemental Supreme Heaven. The Elemental Supreme Heaven sensed its master's call and summoned the deathly despair that had been guarding it to its side. Are you ready? Letter 3005 tilde. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Heaven of Elements, Zeshi Zetsume exhaled hot air once more, her expression gradually becoming sickly and delicate as she looked at the impatient Zeshi Zetsume. The Elemental Supreme Heaven was also the host of the tower and then looked at the portal that appeared in front of him. In an instant, he arrived in front of LaFan, and Ju Ming was stunned. Wait a minute, wasn't the invincible god going to eat me? How did you bring me here, and what is this place? Who is this man in front of me, this oppressive aura? Is he also a god? Does the invincible god have no interest in me? So he wants to pass me on to another god, but the being before me is definitely stronger than me, so continuing his bloodline seems like a good idea. Ju Ming also acknowledged LaFan at that moment. LaFan was also stunned for a moment, looking at the absolute death and death brought by the Elemental Supreme Heaven and the sickly appearance of the absolute death and death. She was constantly exhaling hot air, looking as if she was about to explode at any moment. Why did you bring this Yandir girl here? However, the sight of this little girl transformed into a cannibalistic female demon is indeed quite appetizing. No, I'm here to summon the Elemental Supremes to discuss getting the potion back, not to cause trouble. The Supreme Elemental God bowed deeply. Greetings, my lord. Zetsume, who had already planned to choose a secondary target, was stunned. What, did I hear that right? The master of the invincible god, it was him. Impossible, the invincible god is already the strongest being. Although the person in front of me gives me the feeling that he could instantly kill me, he doesn't have that invincible feeling of an invincible god. Desperate death is it? Very good, I'll take you. LaFan said calmly, and Ju Ming was stunned again. May I ask who you are, sir? Element, seeing that LaFan had taken a liking to Ju Ming, directly told her the truth. My lord's name is LaFan, and my name is Element Supreme Heaven, one of the 10 Supreme Heavens. Hearing the words of the element, Zetsuki Zetsume was no longer in a good mood. So, you are the true invincible god. But why would you do this? The element mocked, you ants dare to be worthy of seeing the true face of my lord. At this moment, LaFan hugged Ju Ming tightly. Elements, unite with your kingdom and help me make magic potions again. I've discovered that this world can make magic potions again. Gao Yao Tai. Hearing Lefan's words, the elemental supreme heaven also asked curiously, "My lord, with your endless magic power, why do you need magic potions?" "It's all right, just in case. This world is more dangerous than we imagine. Remember not to drive too recklessly. Wait 100 or 200 years until I've amassed millions of elemental giants, then it will be our time to rise up and become the masters." Zeshi felt Lefan's embrace, but she remained calm and asked curiously, "Elemental giant?" Knowing Zeshi Zetsume's yandere personality, Lefan smiled and said, "He's someone who can easily beat you. 10 million beings more powerful than me." Upon hearing this, Li was completely stunned, and Lefan suddenly sensed something was amiss. Looking down, I was speechless. At this moment, Element's face erupted with boundless rage. "You ant, how dare you!" Lefan was also embarrassed. He never expected to be the one being teased. But looking at this yandere Zetsume, Lefan thought it was pretty good. "It's alright, I don't mind." "Dave." "Alright, go ahead, remember about the magic potion and don't be too conspicuous. Wait until I've finished stockpiling everything." After finishing his meal, he shook his head, indicating that Yuan Su could leave. Yuan Su looked at Lefan with great embarrassment, and in the end, he could only choose to leave. As the elemental force departed, Zeshi was once again in an awkward situation, because in that instant she imagined that massive army of millions, each one more powerful than herself, a terrifying army that terrified her. Unfortunately, she happened to be in Lefan's arms, making this the most awkward moment in Ju Ming's hundreds of years of experience. She's too ashamed to show her face now. Just a few days ago she thought she was invincible. Now I've actually been scared by someone. Looking at the yandere and cute Zetsume who just moments ago, Zetsume suddenly became self-conscious, pitiful, weak, and helpless, with tears even welling up in her eyes. Lefan immediately got the hang of it. Lefan raised his self-conscious face and said, "There's no need to feel inferior, you're not weak. Come, let me show you what it's like to be strong." Upon hearing this, Ju Ming burst into tears. Sometimes, the tragedy of the elderly can happen in just a moment. That makes sense when you think about it. It has considered itself the strongest being for over a century. Suddenly, he encountered an invincible god, knowing that it was an invincible being he could not defeat. So, taking a step back, she chose to possess that invincible bloodline, and for that, she was willing to pay any price to be a devoted admirer. Just when he thought his sycophantic act was about to succeed, he was suddenly thrust into the truth of the world. It turns out that the invincible being I thought I was just a lackey of the truly invincible being before me. I'll take it or leave it. I can accept the possibility of dying. Then I heard my older brother say that he planned to create an army of 10 million people and that each person in the army would be stronger than him. This sudden drop from the strongest to a mortal, from a mortal to a weakling, and now directly to the weakest ant, who could withstand that? Seeing Zeshi Zetsume crying, Lefan's heart fluttered again. Oh my god, why is Zeshi Zetsume so adorable? Is this what it feels like to have your heart flutter? Don't cry, I'll show you the power of a strong person. 10th tier magic, Titan's body. 10th tier magic, dragon body. 10th tier magic, super physique enhancement. 10th tier magic, body of the martial god. After a series of 10 spells, Zeshi was completely stunned, because at this moment she could feel an endless surge of power surging through her body. Faced with his current power, even 100 versions of himself from before wouldn't be a match for him. She cried even louder this time, realizing the vast difference in their circumstances. She truly felt like an ant. But the next second she couldn't cry anymore because Lefan's heart was racing and he immediately chose to have her as his girlfriend. Momonga, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly froze. What was that sound? Was it an earthquake? Albedo was also present at this moment. That shouldn't be the case. The Great Tomb of Nazareth doesn't experience earthquakes. Could it be an enemy attack? Is this love? Haha, I finally have a girlfriend today. Hearing the sudden voice from his heart, Momonga was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, my brother is experiencing love? No, experiencing love is one thing, but why create a massive earthquake at a huge tomb? Looking at Albedo's worried face, Momonga thought about Albedo's love for Lefan and realized that she would probably be heartbroken if she saw that scene. So Momonga told a white lie. It's nothing, Lefan is just doing an experiment, don't worry about it. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye before the earthquake ended. Momonga thought, this is so damn annoying. If you're going to experience love, then experience love. Stop constantly saying things like, Zetsuki is so cute. It's so frustrating, but it's also good that LaFan has found true love, so I don't have to worry about him doing anything untoward to me anymore. Just as Momonga was thinking this, LaFan suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at LaFan, who was wearing a magic robe, Momo asked, "What are you doing? Was there an earthquake all this time?" LaFan smiled and said, "So this is what powerful love is like. To be honest, you'd be doing a disservice to your power if you didn't experience powerful love." Momonga looked at LaFan, thought for a moment, and then said, trying to take advantage, "Never mind, everyone has their own ambitions. Who's your sister-in-law anyway? Get lost, we each got what we wanted. She wanted the strongest bloodline and I wanted to experience love. Even though she'll be mine forever, I've lost interest." After all, she would never again cry so pitifully, weakly, and helplessly. Upon hearing LaFan's words, Momonga immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, bro, are you out of your mind?" LaFan sighed and shook his head upon hearing this. "Is our current body considered normal?" Momonga said with a hint of envy, "That's right, we're not normal people anymore, haha, but it's good, you'll have offspring in the future." LaFan sighed again and said, "No, you're overthinking it. I am the ruler of blood, an eternal being. It's just that absolute death and absolute fate have become my superior servants." Momonga stroked her chin and said, "So she's evolving right now?" LaFan nodded and said, "Yes, she has evolved into a blood messenger and possesses 1/10 of my attributes. I am quite satisfied with this girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Momonga immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, 1/3 of the field's attributes. How strong are they?" Seeing Momonga's worried expression, LaFan smiled and said, "I don't know, but beating you should be no problem." Hearing LaFan's words, Momonga complained again, "Brother, what grudge do you hold against me? After all, she's my girlfriend, not a body pillow, so naturally I have to protect her. But she has a bit of a bad temper and I'm afraid she'll cause trouble, so it's better to keep her by my side." LaFan knew that Ju Ming's personality was about unleashing her power and freedom. With her current strength, she could probably fight against heaven and earth and even gods. Who knows if she'll break free of her planet and run to Mars to fight a powerful enemy. So we absolutely can't let this idiot girlfriend get away. Meanwhile, Nabe returned to her room and saw a blood-soaked area on the floor and various impact marks on the walls, as if a tremendous battle had taken place there. But she was extremely surprised to see an egg covered in blood in the room because she had discovered it using magic. This enormous blood egg was constantly evolving and the magic power inside was terrifyingly powerful. She was certain it was the most terrifying magic power she had ever seen. This magic almost made Nabe vomit and she forced herself to leave the room despite her discomfort. He collapsed weakly to the ground outside the door, his face pale. "How terrifying, how can such magic exist? It's already reached the highest level of the elements." Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, the elements directly issued an order to create mana potions. It was just a simple order, yet it inspired people all over the country to participate enthusiastically. With the enthusiastic participation of people across the country, dozens of privately developed mana-restoring potions appeared within half a day. The elements also experimented with these mana-restoring potions and finally found the one that restored the most mana. Originally, it was supposed to be a 10-gram bottle, but Yuansu set himself a small goal of producing 1 ton. As for material magic, the elemental supremes can directly cultivate it using wood, earth, and water elements. After learning the techniques, the elements began to be mass-produced and recruitment continued. All researchers are searching for better combinations in order to develop better magic potions. The developer whose work was adopted has now become one of the priests of the Divine Kingdom. What a privilege this is, priest. He has the right to see the gods. With researchers throughout the Divine Kingdom focused on developing magic potions, progress is expected every day. When they meet again, Element will return with tons of high-quality magic potions. I wonder what LaFan will think? After resting for 15 minutes, Nabe ran straight to Albedo and told her about the room. Albedo was taken aback and quickly returned to her room. Sure enough, looking at the blood egg and the traces of the battle around her, Albedo was no fool like Nabe. She was a demon and a succubus at that. Watching all this, her heart was bleeding. Who on earth stole my beloved Lord Lafan? Damn it, why wasn't it me? She was somewhat frantic at this point and even wanted to attack the blood egg. But in the end she stopped because she didn't want to do anything that would make Lefin dislike her. Albedo endured it, but the blood egg slowly cracked open. At that moment, a blackened white-haired, blackened white-eyed lowly, her entire body surrounded by blood, burst into maniacal laughter with a distorted smile. Ha ha ha. This is power, this is invincible power. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. I was so weak before, this is true power. The Yander's face was filled with rage as she looked at her hands. In an instant, countless drops of blood surged out, forming a giant blood scythe. The appearance of the blood scythe brought the entire space to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Zeshi suddenly swung the scythe. The terrifying power of the blood scythe instantly shattered a mysterious barrier within the room. Lafan was drinking with Momonga at the time and was unaware of what was happening inside the room. He would be incredibly embarrassed if he knew, since according to his thinking, the ultimate evolution would take 12 hours. Who knows, because this is the real world and Zetsume is the most terrifyingly talented being in this world. Coupled with her Yandir will, she directly completed her evolution 3 hours ahead of schedule. The first thing she did after completing her evolution was to feel her own power, but coincidentally, 3 monsters broke the seal on Lafan's room. However, because Lafan's room is restricted, people outside will not know what happens inside, not even Lafan himself. After all, the room wasn't a summoned object, nor did it have Lafan's soul attached to it, so what did he know? Continuing to drink, eat meat, and brag with Momonga, this is the life a lazy bum should have. But just when he was being lazy in his room in that mysterious space, 3 monsters were floating in the space. Zetsume felt her boundless power. She wanted an opponent, but Albedo and Nabi were nothing but weaklings in her eyes at this moment. She had absolutely no interest in weaklings, but she was quite interested in the 3 monsters in this space. Only the 3 sealed monsters before her could ignite her boundless fighting spirit. Fortunately, Lafan didn't know what Ju Ming was thinking, otherwise he would definitely have complained, "No, just a day ago you were still an ant. Albedo could easily defeat you. What has made you an insignificant ant so arrogant?" Lafan, "Oh, it's me, never mind then," within the specially sealed space of Lefin. At this moment the 3 bugs are floating in midair. On the left is a stunningly beautiful mature demon queen with short red hair. On the right is a cute lowly god queen with golden twin tails, and in the middle is a perfect girl human king with long black hair. At this moment, Zetsume looked at the 3 people who were sealed away, her face showing a Yandir and broken expression as if she had gone berserk. She breathed out hot air with fervor, raised the blood-red scythe in her hand and swung it fiercely forward. In an instant, the terrifying crimson energy unleashed by the scythe collided directly with the transparent energy, and instantly, a shattering sound rang out. As the seal shattered, the 3 sleeping beauties slowly opened their eyes. The black-haired girl at the head of the group opened her black eyes, which shimmered like the stars and the universe. She simply gave a glance. He felt an endless shock, not from magic nor from power but from his soul. This is also one of Lafan's wicked humor settings. The human king was created using the most advanced 5 elements: mutual restraint and eternal calamity serpent ring among the 20 extraordinary techniques. Note that the plus 20 bonus will disappear once crafted, but the effect will remain on the NPC. Then the level 20 bug will respawn in the game, which is why it's called a bug creating method. It's practically an infinite nested loop. However, only those who break through to level 20 can do this. The method used to create something like Rubido involves completely fusing the world item into her body. Unless she dies, the world item won't refresh. Therefore, the human king's power is equivalent to the rules. After all, the Eternal Serpent Ring is the strongest world item, and the 5 elements mutual restraint is the 3rd-ranked world item. The Eternal Serpent Ring was once used by a player to forcibly seal off 9 game worlds for a month using this overpowered item. This prevents all players in the game from leaving the game, which is an absolute bug. But all of this is not the worst part. The worst part is that the Eternal Serpent commandment can copy the effects of items from other worlds. As for the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, it is also a terrifying thing that can directly change the entire world's power system. Just imagine how powerful a king of men with these 2 exceptionally rare creations would be. This is why, even after acquiring so many attributes, LeFan still claims these 3 things are a bug. Only LeFan was willing to manufacture such a rare item, most people would keep it. The God King used 20 extraordinary items, the World Will and the Crown of Creation. The good news is that the World Will has been found, but the Crown of Creation has been lost. The Demon King possessed the Elemental Scepter and the Demon God Scepter, but both of these were lost and never recovered. The main problem is that the time was too short. The 3 Bug Guardians were created by LeFan 8 months ago, and it's already a stroke of good luck that they were able to retrieve the world's will. However, it inevitably caused LeFan some heartache for a while. But having read the original novel, LeFan knew that NPCs would absolutely follow the established rules. The item, Exceptional 20, is designed to disappear after a single use, so why not use it to create NPCs? This gives you 3 more absolutely loyal female bodyguards, and you can also use the extraordinary power of 2,000 points indefinitely. But after arriving in this world, LeFan couldn't accept these ridiculously cheesy settings. So they directly announced that these 3 bugs would be sealed, but now Zeshi is actually courting death by challenging these 3 bugs. Fortunately, Ju Si Ju Ming possesses 10% of LeFan's attributes, and its resistance attribute has a terrifying value of 900. Unfortunately, less than 1,000 units are not enough to be immune to the effects of the 2 bugged world items from the King of Men. Moreover, this is reality, not a game. There are countless ways to accidentally kill your opponent without affecting them. For example, you could use the Eternal Serpent Ring to wish for a cosmic ray to shoot directly at this location, instead of shooting at death and death. Or perhaps space collapsed, creating a black hole in this location. However, this requires extremely high intelligence to play well, and it is also unknown whether this extraordinary level 20 can summon black holes or cosmic rays. The King of Men is defined by his character, and that's how he is naturally portrayed. So she only glared at Zeshi and didn't make a move. The 2 younger sisters of the King of Love have very different backstories. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful red-haired demon queen, enraged, raised her hand and unleashed a heart grasp. He wanted to kill Zeshi Zetsume instantly, but Zeshi Zetsume's resistance was terrifyingly strong, and she was completely immune to this instant death magic. Albedo and Nabi were led aside by the adorable blonde twin-tailed girl. Do you 2 know your master? Nabe looked at the cute blonde twin-tailed Loli and asked curiously, Master. The blonde twin-tailed Loli smiled and said, That's right, it's our master, our creator, the Supreme Lord LeFan. Albedo and Nabe were completely bewildered by the kind and friendly appearance of the blonde twin-tailed Loli. They had no idea how problematic the God King's character was. Simply put, the God King believed himself to be the creator of all creation. She believed that all life in the world except for her master and her sisters was created by her. Therefore, she is kind and approachable to all living beings. On the other side, the Demon King and Zeshi had already started fighting, and the Human King raised his hand to stop them. Because Zeshi Zetsume carries the aura of its master, it must be an entity related to its master. As for the Demon King's character design, it's to annihilate all life except for the Master, the Human King sister, and the shameless God King. That's why she doesn't care what the relationship is between Zetsu and her master. So what if she's the master's wife? She'll still kill her. Basically, she's the kind of person who doesn't recognize anyone except LeFan, the Human King, and the God King. Unless LeFan personally comes out to protect her or orders her to do so, she'll kill anyone she sees. Zetsuki felt the space around her was on the verge of collapse. She froze for a moment, looked at the Human King, and knew she couldn't move. Otherwise, the space will shatter and you won't know where you'll be teleported to. Although the Demon King possesses incredible combat power and is immune to world items, she is merely a mage. Her magical power was restricted and her combat power dropped to 0, making it impossible for her to fight. If Lafan were here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, for the king's IQ is simply too high. Although Lafan, in his Chunabiu delusional way, wrote on the human king's character settings panel, "The number one living being in the world, the most intelligent living being in the world, the strongest living being in the world." Of course, she is also the most ruthless being in the setting because she is set as chaos, neither kind nor evil. In her view, everything except Lafan's matter had absolutely nothing to do with her. Even if the planet were destroyed in the next second and her sisters were all dead, she wouldn't care at all. In her mind, there was only Lafan who was the ultimate simp and the ultimate love, many times more perverted than Albedo. The reason they are intervening now is entirely because Zeshi Zetsume possesses Lafan's blood. Only she can manipulate such a being, none of her sisters can touch her. At this moment, the Demon King's beautiful, blood-red short hair trembled violently and her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at the Human King. "Big sister, why?" Seeing that the Human King did not reply, the Demon King roared again, "Why can you seal my magic power?" The Human King continued to ignore him, while the Demon King, extremely dissatisfied with losing control of his magic, roared again. "I am immune to the rules, your power of rules shouldn't have any effect on me." "Ha ha ha, my foolish little sister, although my elder sister cannot directly affect us, she can use rules to alter the space around us. For example, a peaceful zone could be established around us to restrict our movement. Of course, because of our immune system rules, our older sister absolutely cannot have even the slightest thought of targeting us, otherwise we will all fail. This is our own sister. How can she completely ignore us as if we don't exist? What incredible power and wisdom this is. Ah, truly worthy of being the first living being in the world, the wisest living being in the world, the strongest living being in the world." The blonde, lowly goddess king spoke of terrifying things with a benevolent expression. After all, the three sisters are set up so that they don't like each other, and Lafan is the only one in their minds. They are genuinely fake best friends, all three are equally ruthless. Even if the other two were to die in front of them, they wouldn't offer any help. Of course, they wouldn't hurt their sisters either, that's just how it is. They neither harm nor protect each other, treating each other like complete strangers. But they are sisters and they both like the same person. The Demon King represents the greatest evil in the world, the God King represents the greatest good, and the Human King represents chaos. Three ridiculously overpowered Chunabiu middle school syndrome bugs. The Demon King, seeing that the Human King hadn't answered his questions at all, flew into a rage. "You be *****D, you be *****D, not again. Can't you look me in the eye, I'm your sister." Upon hearing this, the Human King turned to look at the Demon King and said something extremely terrifying without any expression. "Until you destroy the world, I do not consider you my sister." Hearing the Human King's words, the God King was displeased. "No, the world will not be destroyed. I will continue to create worlds and make them more prosperous. Once I have created 10 worlds, I will be able to receive the Master's love just like my sister." The Demon King looked at the twin-tailed God King and scoffed, "What kind of world can a warrior like you create? With your strongest attack, do you think you can destroy the world?" The God King said seriously, "I will not use my strongest attack." "Haha, but you're getting stronger every moment. Can you control such terrifying power?" "Damn it, why do I have to kill to become stronger? I'm not reconciled. Why can you all grow stronger without doing anything? I want to kill, I want to destroy, I want to annihilate everything." As he spoke, the Demon King suddenly went berserk again, wildly swinging his body in an attempt to break the peaceful domain, but no matter what he did, it was all in vain. The Peaceful Realm is an absolutely overpowered ability, arguably more terrifying than any world item, because it provides top-tier protection in the starting village. In the realm of peace, no power is permitted and everyone becomes an ordinary person. Anyone who has played online games knows that all the starting areas have the most restrictions. After all, they are starting areas. Thankfully, Lafan wasn't there, otherwise seeing the peace domain appear, he'd probably be so shocked he'd exclaim, "Holy crap, is this even possible?" The Peaceful Realm has been completely overhauled. The perfect girl, King, standing at 1.7 meters tall, wore a jet black martial arts uniform and approached Zetsu Shizetsume step by step. After hearing what the God King and the Demon King said, Ju Ming got a general idea of what was going on. That's the monster in front of us, and that blonde, twin-tailed lowly over there, they're getting stronger every moment. The red-haired, 1.85-meter tall, perfectly proportioned mature woman can only become stronger through killing. Why would such a terrifying being exist in the world? It gets stronger every moment. Isn't that just too overpowered? She had thought she was invincible, but she couldn't accept that someone's actions were restricted with just a glance. Zetsume cried out in despair, Why did I, who so rarely possess invincible power, only want a magnificent battle? Why is it that every time someone appears in front of me, it's someone more invincible than me? The human king looked at the roaring Zeshi Zetsume with a blank expression and reached out her small hand to touch Zeshi Zetsume's cute face. How can a mere 100 years of lifespan be invincible? We have all been in a state of dormancy for over 30,000 years, do you know that? Meanwhile, the demon king beside him scoffed, Ha ha ha, you dare call yourself invincible? If it weren't for my elder sister using the peace domain to seal me, I would have 1,000 ways to kill you. Hearing the demon king's merciless mockery, Zeshi burst into tears again. Wow, this is so unfair. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 days? I used to think I was the strongest being in the world until the element appeared, and I thought she was already the strongest. When I was ready to give birth to her child, she led me to see my master, sob. Then my master granted me invincible power. I thought I could fight the elements, that I was invincible, and I craved battle. And then you showed up again, reminding me once more that I'm just an ant. Wow. Seeing Ju Ming suddenly burst into tears, the God King rushed over and hugged her. Don't cry, the child is all right, there's no hurdle that can't be overcome. The King of Men looked at the blonde, twin-tailed lowly comforting the black and white magic lowly in front of him. The scene was a bit strange. But she withdrew her hand. I need to see my master, you wait here. Upon hearing this, the Demon King roared again, Why? But the next second, the entire space was enveloped by the peace domain, and then the barrier was sealed again. The King of Men had already disappeared. At this moment, everyone within the space felt the suppression of the peace domain. Zeshi felt his invincible power vanish in an instant, and he cried even harder. Thankfully, LaFan wasn't there, otherwise seeing such an adorable Zetsume would probably trigger another love-themed experience. Seriously, you're over 100 years old, can you please stop crying all the time? Although you have the appearance of a lowly, you're not a real Yuri. Albedo and Nabe also felt the loss of all their power, and their eyes revealed fear. Why would such a terrifying existence exist? And is her mention of 30,000 years really true? Did these 3 monsters really live for 30,000 years? And that blonde, twin-tailed lowly who claims to be a creator goddess, specializing in creating worlds? That stunningly beautiful, red-haired woman claims to be a destroyer, someone who specializes in destroying and ruining the world. Although it sounds ridiculous, their power, which is beyond their comprehension, seems to be real. And these 3 beings were actually created by Lord LaFan? My God, just what kind of being is Lord LaFan? Albedo unconsciously crossed her arms. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented joy. It was as if they were peeling back the layers of LaFan's background, revealing his true situation. For Albedo, there is nothing happier than knowing the person she loves most. However, the scene of a blonde, twin-tailed lowly comforting another lowly was indeed too incongruous. The God King held Ju Ming in his arms. Don't cry, it's okay. The Demon King, displeased with the God King's performance, said, HMPH. Why not just kill this weakling? Inside the private room, LaFan and Momonga raised their glasses again when suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. This sudden scene startled Momonga. Because the person in front of him did not have the ring of Ainz Ooal Gown and appeared suddenly without any spatial fluctuations. Who is she, and how can she appear here instantly? Looking at the perfect being before him, LaFan was completely dumbfounded. When the King of Men saw LaFan, his calm expression turned fervent and he rushed over to embrace LaFan, saying, Husband. LaFan felt the girl's comfort and was speechless. Who released the human king? Where are the demon king and the god king? Damn it, I'm going to die on the spot. No, I can't let Momonga know about my dark past. How can I let him know that I created 3 ultimate simp bug guardians because of my narcissism? Momonga was initially afraid, but after hearing LaFan's thoughts, she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Because he learned about LaFan's dark past, he never expected that LaFan had such an unknown side. LaFan was fully aware of the 3-person setup and could only awkwardly say, "Wife, what brings you here?" The human king, completely adopting the image of a wife deeply in love, said, "You're so mean. 30,000 years have passed and you haven't come to see me." LaFan almost vomited blood upon hearing this. "Momonga, stop looking, God, please save me, I'm going to die." LaFan quickly said, Where are they? Could it be?" The king of men put his arm around LaFan's neck and said, "No, I used the peace domain to trap them in space." "Honey, do they still want to continue their game?" Momonga asked in a panic. "Peaceful domain." "No, wait, could it be the peaceful domain mechanic from the starting village?" Hearing Momonga's words, the human king gave him a disapproving look and asked, "Husband, who is he?" "He's in the way." Upon hearing this, LaFan suddenly hugged the human king tightly, fearing that the human king might kill Momonga in an instant without saying a word. He's my younger brother, your brother-in-law. You can't hurt him, okay?" Feeling LaFan's strong embrace, Ren Wang blushed and smiled, saying, "Hello, brother-in-law, my name is Ren Wang and I'm your sister-in-law." This is so embarrassing, but Momonga, I'm doing this for your own good. The king can easily defeat you." Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momonga, who originally wanted to be the eldest brother, chickened out. Fine, he'll be the younger brother then, but where did LaFan get involved with such a terrifying woman? That one look from her terrified me, and this woman is called the King of Men, but she's incredibly beautiful and I actually felt my heart flutter. Damn it, why does such a perfect being exist? Why is she LaFan's wife? My heart is aching so much. Seeing LaFan repeatedly winking at her, signaling her to leave, Momonga felt a pang of jealousy, but she could only leave. LaFan, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now." As Momonga left, LaFan stroked the human king's long, straight black hair, then picked her up in a princess carry. Let's go see them." The king of humans didn't care about this. As long as she could stay by LaFan's side, that was her greatest happiness. She didn't care about anything else. Seeing the human king nestled in his arms like a kitten, LaFan felt a chill run down his spine. Although she was beautiful, she was also terrifying. Why were they able to break the seal? According to my setup, a seal should be able to remain in place for 100 years without external interference. Could it be that that idiot Zetsume has evolved ahead of schedule? No, how could that be? According to the game's mechanics, it should take 12 hours, but it's only been a little over 9 hours so far. But what should I do next? Am I supposed to keep carrying around the human king, the god king, and the demon king forever? Otherwise, what if they cause trouble everywhere, and then there's their awkward way of addressing each other? The human king calls him husband, so he has to call her wife. The demon king calls him big brother, so he has to call her little sister. The god king calls him master, so he has to call her little rascal. The demon king is an absolutely stunning mature woman with a perfect figure at 1.85 meters tall. She doesn't look like a little sister at all. And then there's the little girl with the god king's kind face. Calling her a little rascal isn't quite right. If I took them shopping and called them that and strangers overheard, would I die on the spot? If all 3 of them really do wake up, then they have to stay by my side. Is my free life going to be over? Damn it, why is this world so dangerous? If it weren't, I'd order the god king to create it, the demon king to destroy it, and the human king to supervise, letting the 3 of them go out and play. But this world is so dangerous now. If we threw them outside, they'd be killed in a heartbeat. What if the enemy discovers me then and kills me and Momonga? Momonga, sitting on the throne, listened to a series of inner thoughts and burst into laughter, unable to move. He hadn't expected this. I never expected LaFan to have such a childish side, hahaha. But despite their Chunabiu adolescent delusions of grandeur, these 3 bugged guardians are definitely beings beyond Rubido's level, probably on par with the elemental supreme heaven. Furthermore, according to LaFan's inner thoughts, these 3 guys have extremely bad personalities. They're the kind you can't throw away, you can only keep them around. However, I don't mind at all. Momonga finds it very interesting to watch LaFan die every day. To protect our lives, brother, you will endure the social death you shouldn't have to bear every day. Within the self-made space, Lafan held the human king, feeling the peaceful realm of this space. So there's no way to seal my power after all? I knew the world tree's power system was too weak. Even the most overpowered peace domain couldn't restrain my 9361 resistance. So how strong would the enemies in outer space be? Their resistance would definitely exceed 10,000, right? Damn it, world items are useless after all. The only thing we can use is hardcore physical attacks. The explosion of millions of elemental giants, the annihilation power born from the mixture of 9 elements should definitely wipe out these guys. However, since this is a peaceful zone, I'll seal them away again. Hee hee, you didn't expect that, did you? I disregard the peaceful zone. Momonga, standing between the thrones, heard Lafan's inner thoughts and once again complained, 9361 resistance. Please have some decency. My resistance is less than 500, but you're really cunning, even sealing away your own wife. At this moment, due to the peace domain, everyone in the space has become immortal. They looked at the God King comforting the one facing certain death and the Demon King stomping his feet in a fit of rage. Lafan waved to them playfully, "Little sister, little rascal, come here." Upon hearing Lafan's call, the Demon King's rage vanished, replaced by a passionate expression of love as he flew over. Brother Ainz. As for the little girl, God King, she abandoned her desperate cries on the ground and ran to Lafan's side. Master. The human king was very displeased when she saw the two people who had arrived, but when she thought that she was still in Lafan's arms, she was not so angry anymore. 10th tier magic, superliving seal. In an instant, the perfect person in Lafan's arms closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The Demon King and the God King were stunned to see the human king suddenly fall into a deep sleep. The Demon King quickly snapped out of her daze upon seeing this scene, for it reminded her of that moment 30,000 years ago when her older brother sealed her away in the same way. Big brother, what are you doing? I don't want to sleep anymore. I've missed you for 30,000 years. I can't bear it anymore. I want to be by your side forever and ever. I'm sorry, my lovely little sister, but don't worry, I will always be by your side. Lafan tossed the human king into the air, then embraced the Demon King, who was 1.85 meters tall and had a perfect, mature woman's figure. As the magic was activated again, the Demon King fell into a deep sleep once more. At this moment, the God King said with a reluctant expression, "Master, God King, I will be good and let me follow you forever, okay? You little rascal, the time isn't right for us to be together yet. When the time comes, we'll be together forever." Lafan tossed the Demon King into the air as well and then embraced the cute blonde twin-tailed lowly once more. She slowly closed her eyes and then the three of them were teleported back to their original positions. Lafan also took a deep breath. Thankfully, the peace domain exists, otherwise would I have risked my life to seal these three monsters. However, I also learned their weakness. Although their attack and defense are limitless, their resistance is only set at 1,000, which is insufficient to make them immune to the peaceful zone of the beginner village. It's fortunate that the human king didn't know I was going to seal her away, otherwise she would have broken the peace domain ahead of time and I would have been in trouble. No, perhaps she can't break free of the peace domain. If she's unaffected by the peace domain, then I shouldn't be able to seal her away. Forget it, why worry about it so much? Just in case someone breaks into the space again, let's set up a barrier. Field level magic. Super concentrated barrier. In an instant, the three people suspended in midair were completely sealed again, and everything here returned to the moment when it was broken by absolute death and absolute destiny. Of course, besides the newly created peace domain, Lafan was also very angry and wanted to teach Ju Si Ju Ming a lesson. If it weren't for the arrogant king of man using the peace domain, he would never have been able to seal these three people. These three are too powerful. The super living seal has no effect on them in their full state. It was only because of the suppression of the peace realm that Lafan could be easily sealed. But when Lafan looked at Ju Si Ju Ming sitting on the ground crying and saw how weak, helpless, and pitiful she was at that moment, Lafan was suddenly moved again. Lafan picked her up and exclaimed, "Why are you crying again? You're so cute." Seeing this, Albedo and Nabe followed Lefan back to their room. Lefan stared at the two of them for a moment, then asked, "Could you two please leave for a moment?" Albedo stood rooted to the spot, shouting, I'd rather die than leave." Nabe looked at Lady Albedo, then shook her head and glanced at Lord Lefan. I'll be leaving now." Seeing Nabe leave and Albedo looking like she was ready to die here, Lefan couldn't be bothered to care anymore. A tremendous earthquake sound came from the great cemetery again. Momonga felt a chill run down his spine. "Here we go again, brother, can you please stop this nonsense?" Half a day passed, and Lefan was unaware that a strange thing was happening in his sealed space. That was the perfect girl with black hair, who suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in an open space. Luckily, I made preparations and copied the ability of the World Item Time Scepter, setting myself to return to the state I was in when I used the peace domain 12 hours ago. But why did my husband seal me away? I don't understand. If he hates me, he could just kill me. With his strength, it should be an easy thing for him. So it's definitely not that he dislikes me. Could it be that my presence is making it difficult for him to perform? I don't understand, I'm not sure, but I want to ask my husband's opinion. If he insists on sealing me away, then I have no choice but to seal myself away. I could never do anything that would make my husband hate me. The human king is currently located where she just used the peace domain. As long as she maintains this position, this station can be immune to the suppression of the peace domain. She casually used the transfer function. In an instant, the king of men arrived in the room. Looking at the unconscious crybaby Ju Si Ju Ming, she frowned. "Does my husband like this type?" Lefan looked awkwardly at Albedo, who had been following him closely, and said, "Albedo, it's not that you're bad, it's just that I don't feel anything right now. How about waiting for my feelings to develop?" Albedo, after witnessing Lefan's punishment of Zetsu Zetsume for half a day, also felt a longing for it. But she tried to join several times only to be rejected each time, which greatly discouraged Albedo. With a look of resentment, she asked, "What is this feeling that Lord Lefan speaks of?" "I will try my best, even if it means death." Looking at Albedo's expression, Lefan sighed, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Waiting is also a test, you know." Hearing Lefan's words, Albedo paused for a moment, waiting. No, the human king, the demon king, the god king, it seems they've waited for 30,000 years. Is it really possible to wait for the results? But can I refute Lord Lefan? Albedo unconsciously shed tears and said, "But I can't bear to see Lord Lefan with other people. Please, I'm afraid I'll go crazy if I see this again." Lefan was speechless when he saw Albedo crying. "Because my heart was actually racing. Damn it, it's the feeling of falling in love. Is my race cursed, so fond of seeing people cry? I'll be more careful next time. I have to go now." As he spoke, Lefan patted Albedo's head to encourage her. "Damn it, I almost fell for it. That scoundrel Momonga, he'll never be my father-in-law." Momonga, sitting on the throne, smiled as he listened to Lefan's thoughts. Is Lefan's flaw that he can't stand seeing women cry? Should I make Albedo cry in front of Lefan? Perhaps this would be a good solution for Albedo and Lefan. Just then, Lefan had taken a few steps when a perfect figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This is the most perfect girl, and her long, straight black hair is Lefan's favorite. But Lefan never expected that the human king could break the seal and emerge, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wife." The human king, his face contorted with grief, cried out in heart-wrenching sobs, "Husband, why did you seal me away? Can you give me a reason?" Seeing the king of men who seemed to have suffered a great injustice, Lefan felt embarrassed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The person you love most sealed you away when you were least expecting anything. Anyone would feel despair and heartbreak at some point. If it weren't for the current setting, Lefan probably would be stabbed in the stomach right now. However, the human king is designed as chaos, indifferent to everything and harmless to everything. So there shouldn't be much of a problem for her to break the seal, right? "I'm sorry, I've wronged you. It will never happen again. My dear wife, will you stay by my side forever?" As Lefan spoke, she opened her arms wide. The king of men was stunned for a moment, then happily rushed over. "Yes, I will be with my husband forever and ever." The king of men's overpowered abilities are indeed a great help to me, but I shouldn't use them for now. Every time she uses her overpowered ability, she operates within the rules of this world, especially if the enemy has completely mastered those rules. Since every use of this method will be detected by the enemy, it's best to avoid using it. Perhaps the human king used some of the power of the rules and the enemy has already discovered us. Should we prepare to run away? Let's just play it safe for now. Even if we escape, we don't know where to go. Maybe the enemy doesn't care about these few weak fluctuations of power. The king's love is the ultimate love, so even if she saw Lafan attack Zeshi, she wouldn't make the same demands as Albedo. In the eyes of the king of men, being by Lafan's side forever was the greatest happiness. Everything else was superfluous. Of course, she would be happy to accept if Lafan was interested, so if Lafan doesn't mention it, she basically won't either. The two of them walked hand in hand through the cemetery, just a simple walk. However, Lafan's heart was churning with unending emotions like a raging ocean. While listening to Lafan's machine gun-like inner monologues from the throne room, Momonga found it very annoying. But these thoughts are also very useful. For example, they reveal the existence of higher-level enemies who can use the power of rules. This made Momonga even more frightened. He didn't know what Lafan was thinking until he heard it every day. Momonga already considered himself an ant or even less than an ant, but he did not give up, because it feels so good to hear this sentiment. I'm clearly the worst of the worst, but my brother is awesome and I'm living the high life thanks to him. Even though I'm invincible, my brother still asks for my opinion and wants me to make decisions. What's this called? This is called the ant's counterattack. This is like a beggar who gives advice to the world's richest man every day on how to do things and is even genuinely admired by the world's richest man. They even live a more luxurious life than the average super-rich person. What's this called? This is invincible. This is absolutely awesome. Although I have no money and I am dressed in rags, I eat and drink the best and most luxurious food and drink, and the world's richest man is there to protect me the whole time. With the exception of a few specific women, I can have whichever one I want. Is there anything more awesome in the world? Fortunately, Momonga didn't know he was outsmarting thin air. The real world didn't have as many invincible enemies as they imagined. If I knew, I would definitely curse. Holy crap, I was one of the world's top powerhouses. How the hell did I become an ant? How can someone who considers themselves an ant be so happy? Lafan, that brother of mine, ruined my life. Lafan punished Ju Ming twice and was also busy with the human king's affairs, so he didn't go to the city of Yelental to play. The slain church renamed itself the Invincible Divine Kingdom and established the Divine Kingdom domain. They also spread the word that cultivation speed would double and lifespan would be extended in this area. However, entering the kingdom of God requires passing an examination. Only those who pass the examination can enter. Furthermore, the religious rules have been amended and human rights are no longer paramount. From then on, the kingdom of God no longer interfered in the affairs of the many countries outside. Furthermore, the reviewing country has recently closed itself off and is no longer acting as a world referee. Without a referee, there are naturally no rules. How terrifying is a battlefield without rules? Even humans might commit acts of massacre, not to mention that there are so many different races in this world. The day after the Invincible Divine Kingdom announced this news, all the human kingdoms panicked, while the various non-human kingdoms that were originally preparing to unite were celebrating. For example, the Elf Kingdom used to be constantly attacked by people from the slain church around their country, and female elves were captured and used as toys every moment. Now that all the people of the slain theocracy have withdrawn, there is no longer any suppression from the slain theocracy or the Judgment Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom took off from the spot and became the strongest kingdom. Similarly, various subhuman nations also rose up one after another, and all human nations except for empires became targets of invasion by non-human nations. Without the protection of the slain theocracy, the human kingdoms are no longer so terrifying. The only truly terrifying figure is Fruta, the strongest human mage who can use 6th-tier magic. The entire world order has changed, but the dragons have all chosen to retreat into their shells. Because they all received orders from their ancestors to hide and live in seclusion for a few hundred years before making any moves. Anyway, the Orthodox dragon race lives as long as heaven and earth, and they won't die as long as they don't do anything reckless. This time, the enemy was far too powerful and all the true dragon kings were intimidated. Although all the non-human kingdoms were eager to fight, no one wanted to be the first to act. Because they have no people in God's kingdom, they do not know the true thoughts within God's kingdom. Their primary goal was to pass the test and enter the kingdom of God, but they were worried about going alone. Therefore, they planned to unite with other non-human kingdoms to establish a large army to escort the geniuses of the non-human kingdoms to the divine kingdom for assessment. In the previous united resistance, 40% of the nations chose to refuse, but this time when they teamed up to go to the invincible divine kingdom, no non-human nation chose to refuse. Because everyone knows that the real struggle is not external but internal to the kingdom of God. However, the invincible God kingdom was always a country that prioritized human rights. Although the gods were absolute, the invincible God did not concern himself with matters outside the God kingdom. If we were assassinated by the despicable human alliance, we would suffer a huge loss. Although they knew that this journey would be extremely risky, no race could resist the temptation. If one is fortunate enough to become the high priest of the divine kingdom, then one is truly second only to God and above countless others. The whole world is in chaos. The non-human kingdoms have gathered a large army which has been directly detected by Shenzi of the human kingdoms. Kingdoms surrounding the non-human realm sent aid to each other and all human kingdoms united like never before. In the past, human conflicts were only due to the protection of the slain theocracy. There was no need to fear invasions by other races as the slain theocracy would handle the problem of other races. If it weren't for the obstruction of the reviewing nation, the entire world would probably have become a human world. But now the slain church is no longer involved, which would normally prevent the human race from panicking, but the World Tribunal is also no longer involved. This panicked them, and they even complained that in the past, when they attacked foreign countries with the help of the slain theocracy, the Council of Nations would jump in and stop them. Every time success seemed imminent, the critics would jump in, saying how much they used to hate them. But now they so desperately crave the existence of a reviewing nation, at least to protect weaker nations. But now the reviewing country has closed itself off, leaving weak nations without protection. The world has returned to its original rules: big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. If even one nation acts without being punished, then all weak nations will cease to exist. In the real world, the reviewing country is like the United Nations. Although small countries still suffer, no matter what happens, no country will be wiped out like a certain Asian country. The previous slain theocracy possessed nuclear weapons and absolute nuclear peace, at least from the perspective of humanity. Demiurge has been witnessing the changes in this world firsthand in the Holy Kingdom these past few days. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the two supreme beings who had actually turned the world back into its most primitive and savage state for them. Conquering such a world through non-violent means is incredibly difficult. But Demiurge really enjoyed this extremely challenging test. He unconsciously took out a bottle of magic cola, reluctant to open it, and slowly savored it. Feeling a moment of clarity and calm in his mind, Demiurge reflected once again on how the world is constantly changing. From a stalemate to being riddled with holes, the major powers became the targets of defense for all the weaker nations. Meanwhile, the major powers are carefully stockpiling their strength, appearing harmless and lest revealing too much terrifying power provoke a coalition of weaker nations. Such an environment is perfect for establishing a nation, but non-violent conquest means that we cannot use overwhelming force to conquer Zhili. Yes, in Demiurge's view, non-violent conquest means defeating and subduing the enemy fair and square by using the same level of power as them. After all, Demiurge is a demon, and he wouldn't think of non-violent conquest like the Virgin Mary, where he could simply make the other party surrender by talking. Besides, this is the real world. Such a foolish country shouldn't exist. If it did, it would have been conquered long ago. Why would it be our turn? By this time, Demiurge had already collected all the information about the Holy Kingdom, such as its military strength, power control, civilian forces, history, and culture. Find a breakthrough from all the collected information, then devise a plan to overcome the odds and convince the opponent. If Leffen and Momonga knew what Demiurge was thinking, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "Wow, Demiurge. Momonga, who had just drunk several hundred kilograms of liquor with Lafan, decided to take a patrol of his post. After observing the excellent condition of his subordinates, he warmly greeted them and then proceeded to the chief steward's office. At this moment, Albedo, heartbroken, was still working diligently. He asked worriedly, "Albedo, is something wrong?" Hearing Momonga's words of comfort, Albedo put down the documents in her hand and asked helplessly, "Lady Momonga, I don't know what to do. I feel like Lady Lefin is drifting further and further away from me." Momonga thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Women are born with their own advantages, especially a great beauty like you. There was an old saying a long time ago which was also the way women conquered men. First cry, then make a scene, then threaten suicide." Albedo paused for a moment, crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide. Is that really going to work? I don't know, but just show your true feelings. There's no need to try to maintain a perfect image. You're a woman, so cry when you need to cry, be cute when you need to be cute, don't feel ashamed. Lafan is already powerful enough. How could any strong woman possibly be stronger than him? Hearing Momonga's words, Albedo paused for a moment. Right, she thought, why have I always tried to present my most perfect self to the 790-meter-tall people of Layuan? When I see Lord Lafan with other people, I feel sad and upset. I saw that Lord Lefin's first body pillow was Nabe and I felt really bad too. Why should I pretend to be magnanimous and understand Lord Lefin? I'll cry when I need to cry and I'll act cute when I need to act cute, just like that crybaby little girl. Why does Lord Lafan like that pitiful, weak and helpless little girl who keeps crying? Isn't it because she's genuine? How could I not have thought of that, Albedo? How could you be so stupid? At that moment, Albedo seemed to have been reborn and she quickly stood up and bowed with great energy. Thank you, Lady Momonga. Momonga smiled at Albedo, who understood immediately and said, no need to be polite. I also hope you can find happiness. Luckily, Lafan didn't know, otherwise he would definitely have yelled, damn it, Momonga, are you inhuman? Do you expect me to treat you like a father-in-law? At this moment, Lafan was in private room number 1, sitting in the corner with a look of fear on his face, constantly eating delicious food to relieve his fear. The king of men sat beside Lafan with a smile on his face, drinking fine wine and eating delicacies together like a pair of celestial beings. As for Nabe, she chose to sit beside Zetsuki, keeping her company as she remained fearful. The fear of certain death is deep-seated. The first fear is being punished by Lafan, and that state of losing oneself terrifies her. The second fear is that the human king will seal away his invincible power again. My third fear is that if I go out to show off my supposedly invincible power again, will I get instantly killed once more? I'm afraid of being like an ant again. Lafan didn't care about Ju Si Ju Ming. It was good to scare her, at least it would prevent her from being so irritable and thinking that she was strong enough to start fights. There are countless people in this world stronger than me. What makes you think you're so much stronger with only 10% of my attributes? Lafan even wanted Nabe to become one of his high-ranking dependents. As the ruler of blood, Lefin can have 1 perfect familiar, 5 high-ranking familiars, and 1 ordinary familiar. A perfect companion can possess 20% of the user's attributes, a high-level companion can possess 10% of the user's attributes, and a normal companion can possess 3% of the user's attributes. All attributes add up to exactly 100% of the attributes. This is also one of the Blood Ruler's special skills, but it's practically a useless skill in the game world, but the real world is not like that. Now, with Lafan's current attribute, once a perfect family is established, he will take off from the spot. In fact, Lafan would not use the qualification of a perfect family member. He figured it was better to keep it just in case that coward Momonga suddenly wanted it from him someday. Lafan continued drinking, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Momonga had overheard his entire thought process. Momonga, who had just calmed Albedo down and was heading to find Lefin, immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, a perfect familiar, 20% stat boost, how could I forget that? Nima 9361's resistance to 20% is 1872. I could take off on the spot in a heartbeat. Wait, what am I thinking? Become Lafan's kin, wouldn't that make us master and servant? If he asks me to change jobs, can I refuse? Holy crap, what a ruthless scheme." Lefan, please stop loving me. I only see you as a brother. There's no future for us. Albedo, give it your all and conquer him. Momonga was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Albedo had already rushed off to find Lefan. In the blink of an eye, Albedo arrived at VIP room number 1. There, she saw Zetsuki, weak, pitiful, helpless, and frightened, constantly eating. And there's Nabe, looking at the king, and Lefan with longing. They are constantly revealing their truest selves. Albedo disregarded everything else and lunged forward. Lefan was also stunned for a moment, and the king of men frowned, indicating that he was very angry at this disrespectful aunt. Despite her husband's efforts to reason with her, Wang wisely chose to endure it. Lefan looked at Albedo, who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Lord Lefan, I love you." I could feel the love in Albedo's eyes and hear her words. Lefan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and stroked her hair. "I know." Seeing that Lefan hadn't pushed her away, Albedo was overjoyed and immediately wrapped her arms around Lefan's neck without any hesitation. "I'm so happy." Seeing Albedo's increasingly outrageous behavior, the king of men calmly remarked, "You aunt, don't push your luck." Albedo knew she couldn't defeat the human king, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she said with a sickly sweet expression, "Human king, I love Lord Lefan. I will no longer hide my love. Even if you kill me, I will not let go." Seeing Albedo gradually revealing her true nature, the king of men was also taken aback. Wasn't this woman supposed to be the dignified and mature type? Why does she seem to be the same type as that crybaby girl? Lefan didn't bother with it anymore, picked up a bottle of magic beer and handed it to Albedo. "Come on, let's have a drink and stop with all that nonsense." After 8 bottles, Albedo fell asleep immediately. Considering Albedo's alcohol tolerance, do you really think I'm a pushover? If Albedo ever comes looking for me again, I'll get her drunk and perfectly escape this predicament. As the person she loves most, if I want to have a drink with her, she definitely won't refuse. It seems we need to keep Albedo and Nabe's high-ranking relatives around. Otherwise it will be troublesome if we can't get them to drink. Albedo is the woman who has been supporting me the whole time. By the way, Evelu, Lajusja, and Tia are also good choices, but let's avoid unnecessary trouble and deal with the familiars later. Anyway, we've already chosen the candidates, and setting up familiars won't take much time. Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga mentally cursed again. "Damn it, bro, does it have to be this scary? A beautiful woman is offering herself up, why don't you just get her drunk?" "Well, there's plenty of time in the future. You can run from the first day of the month, but you can't hide from the 15th. Continuing with today's task, Momonga saw that his magic power was full and returned to the 11th floor. As for the 11th layer, it has now expanded to a size of 300 kilometers in length and width. As for why it was so fast? Because the King of Men activated the rules, he directly expanded this territory. For this, the king was lectured again by Lefan. Seeing that Lefan had already amassed over 4,000 elemental giants, while his own demon lords numbered only 500, Momonga decided he needed to step up his efforts. Inside the Holy Church of the Kingdom of Restige, the kingdom's warrior Captain Gazef, the Golden Princess Lana, the princess's guardian Clem, and 7 other righteous and kind-hearted individuals from the kingdom awaited once again. With the appearance of an invincible god, all nations must prepare themselves. A day ago, the Kingdom of Gods sent someone to contact them, indicating that the kingdom's saintess Lajus could join the Kingdom of Gods. However, because Lajus had disappeared, the clergy of the Divine Kingdom, upon hearing this, granted 10 slots for the assessment. The kingdom had to make a choice. The newly registered saintess would not be accepted by the Divine Kingdom. Therefore, the kingdom selected 10 people to go to the Divine Kingdom for assessment, hoping that one of them could enter the Divine Kingdom. Although there are members of the kingdom within God's realm, at the moment God descended, those members of the kingdom had already forgotten the kingdom. Between God and king, no one would choose the latter. The 10 chosen this time were all people who had received favors from the kingdom. As for the warrior Captain Gazef, he went to the kingdom of God to train and restore his combat power, and then he would return home. According to the Divine Kingdom Adventurers Guild, the cultivation speed within the Divine Kingdom is twice that of the outside world. Gazef, who originally needed 3 years to recover his strength, only needed 1.5 years in the Kingdom of Gods. Princess Nara, being the wisest person in the kingdom, would need to infiltrate the divine realm and become a priestess to go to the divine kingdom. As for Clem's spot, it was Nora who fought for it for him. There are 7 other noble members, all of whom are women, because the kingdom is corrupt and there are hardly any good men among the nobles. There was no way they could pass the test, so they simply selected 7 obedient girls from the 6 noble families. Holy maidens exist in every major country, but not every holy maiden from every country is qualified to join the divine kingdom. Therefore, most major countries have 10 slots, and fortunately, the Holy Kingdom and the Empire's holy maidens are eligible to join. As for non-human kingdoms, there are still a few countries with quotas, such as the Elf Kingdom and some demi-human kingdoms. Because they all have human appearances, they were chosen by the priests through spiritual selection. All these choices were made so that God could see that not only humans but other races had entered the kingdom and that we had not gone too far. As for other non-human appearances, let's forget about them. They all look different. Would they even bother coming in? An elderly man with white hair dressed in a high priest's robe handed 10 books to the 10 people and solemnly said, "This is the content of this assessment because we are a human kingdom. Therefore, you can know the content and topics of the assessment in advance. You need to memorize them and sincerely believe in the invincible God. Don't take any chances. The kingdom of God has special magic to test faith, you should know that." Nora took the book from her hands. It was full of stories about the invincible God, lyrics praising the invincible God, and rituals for believers of the invincible God. Looking at such a thick book, Nora appeared relaxed on the surface but inwardly cursed. Damn it, how can Clem possibly memorize such a thick book? Does this mean I have to separate from Clem? I am not king. Why did this despicable, invincible God have to descend upon my era? Couldn't he have waited until the next 100 years? I just want to be with Clem. Why did it have to be like this? The 8 girls present were all educated, so the book, though a bit thick, wasn't a big problem. Soldier Captain Gazef felt a chill run down his spine. How could he possibly memorize such a thick book? Besides, I've never really believed in God. I'm more inclined to believe in my country and its people. Will I really be able to pass the test and get in? Never mind, I'll just have to give it my all. The kingdom's situation and humanity's situation are extremely unfavorable right now. In order to become stronger and in order to better protect the human kingdom, it should be noted that without the suppression of the reviewing nation, the 3 major orc kingdoms in the west might have taken action. That's the strongest orc kingdom. The combined area of its 3 kingdoms is almost the size of the entire central continent. There are also the kingdoms established by the 8 desire kings of the south, the kingdoms of the eastern ocean, and now it is known that the kingdom of the central continent and the kingdom of gods are all under closed management. Without the interference of 2 powerful nations, the world would surely descend into chaos. It's just a matter of waiting for a leading country to take the lead. However, because they were too far from the central continent, they couldn't receive the news immediately. Unlike the warrior captain's concerns, Clem was worried about not being able to protect the princess, so he would study and memorize everything he could just so he could protect the princess. All the major human kingdoms in the world benefited from this, which can be considered a welfare provided by the priests to the human race. In the Orcish territory between the kingdom and the Holy Kingdom, a white-haired ape killed several adventurers and learned from them from the air that the world had changed. It seems the intelligence the Elven Kingdom gave us wasn't false. The era of our rise as earth-digging orcs has arrived. The White Cat Digger Orc is the clan king, the ruler of this race, and his name is Pei Riaro. Requesting flowers, Feilu 112,361,451. He was a terrifying being who had reached level 38, and a king who commanded 80,000 earth-digging orcs. It should be noted that each of the digging orcs is stronger than a human, and the entire population is a soldier. In a real battle, this army of 80,000 could crush the 150,000-strong army led by the kingdom's warrior chief. After confirming that the disappearance was correct, Periaro could see that this was an opportunity. As the king of a race, he could not tolerate his race living in such a resource-scarce place for so long. Every king desires to lead his people and his kingdom to greater strength, and this kingdom is no exception. Now it has the opportunity. It was preparing to establish a kingdom, and what was needed to establish a kingdom was a huge city. It then turned its attention to the neighboring dwarf kingdom because the latter was very weak in combat. 0. Moreover, they have a certain degree of fame in this world. As for attacking humans, it wouldn't be foolish enough to think that with only 80,000 of its own it could challenge the millions of humans, a difference of 100-fold, and even if it won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The best way is to find a weak country, conquer its territory, multiply and expand the race, and then start a new goal. In the original story, the Digger Orcs were a race that was slaughtered by Shaltir until only 10,000 remained before they had no choice but to surrender. This shows that they were very warlike and had a very strong sense of pride. Now that the Great Tomb's policies have changed and it no longer possesses this unparalleled slaughter, many things are naturally beyond change. For example, in the original story, the dwarves were saved by Momonga, but now Momonga is just a nobody, watching the Guardians perform. They rarely get involved in problems themselves, so how can they possibly have the idea of saving them? On that day, the digging orcs launched an attack, and Pei Ryuro led 20,000 of his tribesmen who saw the attack to march towards the dwarf kingdom. Such wars of the big fish eating the small fish didn't only happen here. Many other places in Middle-earth also saw major battles. However, everyone was quite clever, and it was basically a matter of orcs eating orcs, orcs eating demi-humans, and demi-humans eating orcs. No one dared to attack the human kingdom. The entire Middle-earth was in utter chaos, and Demeus knew it was time to act. Under his deliberate bounty and control, the empire began its operation. A large group of undocumented workers gathered, and all plans were about to begin. Momonga and Leffen are going to have a good show to watch, and they might even get a cute plush pillow as a reward. Have you heard? The Dwarf Kingdom was completely wiped out last night, and the price of rune equipment at the weapon merchant has skyrocketed several times over. I've heard about it. It seems to be earth-digging orcs. Aren't we in danger since we're so close to the Dwarf Kingdom? However, the Dwarf Kingdom has suffered, and I wonder if the nearby Night Elf City will also be affected. Probably not. The Night Elf City is elven territory. The digging orcs wouldn't be so foolish as to invade their country. However, the elders of the Council of Nations must be furious. I remember there was a dwarf in the Council of Nations whose homeland was destroyed and tens of thousands of dwarves were slaughtered. I wonder what he thinks. I don't know, but the council has already closed its borders. What can a mere elder do? Besides, rune equipment is something only adventurers of orichalcum rank or higher can afford. It's none of our business. By the way, the 10-person team that the kingdom will send to the Invincible God Kingdom for the assessment was confirmed yesterday and has already set off. I heard that warrior Captain Gazef and the kingdom's most beautiful woman, the Golden Princess, also went. That has even less to do with us. What we need to worry about now is the neighboring Elf Kingdom and the Wyvern tribe below the Kaz Plains. If they launch an invasion against us, that will be troublesome, since the Divine Kingdom has already stopped interfering. Indeed, the Divine Kingdom used to suppress the Elf Kingdom and the Dragon tribe, but now that's gone, which is troublesome. However, the Dragon tribe shouldn't bother us. The Dragon Kingdom is right next to them. That's hard to say. After all, the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom, the black-scaled Dragon King Loli, is so cute, and she also has the bloodline of the Dragon King. Although the flying dragon is a sub-dragon, it is still a dragon. The world has become so chaotic, I really don't know where things will go next. I hope it doesn't start a world war. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers chattered amongst themselves about the events of the past few days. Why has the world suddenly fallen into chaos? And why has the Council of Nations suddenly closed its borders? Could it be that the last time the enemy from outer space came, it wasn't because of the elements but to take away the peerless powerhouse hidden within the Council of Nations? Or is it a hint that there are beings in this world beyond our imagination, prompting us to change the rules like the 8 Greed Kings, and then they extract the power of those rules? There's too little information. The Adventurers Guild is the most well-informed organization in the world, but it still doesn't have the information I need. Oh well, let's have a drink. They started drinking it down in gulps. Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momonga frowned. What do you mean by not having the information you want? Isn't this intelligence important? With nations closing themselves off and the world in chaos, are extraterrestrial enemies using this world as bait to lure us in. Which fish are you trying to catch? Momonga hasn't been idle these days. He specifically sent Albedo to inquire about all the information Iberui knew. They also learned that a new batch of players is transported to this world every 100 years, and that the players in the world tree started being transported from 600 years ago. As the first batch of players, the six gods did not achieve any remarkable results, probably because they were too weak, but they did their job well by protecting humanity. The second group of players, the 8 Desire Kings who traveled back 500 years, are said to have directly ruled the world and killed a large number of the true Dragon Kings who ruled the world at that time. Later, the 8 Desire Kings fought each other and eventually almost all of them died. There are no records of the third and fourth batches of players, presumably because they were smart players like us who chose to lie low and wait for an opportunity. The fifth batch of players were those who played with the 13 heroes. There is no record of the sixth batch either. Momonga is now the seventh batch of players. Based on this information, there must be quite a few players still active in this world. If they were also accumulating power like we are, constantly summoning elemental giants or demon lords, how many would they have summoned over these hundreds of years? The thought of it is terrifying. Not to mention that when LaFan inquired about Zhu Si Zhu Ming's information yesterday, he learned how powerful the true Dragon King was 600 years ago. In reality, the 8 Desire Kings were no match for the true Dragon Kings of that time. Fortunately, they possessed an exceptionally high level of elemental counteraction which directly weakened the world's power level. Moreover, this directly led to the extermination of 90% of the dragons, and the true Dragon King's strength was also greatly weakened, which is why they were able to conquer the world in the end. But here's the problem. What if the enemy in outer space didn't know all this? And there's another crucial point. The rules the human king spoke of are just rules. Changing the rules doesn't mean changing the energy system. In other words, the energy of this world still exists, and even if the rules are changed, the world will not become weaker. There are only two possibilities that could cause the world to weaken. Either a powerful being is constantly growing stronger and continuously drawing energy from the world. Secondly, there are powerful individuals who understand how to use the rules and extract the power to change the rules of this world. These words immediately frightened Momonga and Leffen, who decided they needed to be even more cautious. Whether it's the first or the second, they're both terrifying. The first one means that there are some invincible beings lurking in this world, constantly absorbing its power. Leffen and Momonga can't even imagine how strong they are. Secondly, enemies in outer space are even more dangerous. This planet might be their colony. They'll let them roam freely, and once they've stored enough energy, they'll come and extract it directly. Knowing this, what could the two of them do but hide even more? Furthermore, intelligence is still needed, so it's useful to occasionally visit the Adventurers Guild and listen to the adventurers' conversations. You might even hear some useful information. The two were unaware that the human king believed the world's power system was so weak entirely because of her existence. Because this ability to grow stronger every moment is actually consuming the world's power system. As for Leffen, the human king believes he is invincible, so he will not absorb the energy of the 3.8 world. If he were to absorb it, the world would not be enough for him to absorb. Unfortunately, they overlooked one point. This is not a game, this is the real world, and the data system used in games has no effect here. As for why the world is getting weaker, it's not that the world is getting weaker, but rather that the energy in this world is not compatible with the people in it. Because this is the real world, not a game, changing the world's energy system will automatically modify the attributes of all players. But not here. Although people may adapt over time, the evolution and change of life is never a matter of a few hundred years. Biological evolution takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It has only been 500 years since the world's rules were changed, and it is unlikely that it will take tens of thousands of years to restore its former glory. The more Leffen and Momonga fantasized, the more they realized their own weakness and the more insignificant they became. For example, Zizi and Nabe are in a very awkward situation right now. Although Lord Leffen and Lord Momonga would hug them when they were outside, But it won't be like today where we hold each other while eating, shopping, or even drinking. And these two salted fish actually needed Nabe and Zizzy to feed them. What made these two tall, strong men so shameless as to let a little girl and a teenage girl take care of them? Oh, so it's the mentality of a lazy bum. Never mind then. Lafan and Momonga simply wanted to enjoy every moment of happiness, nothing more. However, the king of men followed suit and hugged Zetsu Shitsume directly, who was so frightened that she almost cried. But she had no choice but to listen to what the king said and then tried to imitate Zizanabe's movements, but unfortunately she couldn't learn them. After all, she was once the world's strongest genius. How could she possibly have nothing better to do than learn mage-related skills? While HC and Nabe are combatants, their primary role is that of maids, and they know how to care for and serve others. 25. Lord Momonga, Lord Leffen, everything is ready. In 5 hours, the Empire's black market workers will be coming to explore the Great Tomb. Do you need to be there in person? The sudden message reached Lafan and Momonga's minds, and the two lazybones simultaneously smiled happily. Since we're already doing this, how can we not watch the show? So the three of them chugged down a pot of wine and then used teleportation magic to leave. The Adventurers Guild was used to it, but they were still surprised by the sudden addition of 2 members. A perfect young girl and adorable little girl with black and white hair. These two were called King of Men and Death and Deathless Life, respectively. They were both very strange names. However, considering that Yashin already had the invincible name, everyone accepted it. Here's a side note: absolute death and destruction is the secret weapon of the slain theocracy. Not many people know about it. Unfortunately, it seems that the King of Men and Zeshi were a pair and they lost their chance. The King of Men did it on purpose, mainly to avoid being bothered by these random passersby, and she also discovered that Zetsu Shitsume seemed to be very afraid of her. It seems like it's quite fun to bully her like this. Zeshi was in great pain being bullied by this great demon king every day, and he dared not disobey, otherwise his power would be sealed again. Is this an invasion by illegal workers? This is something that wasn't in Season 2 and it's beyond my understanding of the plot. But it's okay, I'm pretty safe anyway. I wonder if there are any cute body pillows. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momonga was also embarrassed. A body pillow? No, you already have so many cushions. Are you just taking up space without using it? I seem to be lacking in throw pillows, maybe I should get one too. Indeed, once someone decides to become a couch potato, life becomes so easy. No more worries about the endless dangers beyond the universe, no more worries about the monsters lurking in this world. I'll just enjoy myself and watch the show. If I could, I wouldn't even bother summoning a demon lord. However, the grandmother and grandson were really inefficient. They hadn't made any progress after so long. Thankfully, Aura and Mare had a good time in Karn Village. Oh well, why should a lazy bum like me care about that? Even if the sky were to fall, Lafan would hold it up. If even he couldn't hold it up, all my thinking would be in vain. Momonga had truly become a salted fish at this point, having given up all hope for the future and was just drifting through life. After all, he was just an ant. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change anything. Thinking about it, it makes sense that there are more and more enemies in the air and they are getting stronger and stronger, making it hard for him to breathe. Please, these airborne enemies, leave him alone, he's just a child. The two people observed the exterior of the Great Tomb through the 6th-level user observation mirror. At this moment, the sky darkened and 10 powerful black labor teams appeared outside the Great Tomb, one of which was an organization called the 4 Strategists. Lafan stared at the blonde girl. His powerful intuition told him that this girl was actually quite innocent. This is simply unbelievable, considering these are illegal workers, not legitimate adventurers. They were doing shady jobs that couldn't be done openly, yet there were still innocent ones among them. And she's so cute and beautiful, it's unbelievable. Unlike Lafan, Momonga was stunned when she saw the pretty girl with purple hair and pigtails, probably because Momonga was made of bones. So she was interested in the pretty girl who looked like she was wrapped in leather, but a few seconds later, Momonga regained her composure. He had lost all interest and sighed. This forced calming down isn't so bad after all. But I want that purple twin tails. After all, being an illegal worker is not a good person to begin with, and such an invasion of the Great Tomb will only lead to death. Taking her in now is a favor Momonga has done for her. When the time came, the 10 teams of unlicensed laborers entered the Great Tomb. Because these are intruders, they can be treated ruthlessly. Everything is handled by deluges. Demiurge has read many books and witnessed a great deal about human nature during his time in the Holy Kingdom. So he also wanted to put on a show of humanity for Lord Momonga and Lord Leffen, such as how selling out teammates could yield treasure or even ensure survival. Momonga announced that he would send the 4 strategists over and Demiurge would absolutely obey Momonga's orders. He himself was too lazy to even get up and watch the performance of the other 9 teams, leaving everything to his subordinates to handle. Once the tasks were completed, they would simply organize the data and hand it over to him. Anyway, these people only have one fate, death, so there's no need for so much trouble. To Demiurge's surprise, Lord Momonga actually wanted to test these 4 ants himself. Demiurge has begun to transform again. Is Lord Momonga about to teach him new knowledge? Looking at the fanatical Demiurge, the king of men was also curious. This ant seemed a bit abnormal. At this moment, the 4 strategists were teleported to the fighting arena on the 6th floor. The 4 looked at each other, and as Momonga's true form slowly appeared in the fighting arena, all 4 were stunned. Momonga calmly raised his hand and said, "Interesting, 4 ants dare to trespass into my home." Captain Hecklin, one of the 4 strategists, looked at Momonga in his magnificent robes. The fact that he could use teleportation magic to bring himself and the other 4 here without their knowledge proves his strength. It is unwise to be an enemy of such a person. It would be best to reconcile through financial compensation. If there's absolutely no other way, then we'll have to fight. Heckland, after thinking it over, said respectfully, "Your Excellency, I apologize. We were unaware that this ruin had an owner. We thought it was just an ordinary ancient tomb. Would it be possible to let us go by offering compensation?" Hearing the words of the blonde man leading the group, Momonga couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, everyone, what would you do if a few cockroaches got into your house and ruined the food you carefully prepared? If you can let them go, I can let you go too." Hearing this, Heckland exclaimed excitedly, "But we are human. No matter how badly we've done things, you can't compare us to cockroaches. Besides, we've only just entered the Great Tomb and haven't done anything wrong." Upon hearing this, Momonga suddenly burst into laughter and said, "A human, but I'm not a human." Heckland drew his twin swords and said to his companion, "Damn it, it seems peaceful negotiations are impossible. We have no choice but to fight." Why isn't Momonga showing off anymore? A bunch of ants dared to draw their swords at him. What a weak display. This is the Great Tomb of Nazareth and you're supposed to be a mage. You're only a warrior outside the Great Tomb. Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga sighed, pretending, what are you pretending for? I'm just an ant. Even so, I an ant have my own pride. If you can withstand my magic, I might spare your lives. Momonga did not go on adventures in the Empire like in the original story. And the current timeline is also much faster than in the original story. With Demiurge handling the entire process, money was not an issue at all. Yes, the money for the Great Tomb was all found by Demiurge. It had nothing to do with Momo or Leffen. In Lefan's words, "I am your master, earning money to support you." Do you think it's possible? Because Demiurge was extremely wealthy, he directly summoned 10 teams to participate. Now the other 9 teams have all been eliminated. Hearing Momonga's words, the cute blonde, blue-eyed girl Arsh Y. Lil Field used her magic detection skill. It turned out that Momonga had no magic power and she exclaimed, "Impossible. You don't have any magic power at all." Hearing the girl's words, Momonga was stunned. Although the other girl was saying that he was no good, it felt like she was giving him an assist on his path to showing off. Hecklin, who was in the lead, said seriously, "Although we don't know what methods the other side will use, we must not be complacent and must be prepared for battle." Momonga gave the other party a few seconds to talk, and seeing that the 4 of them didn't laugh at him for not having magic. Moreover, the 4 of them weren't planning to attack. "It seems they were waiting for me to make my move." Momonga shook his head. "Aside from the 11th and 10th floors, this is the first time I've broken through the magic shield." Thinking of this, Momonga calmly took off the ring from her hand. In an instant, the entire space trembled and all the air elements seemed to become extremely heavy. Arsh, who was using magic to explore, suddenly had his eyes explode. The four people who were only about 10 meters away from Momonga were also under tremendous pressure from the magic. They felt an instinctive fear that made them unable to stand, and in an instant all four of them collapsed. The four of them were filled with despair. What kind of enemy was this? It could make their bodies lose control simply by using magic. Meanwhile, Demiurge, sitting in the stands, excitedly used his magic exploration skill to instantly surround the endless magic power of the sixth layer. My God, is this Lady Momonga's magic? Is Lord Momonga using his warning to tell us not to use supernatural powers to do things? No, if that's the case, Lord Momonga didn't need to do this. Now, looking at the four people crushed by magic, Demiurge imagined it again. I understand. Without absolute strength, if you win against a stronger opponent, they will think it was just luck or bad fortune and they will definitely be dissatisfied. Therefore, it's necessary to demonstrate one's strongest capabilities, then conquer the enemy through a strategy of defeating the stronger with the weak, without giving them a chance to surrender. I see. If we demonstrate our strength, many countries will surely choose to surrender, but we will not give them the opportunity to surrender. Instead, should we conquer them by using the weak to overcome the strong, subjugating them psychologically and physiologically, thereby completely defeating them? As expected of Lord Momonga, his supreme wisdom has deeply conquered my heart. Damn it, why am I so stupid? Wasn't Lord Momonga giving us hints the whole time? Despite possessing immense power, capable of accomplishing anything with it, he consistently chooses not to use it. Instead, they chose to use their wisdom to repeatedly refresh the world views of the Great Tomb's subordinates, making them even more loyal. Demiurge was clever. He had long ago discerned that many beings within the Great Tomb did not hold much subservience to the Supreme Being. Although these beings were meaningless, Lord Momonga did not destroy them. Instead, he used this method to gradually subdue them. What could inspire more submission than such boundless power and wisdom? According to Momonga's idea, we need to demonstrate our invincible power to the world. Then, by defeating the enemy's last line of defense through a strategy of the weak overcoming the strong, we can completely conquer them. It has to be said that Demiurge is very sensible. It's like two people running a 1-kilometer straight race on the same starting line, one driving a supercar and the other riding a scooter. Everyone knows the scooter will lose in a race between the two, but what if the person riding the supercar leaves it aside and declares they want to race the scooter on an 82-inch bicycle? What would someone who rides a scooter think? They'd definitely think, "Are you crazy? I'd lose to someone riding an 82-inch bicycle on a scooter." Then, if the rider loses the race, he will be completely convinced of his defeat and may even suffer a lot of setbacks and will no longer have the will to fight back. This is true conquest. Under the overwhelming force and wisdom, almost everyone except fools and madmen will accept it. Fools don't understand the consequences and madmen want the extinction of their race. Only these two types of people would refuse to submit. It has to be said that Demiurge's imagination was phenomenal. In Daihua, no one can surpass him. Actually, Momonga just wanted to test whether they were qualified to be body pillows. She didn't have any other thoughts. This candidate body pillow is really bad. Oh well, it's got resurrection magic. It can be revived in the blink of an eye. Let Momonga do its thing. Momonga ignored Lefan's thoughts and approached the four of them step by step. You are too weak. You can't even withstand my magic. I can't think of a reason for you to live. Although Alsh was blind, her body kept resisting, but the terrifying magic rendered her unable to move. She kept crying out, "No. I can't die. My sister is still waiting for me." Momonga didn't speak but came to the four people who were all lying down and unable to get up. Momonga calmly stepped on Captain Hecklin. "I'm actually a good person." Hecklin felt the pain in his body, but he knew he had no choice. "Yes, sir, you are right. I wonder if you could spare my teammates and let me take all the blame. Can you afford it?" The priest Robatiku Goldrun, who was standing nearby, also said, "Then add me to the list." The beautiful twin-tailed elf Amina, standing nearby, also said, "And me, please spare Arsh. She has two younger sisters waiting for her." Oh, sacrificing for teammates, what a noble idea. The next second, Momonga exerted force with his feet and Hecklin died instantly. Then he walked towards Robatiku. The clergyman kept repeating, "By the god of light." It seemed to be a final prayer, and the object of that prayer was the girl. Momonga casually stomped down and Robatiku Goldrin died. Boring. At this moment the purple-haired, twin-tailed elf Amina, with tears in her eyes, cried out in resentment, "No, please spare her, she's just a child." This time Momonga didn't stomp down. Instead, he grabbed Amina by the collar and lifted her up, looking into her tearful eyes filled with endless resentment. This resentment gave Momonga an indescribable feeling. Resentment? I guess I've got a problem too, actually enjoying others' resentment towards me. Upon hearing Momonga's words, Amina was stunned. Her curse had actually pleased him and she was completely at a loss. Because her man and her teammates all died at the hands of this devil, she hates him. If she had the power, she would definitely kill this devil, but she lacked the power to do so and could only harbor resentment and curse him. She never imagined that this devil would actually enjoy being hated and cursed. One's own resentment only becomes a source of pleasure for the other party, leaving one party at a loss. Demiurge's mind went completely wild in the fighting arena. Ah, supremely wise Lord Momonga, is this another hint from Lin? Conquering others inevitably involves killing. Some people and those who survive will inevitably feel hatred and resentment towards God's kingdom. We need to let them know that even if they hate and resent, God's kingdom has no fear. No, it shouldn't be like this. Perhaps we should use a special method to transform their hatred and resentment into love. But how do we do this step? Demiurge was lost in an endless world of his own imagination. The human heart is inherently difficult to control. If Leffen and Momonga knew that Demiurge was trying to control people's minds, they would definitely exclaim, "Good heavens!" Amina closed her eyes, trying her best not to look at Momonga. It was the only thing she could do, but the next second she felt a strong hug and a soft voice. "It's all right as a pillow, but it's not innocent. You can use magic to completely restore it." Hearing Momonga's words and feeling that cold embrace, Amina felt like dying. But considering the opponent's terrifying magical power, he must have resurrection magic, so he probably wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to. "No, we are of a different race. I'm just a cockroach. You shouldn't be interested in me." Listening to Amina's desperate protests, Momonga looked at the woman who had opened her eyes and was staring at him with resentment, as if she were trying to explain herself. Momonga smiled and said, "As a price, how about this girl lives?" This time, Amina fell silent, but she couldn't go that far for Arsh. The reason she had just asked to die was because she wanted to die with her man, Hecklin. In her eyes, love was more important than life and death, but she couldn't abandon her love for Arsh. Not to mention becoming a toy to kill her man, she didn't want to end up like that even if it meant death. Unfortunately, she couldn't die, which filled her with fear and unease. At this moment, Arsh heard Momonga's words and immediately said, I'm willing to be your toy, CFCB, please let Sister Amina go back, let me settle my sisters, I promise I'll come back to be your toy." Hearing Arsh's words, Momonga ignored them and instead looked into the eyes filled with fear and hatred. Enjoying Amina's hateful curse as he held her, Momonga said, "I'm very satisfied. Are you interested in this, Arsh Leffen?" Lefan slowly appeared in front of Alsh, raised his hand and cast a level 10 healing spell. "Not bad. If you want to live, you can. Bring your sisters here. You will be responsible for training them to become backup body pillows. You will have no worries about food and drink in the Great Tomb and live out the rest of your life in peace." Arsh felt her eyesight return to normal, and even many of the scars from her adventures had disappeared. She looked at Lefan's stunningly beautiful face with a look of despair. Could you please spare my sisters? Whatever you want, sir, I'll give you." At this moment, Albedo, who was some distance away, couldn't hold back any longer. "Insects, being fortunate enough to become a member of the Great Tomb is a blessing you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. How dare you refuse? Do you want to die? I'm not giving you a choice, I'm giving you an order. If it weren't for the fact that you can still remain innocent and aren't a bad person, you wouldn't have this opportunity. Either the 3 of you die together, or the 3 of you become my replacement pillows and study in the Great Tomb." Lefan spoke cruel words without any expression. Arsh looked at the incredibly handsome Lefan. In her heart, Lefan was the most beautiful person in the world, but why would such a person say such vile things? Arsh had no choice. All she could say was, yes, but if there's anything I can do, please let me do it. Albedo pounced forward with a ferocious expression, her entire body exuding a terrifying aura as if she were about to kill Arsh at any moment. But Albedo was pulled into a hug by Leffen. All right, stop fooling around. Feeling Lefan's embrace, Albedo still glared at the Arsh proclaimer lying on the ground with a sickly expression. Insect. Who gave you the courage to even dare to dream of climbing up to Lord Lefan? Damn ant, if it weren't for Lord Lefan, I would have killed you 1,000 times over. Hearing Albedo's words and still feeling the aftermath of her recent death, Arsh was terrified. Imina's eyes were filled with fear, hatred, and curses. She even tried to kill herself by biting her tongue but was resurrected by Momonga the next second. She was utterly desperate. She didn't even know what would become of her in the future. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Shaltir wouldn't let that happen. At most, she would just become a body pillow like Shiz. Finally, Leffen sent Nabe and Alsh to the Empire to bring back her two younger sisters. Demiurge, watching Lefan's actions, kept imagining what was going on. Unfortunately, he lacked the wisdom to figure out Lord Lefan's intentions no matter how hard he tried. They must have imagined it all. Lefan had no intention whatsoever, it was all based on his own whims. And as Albedo said, it was a blessing she had earned 10 lifetimes to become a member of the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Because here you won't have to worry about food and drink, the working hours are short, and the benefits are simply too good to be true. Moreover, she wouldn't have any dirty thoughts because Lefan had no feelings for her. The main reason I collected her is like playing a gacha game. I know 3-star cards aren't very useful, but I don't have any, so I have to collect one, right? Who would leave a 5-star card unused and use a 3-star card instead? On the way to the Empire, Nabe, wearing the badge of a steel-class adventurer, looked at Arsh beside her and said, "A bug should act like a bug and keep quiet." The two had been away from the Great Tomb for half a day. Along the way, Arsh was very scared and kept thinking of ways to rescue her two sisters. She also thought of a way to escape, to take her sisters and join the invincible divine kingdom. The Great Tomb of Nazareth is truly terrifying. The magic of that immortal king is already capable of destroying the world. The only thing in the entire world that can save him is the invincible divine kingdom, but here's the problem. Arsh is no match for Naz, who is by his side. She is a legendary steel-level adventurer, and through magical exploration, Arsh knows that she is an existence that humans can never defeat. But she had no choice. Her younger sisters were only 6 years old and she had to protect them. Arsh knew she had to get close to Nabella, only then could she find an opportunity. So she forced a smile again and said, "Lady Nabe, I just want to know how to better serve Lord Leffen." When Nabe heard that Arsh wanted to take her job, she immediately retorted, "You ant, don't push your luck. You have no right to serve Lord Leffen." Having gone from a bedbug to an ant, Arsh quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lady Nabe, I know I'm not qualified, but I am now Lord Leffen's toy and I must be prepared for all of this, even knowing it's impossible." Listening to Arsh's words, Nabe nodded. "You're quite self-aware, here's a piece of advice, don't overthink it, just live your own life." Alsh sensed that Nabe's attitude had improved, and she knew that now she could ask some follow-up questions. "Yes, Lady Nabe, are there any other candidate body pillows from the Great Tomb of Nazareth?" Looking at the precocious Arsh, Nabe could easily see through his thoughts. "Yes, you vermin of the Blue Rose Adventurers Guild, and don't even think about running away. The punishment for running away will be beyond your imagination." Arsh looked at Nabe, who seemed to see right through her and could only helplessly change the subject. "I won't run away, Lady Nabe. What kind of person is that Lady Momonga? What will happen to Sister Yikai? Let me state it again, it is your good fortune to be able to join the Great Tomb. Countless powerful beings in this world would love to join but are not qualified. As for the affairs of the Supreme Being, you are not qualified to know." Nabe disliked the talkative Al, but it was a task assigned by Lord Leffen, so she had no choice but to accept it. Along the way, Arsh tried every means to build rapport and gather intelligence. A 14-year-old bankrupt girl has to work illegally to earn money to support her family. She simply cannot survive without being shrewd. Therefore, Arsh is extremely shrewd and could not possibly be naive and innocent. If she were, she would have been devoured without a trace by now. How could she possibly maintain her innocence? The scene shifts to the invincible divine kingdom, where teams from various human kingdoms arrive, each member a remarkable figure from the human race. At the entrance to the assessment site, millions of people who were blocked outside made way for a road 100 meters wide. At this moment, the Holy Kingdom's Holy Princess, Holy Maiden, and Holy Knight, three beauties, stepped down from their carriages and horses and slowly walked towards the gate. They were very lucky as three special individuals who were allowed to enter the shrine. Of course, this was a difficult choice for the Holy Princess, a choice between power and divine authority. In the end, she chose the priesthood, handing over all the power of the country to her brother. At the same time, the Holy Maiden of the Empire also arrived slowly, alighting from her carriage, accompanied by two Holy Maiden candidates. They were the most holy women in the Empire, and it was a privilege of the Holy Maiden that she could bring two people into the Divine Kingdom unconditionally. Millions of people watched as six stunningly beautiful women slowly walked to the massive, 100-meter-tall gate. At this moment, the Dark Holy Scripture, as the main person in charge, looked at the three. Holy Kingdom's Holy Maiden, Curiat Castidio, Holy Kingdom's Holy Princess, Calja Becerres, and Holy Kingdom's Holy Knight, Remedios Castidio, can directly join the Divine Kingdom and become first-level clergy. Any objections? Saintess Curiat said earnestly, a first-level priest, Lord Dark Scripture, we are both beings who have reached the level of heroes. Please give me flowers. The Dark Holy Scripture shook its head at the Holy Queen. Any power is but an ant before an invincible God. Your direct appointment as clergy was at the request of the high priests. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing the words of the Dark Scripture, Curilat still wanted to try, but the Holy Princess Calja smiled and performed a church salute. Thank you for your efforts, High Priest, and thank you for your explanation, Lord Dark Scripture. We have no complaints. May we proceed to the cathedral? Seeing the friendly attitude of the Holy Princess, the Dark Holy Scripture was also satisfied. You can go in by carriage. The Empire's Holy Maiden also arrived. She was exceptionally beautiful and holy, and she entered directly. Seeing the six people enter the Divine Kingdom, the millions of people on the periphery became agitated. But they had no choice. The Dark Holy Scripture was guarding this place. It was a terrifying existence at level 75, arguably the strongest existence outside of the Great Tomb and the true Dragon Lord's forces. After all, as the former strongest figure in the slain theocracy on the surface, how could he not have some real skills? After the saintesses entered, the examiners from various nations also approached the entrance. A grand procession comprising 16 human nations and 160 examiners. However, at that moment, a huge tremor came from afar and an army could be seen rapidly approaching from 30 kilometers away. This is an army with a very chaotic mix of races, including elves, demi-humans, and uninvited orcs. The elven general leading the group was somewhat flustered as he looked at the millions of humans standing on either side of the examination gate. After all, there were too many humans and he had already advised the king before setting off. Participating in the assessment is too risky. After all, it's a human kingdom, but there's no way around it. The king has decreed that we must participate. He had no choice but to come despite his fears, and he had to be fully prepared for a major battle. The king is really willing to go to such lengths, sending his 10 most outstanding offspring. Isn't he afraid of a human sneak attack? If the humans don't cheat, the princes and princesses will surely pass the test. At the gate of the Divine Kingdom's assessment, the pitch-black holy book looked at the two armies in the distance, ignoring them. After witnessing the divine power of the invincible God, any so-called strength or army is nothing but a joke. No living being in this world can interfere with the invincible God. However, the clergy around him seemed a little flustered. He quickly said, "Sir, shall we wait for the other races to take the test together?" "No need, being late is their problem. You guys continue with the assessment. When the human assessment is almost over, they'll have anticipated it. Remember to adhere to the strictest standards and don't do anything underhanded." The Dark Holy Scripture looked at the clergy and spoke. The clergy nodded quickly, and then one by one they went into the 10 temporary tents, each 10 meters in size, that had been set up on either side of the 100-meter-wide examination gate. The personnel from each country were then separated, with 16 people lining up in front of each 677 tent, and then entering for the assessment one by one. Unlike the calm on the side of the Divine Kingdom, the millions of humans on both sides of the assessment gate panicked when they saw the arrival of the two armies. After all, everyone is here to try their luck and maybe pass the test to become a member of the Divine Kingdom, so many of them are farmers, merchants, and the like. The proportion of adventurers is not high, only about 10%. Now we see a massive army of 400,000 aliens, including 200,000 elves and demi-humans and another 200,000 orcs and ferocious beasts. Although humans have the advantage in numbers, even with the elite cavalry brought by the 16 kingdoms, the actual fighting force is less than 300,000. The trials of the Divine Kingdom have begun, and many human members, fearing being caught in the crossfire, have chosen to flee. Joining the Kingdom of God is great, but you need to be alive to do it. As the army approached the 10-kilometer zone, the leader of the Elf Demi-Human Alliance, Elf General Lanz, breathed a sigh of relief. From a distance of 30 kilometers, it looked like a vast, dark sea of people, but as he got closer, he realized that most of them were non-combatants. Although the threat is not great, the Divine Kingdom is right in front of us. If we lead an army of 200,000 to the gate of the assessment, we will definitely not be able to get through. Looking at the army of the human race, it was basically 1,000 cavalry. Lanz took a deep breath and looked at the 5 demi-human generals beside him. We will set up camp here, and each country will arrange its own cavalry to escort the examinees in. Looking at the vast, dark sea of people in the distance, aren't you afraid something will happen? Without hesitation, Lanz said, if something really happens, wouldn't that be even better? Since the humans attacked first, we can use that as an excuse to launch an attack. At this moment, the 10 princes and princesses of the Elf Kingdom were also very dissatisfied when they heard the general's tone when he said he wanted to sell them out. But this is the best way. Where can you join the Kingdom of God without taking risks? However, the uninvited orc army had no intention of watching humans, demi-humans, and elves enter the divine realm. They declared they wanted to join as well. Seeing the way the elven troops behaved, they followed suit, and one by one, werewolves, tigermen, demon wolves, dragons, and goblins headed towards the assessment gate. 5,000 elite soldiers marched toward the gates of the Divine Kingdom's assessment, against the combined forces of elves and demi-humans and the beastmen and wild beasts. 2 armies of 5,000 men each approached, causing those around them to retreat in fear. However, neither of these armies dared to act recklessly because the human 10 Directions wooden knights were guarding an area 500 meters away from the assessment gate. The human knights had no intention of letting them get close. 16 human generals stood at the front of the column, watching the 2 armies that had approached 50 meters away. Prince Rava of the Elven Kingdom produced a certificate and said, "Humans, make way immediately. We are personnel invited by the slain theocracy for their assessment." This scene stunned the generals of the major human nations. One of the Empire's 4 knights, Thunderlight Bajud Peshumal, spoke up. "The assessment is currently underway. You may enter, but only those with assessment credentials are permitted. Orcs and magical beasts without credentials are not allowed to enter." Princess Siluo of the Elf Kingdom clasped her hands together like the most devout believer and said, "I hope you humans will not do anything foolish. The will of the Divine Kingdom is above all else. We are loyal to the invincible God. We are outside the Divine Kingdom, but we are not above the law." Lei Guang looked at the group of wild beasts and said arrogantly, "Of course, those of you with the assessment certificates can go. As for the orcs and wild beasts, you haven't received the assessment. Don't cause trouble, or I won't mind a few more souls falling to your blades." At this moment, a 3-meter-long dragon growled in dissatisfaction. "Lightning, is your empire sure you want to be enemies with our dragon tribe?" Lei Guang looked at the flying dragon and sneered, "HMPH, what makes a small flying dragon tribe like you have such big talk? Apart from the 3 great orc kingdoms, our empire doesn't even consider the rest a threat." Fei Long's eyes blazed as he looked at Lei Guang. If it weren't for that terrifying figure standing at the gates of the Divine Kingdom with a long spear in the distance, at this moment it probably already pounced and tore this human to pieces. At this moment, a tiger-headed, furry tiger man dressed in blood-red armor stepped forward. "I am Fierce Tiger, a tiger man from one of the 3 great beastmen kingdoms. Although we haven't received any notification for the assessment, our beastman kingdoms wish to go. Lei Guang looked at the orc with some apprehension. The three orc kingdoms were the Empire's greatest enemies. His Majesty once said that the Empire can only hope to completely defeat the three orc kingdoms after unifying the human race. Otherwise, it is simply impossible for a single nation to defeat the main orc kingdom. Keep in mind that the combined area of the three orc kingdoms is already larger than Middle-earth. The author's settings weren't just random additions, but since there wasn't enough detail, I had to create my own version of the three orc kingdoms. Please be gentle with your criticism. Although somewhat wary remembering the powerful force behind him, Lei Guang still retorted without flinching, "The past? This is the kingdom of gods, the realm of humans. Does your beast kingdom really think you're invincible enough to disregard the rules of the kingdom of gods?" 2.9. Hearing Lei Guang push his entire country to the opposite side of the divine kingdom without a word, Lai Hu frowned. Although he was 2.5 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over his body, it didn't mean he was brainless. They naturally knew that the beast kingdom had not received an invitation, so they were not within the scope of the assessment. If they really forced their way through, coupled with the Empire's explanation, who knows what that dark sacred gatekeeper is thinking? HMPH, fine, I won't go. Hearing Li Hu's conceding attitude, the other magical beasts and orcs dared not act recklessly. Even the mighty beast kingdom has chickened out. What can they possibly do? But is it really fair for the divine kingdom to do this? Didn't the invincible divine kingdom issue a doctrine of equality for all beings and treating everyone equally? How could they make an exception at the gates of the divine kingdom and not invite the most numerous orcs and magical beasts? Jurdov walked out of the tent with a look of despair. He had failed the test this time. Although I had a vague idea of this outcome, alas, I was indeed not in control of my own mind. The assessment was actually quite simple. It just involved asking about one's dreams and the purpose of being there. Then they asked about their views on the invincible God and their faith in him. There's also a life or death question. If you enter the divine kingdom, which do you choose, the divine kingdom or your own personal kingdom? And all of this was verified by the faith crystal. Meanwhile, Clem, who came out of another tent, also looked miserable because he had also failed. He chose Nara over consulting the invincible God and thus failed. Of course, Nara also failed. Although she was very smart, she couldn't escape the influence of the faith crystal. Although this assessment by the Divine Kingdom is called Entering the Divine Kingdom, its main purpose is to find clergy. Because of this evaluation system, there was a reshuffling within the clergy, and many clergy members with selfish motives were dismissed. This has led to a severe shortage of clergy within the country. Element was quite satisfied with the reforms within the divine realm. After all, she only needed to be loyal to herself. Since she wasn't loyal to me, why should she become my clergy? Of course, becoming a clergyman comes with special privileges, such as gaining elemental affinity, though it is mostly light elemental affinity. This would allow them to live to be 100 or 200 years old without any problem, and with each advancement, their elemental affinity would increase. Reaching the level of a priest grants immortality. For example, the current 6 holy scriptures, the 6 priests, the high priest, and the retired temple personnel are all fanatical elementalists. If the elements demanded their deaths, they would commit suicide without hesitation. Because of these brainless fans, they have all achieved immortality. It has to be said that the world trees system is still invincible. Immortality, resurrection, and anything else can be easily achieved. Only those 2 terrible players, Lafan and Momonga, would think that the world tree system is weak while the systems in other games are strong. Other systems are strong, but they don't have resurrection magic or immortality. For example, in the game Primordial Era, even a golden immortal only has a lifespan of 10,000 years. Only those who reach the quasi-saint level can achieve immortality, but in the world tree system, anyone can achieve immortality if they wish. However, the world tree's destructive power is indeed a bit weak, but it has more and more bugs than the last. So what if their combat power is a little weak? Aren't having bugs enough? The assessment is neither fast nor slow. It usually takes about 10 minutes per person. At this point, most of the people who failed the assessment looked miserable. All 10 men from the kingdom failed. After all, it was the most corrupt country. Given the rigor of this assessment, even clergy within the country failed and were dismissed, let alone them. Fortunately, the 2 from the Holy Kingdom passed the test. After all, the Holy Kingdom is a country with the church at its core. However, only the 2 of them succeeded. As candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, their hearts were very pure. With all the human side having completed their assessments, the elves and demi-humans arrived early, awaiting the priest's instructions. The Dark Scripture did not allow those who failed the test to leave because it wanted to prove the miracle, the real miracle. The 210 examinees present stared intently at the Dark Scripture, which slowly led them to the 2 examinees who had successfully passed the test. At this moment, he took out 2 rings. Congratulations on your successful joining of the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Cult. This is proof of your status as clergy. Both of them looked at the ring with excitement, and with the permission of the Dark Scripture, they excitedly put the ring on. The Dark Scripture then indicated that the 2 could enter the gates of the Divine Kingdom for assessment, and from then on, they could freely enter and leave the Divine Kingdom. Following the guidance of the Dark Scripture, the 2 slowly walked through the gate. All 208 people present watched as the 2 entered the gate, where the space was constantly radiating absolute light. The surrounding light, visible to the naked eye, continuously enveloped the 2 of them, enhancing their magic power and mental state in every way. At this moment, the 2 women were so moved that they knelt down and began to pray, their eyes filled with tears and gratitude. The examiners were dumbfounded by what they saw. What was going on? At this moment, the dark Holy Scripture smiled and said, "This assessment is for clergy. The clergy of the Divine Kingdom are divided into 9 levels, and above that are priests. Of course, clergy are rewarded. First-level clergy are rewarded with 100 years of lifespan, second-level clergy are rewarded with a 200-year lifespan, and so on until the priests achieve immortality. However, lifespan is only the foundation. The moment one becomes a clergy member, one will master the power of light and master low-level resurrection magic." Hearing the words of the Dark Scripture, the 208 people present were stunned again. At this moment, they looked at the clergy standing outside the tent and found that each of them had a ring in their hand. Does that mean they all possess resurrection magic? No, resurrection magic is nothing compared to immortality. This drove most of the human examiners to utter madness. No, why didn't they say so sooner? Why are they saying it now? The elves and demi-humans haven't even been examined yet. This is unfair. The elves and demi-humans smiled as they looked at this somewhat eccentric human. It seems there are advantages to being late, but why would the kingdom of God favor us? If we can't overcome this challenge after being given such crucial information, what's the difference between us and pigs? The dark Holy Scripture looked at the somewhat deranged person and said, "The divine kingdom has always been fair. Humans have believed in the divine religion for 600 years, while elves and demi-humans have never believed in the divine religion. Isn't that fair?" Before the words were even finished, the man exploded and died. The dark Holy Scripture brandished its spear. Not believing in God is one thing, but to actually try to take advantage of a deity deserves to die. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the pool of blood. What kind of power was this? When did he make his move? Gazef took a deep breath. Was this the strongest power humanity could possess? Is this really a human? Perhaps this is no different from a god with immortality. And how many such deities are there in the divine realm? As expected of a divine kingdom, priests can live forever and all members of the religion can become gods. The amount of information was so overwhelming that even though all the humans present were unwilling to accept it, no one dared to utter another word. The bloodstain had already explained everything, and the current state of the divine kingdom was also letting humanity know that the divine kingdom had changed. Although it will still favor humans, it will not be hostile to other races and will even give other races a so-called fairness. Elves and demi-humans each have their own beliefs. It would be unfair and impossible to suddenly make them believe in an invincible god. But what if we let them see a miracle? This can be considered a fair mechanism for them, but what about humans? The faith had been established for 600 years, and a total of 160 elites were sought from 16 countries, but only 2 passed the test. This is utterly shameful. The Dark Scripture even questioned why the slain theocracy had been protecting humanity for the past 600 years. However, he quickly stopped thinking about it and realized that all he needed to do now was to be a good boy and complete his task. Then you 50 people will be divided into groups of 5 and line up individually. I look forward to you joining the kingdom of God, joining the church of God, and becoming one of us. Looking at the smiling face of the dark holy book, everyone felt a longing. Those who are such failures should go back to where they came from. Hearing the words of the dark holy scripture, Nara bravely stepped forward and asked, "Holy Scripture Master, when is the next assessment?" "Next time. Let's wait for notification. And for the orcs, magical beasts, and everyone around, you'll all have a chance in the next assessment. All you need to do is wait for the clergy to arrive. If you barge in without an invitation again, you will face the consequences." The words of the dark scripture echoed throughout the entire area, reaching even the orc tribe hundreds of meters away. They were also excited at this moment because the dark scripture had not concealed the miracle that had just occurred but had loudly proclaimed it. They weren't the only ones excited, the surrounding humans were too. However, this opportunity to take the test is extremely difficult to obtain. With such a terrifying guardian at the gates of the divine kingdom, it's impossible for anyone to break through. The dark holy scripture watched the human examinees who were unwilling to leave. This time, it was actually a test by the high priest and the priests. If unaware of the absolute benefits of becoming a clergyman, 10 humans were to pass the test, then the high priest and clergy would implement a truly human-first policy. However, if fewer than 10 people pass through, the plan will be cancelled. They will choose to treat everyone equally, and of course, they made this decision after consulting with the elements. Element knew that they were, after all, human, and it was natural for them to want to help their own kind, so she naturally agreed. Unfortunately, this time humanity failed miserably. Out of 160 people, they couldn't even find 10. The efforts of the various priests have been in vain. Since they've been wasted, let's strive for true equality. From now on, humans, elves, demi-humans, orcs, and magical beasts will all be treated equally. Upon hearing the words of the dark scripture, the orcs were all incredibly excited, and such important information made them eager to return and report. So they knelt and cried out, "Invincible God, from this day forward you will be our only and eternal faith." After they finished speaking, the entire force departed, intending to relay the information back to their own kingdoms and tribes. The promise of immortality, what an allure! No life form can escape the allure of immortality. This was already the 6th day of the review country's closure. The colossal form of the Platinum Dragon King appeared in the atmosphere. "Father, where are you?" It is widely known that the Platinum Dragon King is the son of the Dragon Emperor, but is he truly a dragon? Needless to say, it is the Space True Dragon, one of the 4 true dragons, also known as the 4 Dragon Emperors of the world. However, by this time the 4 Dragon Emperors had already fled, and the Platinum Dragon King was constantly searching for his father's traces in the atmosphere. But it couldn't find it no matter what it did. The huge changes that have occurred on the planet have left it somewhat at a loss. He originally thought that he was facing the strongest player, Lefan, but after that battle he realized the absolute gap between himself and Lefan. However, he believed that as long as other true Dragon Kings were gathered, they could defeat such an existence, so he did not feel that the dragons needed to intervene. But just 9 days ago, the elements of the world suddenly underwent a tremendous change, and the real Lefan descended into this world. She also established an invincible divine kingdom, and although she said she would not care about anything outside, that power surpassed everything in the world. Fearing it, the day after the invincible god announced the establishment of the divine kingdom, it declared the nation closed and began to seek its father's help in the atmosphere. But after 6 days of searching, they still couldn't find any trace of their father. "You should know that your father is the legendary Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 great beings who created this world. How could they just disappear without a trace?" At this moment, the Platinum Dragon King was filled with despair. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his father were killed by the invincible god. The thought only flashed through its mind for a fleeting moment, yet it was enough to make it break out in a cold sweat. It was already at its wit's end. This planet might not be safe any longer. It looked up at the sky. After the invincible god has learned the history of this planet, he will surely choose to wipe out all the dragons. I can't stay here and wait to die. It reminded me of what my father had told me when I was a child. If I encountered an enemy I couldn't defeat, I could fly towards that planet. At this moment, it looked at that planet, which was Mars in this world, and it took a deep breath. In order to save the dragon race, I have decided that I will leave this planet. The Platinum Dragon King, with a fierce and determined air, flew towards outer space without even calling any of the true Dragon Kings to join him on his escape. If too many people try to escape, they will definitely be discovered, so I need to sneak away. Only by doing this can one succeed. Unfortunately, the Platinum Dragon King would never have imagined that the decaying Coffin Dragon King would run away yesterday, and the Seven-Colored Dragon King would also run away the day before yesterday. 9 days ago, the moment the invincible god descended, its most respected and invincible father, the Space True Dragon, also fled, along with the other 3 true dragons. Now that it's run away, I estimate that within a month at most, all the true Dragon Kings of the planet will have fled. What Lafan and Momonga didn't know was that when they later discovered their invasion of the world was successful and they wanted to find the true Dragon King, they found that there wasn't a single true Dragon King in the world. What will the few weak Dragon Kings think? Unlike the Platinum Dragon King's overnight escape, all intelligent life on the planet now knows the terror of the invincible god and the allure of the invincible divine kingdom. At this moment, all powerful beings yearn to join such a kingdom. Immortality, this is the most attractive thing to life in any era. Unfortunately, the requirements for entering the invincible divine kingdom were far more stringent than they had imagined. Unless they can be truly loyal to the invincible god. Unfortunately, all of this is too difficult, even in the elf kingdom and the demi-human kingdom. After learning that joining the kingdom of God would grant eternal life, only 2 out of 50 people accepted the offer. One is Cat Vassie, a cat girl from the demi-human kingdom, and the other is Princess Sile from the elven kingdom. All the other 48 failed because time was too short and very few people could achieve absolute faith instantly. As for why these 2 succeeded, that's because one of them is from a demi-human kingdom which happens to have a legend of an invincible god, and the other is an anomaly from an elven kingdom who has loved gods and the like since childhood. The moment the 2 entered the divine kingdom and became priests, they had no connection whatsoever with their former kingdoms, such as the kingdom of demi-humans or the kingdom of elves. Outside the assessment gate, teams from all sides returned to their respective countries. Meanwhile, the millions of people present also faced serious problems with their basic needs, such as eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, and were expelled by a large number of clergy. Of course, the Dark Holy Scripture is not one to go back on its word. He said that 497 is 5 kilometers away from this plain and you are allowed to build a city. You can decide the size of the city. Once you have built it, you will also have the quota that each country should have. These millions of people naturally knew that no country would give up its quota to others, so the only way for them to obtain a quota was to build their own city. Or they could establish a country without a monarchy, but the peasants quickly objected. Building a nation in this wilderness, starting from scratch, is practically hell mode. It would be better to go back to one's own country. With the departure of the workforce, most people have basically scattered. After all, the truly wealthy don't build countries, they use money to buy quotas in small countries. The 16 human nations that came this time aren't all powerful countries. There are quite a few small ones too. With the labor force unwilling to work for free, the wealthy having their own ways of doing things, and adventurers needing to make a living, the meeting naturally ended with millions of people leaving. Although they considered persisting relentlessly, the Dark Scripture had warned that they needed to leave the area within a day. Because of the pollution these past few days, God's kingdom needs to purify this area. If you haven't left by then be purified along with the stains. Everyone knows what this means. If you don't leave, you'll just disappear along with the garbage, Sifa. As for the suggestions given, they can't be implemented anyway. Naturally, everyone went home and the matter was dropped. At the same time, the same applies to the other 5 gates. People from all sides want to take advantage of the situation, but the kingdom of God is not a place you can just enter whenever you want. After so many days of hard work, the elemental team has produced 2,000 tons of mana potion, and with the efforts of the researchers, they have developed an even better mana potion. The clergy within the divine realm also began conducting population checks, expelling all tourists and travelers from the realm. Only those who have stayed in God's kingdom for more than 2 years can remain. Why do we need to stay for 2 years? Because God's kingdom holds large-scale church activities every year. People who can survive a year and are willing to stay for the second year are basically believers in God. Large-scale selection and expulsion of leaders are necessary because the kingdom of God has no need for people who do not believe in an invincible God. Many people cried foul, saying they have now switched their faith to God's kingdom, and that God's kingdom naturally gave them the opportunity. If you pass the test of the faith crystal, you can stay and become a clergyman. This was a special treatment reserved for them after they were driven from God's kingdom and returned to their own kingdom. Knowing that this qualification for the assessment is being sold for tens of thousands of gold coins each, I wonder what they think. At this moment, Ainz Ooal looked at the 5 newly arrived saintesses, all of whom were blonde and blue-eyed. They were supposed to be tested, but the elements knew their master liked humans, so she wanted to take these 5 people along with several thousand tons of magic potion back with her. It's been so many days since I last saw my owner. So what was Lafan doing at this moment? He had nothing better to do, so he chose to follow Nabe and Arsh. Watching the two of them talk all the way was probably one of his sources of joy. The two were unaware of Lafan's presence, so Nub-Bay reverted to her original personality. Many people came to tease her, but Nub-Bay chased them away with a look of disgust. Nabe then unleashed a barrage of insect names to berate the men who tried to pick her up. Ordinary men were simply blasted away, while those attempting to force themselves on her vanished on the spot. Along the way, Arsh watched Nabe do whatever she wanted, and she felt both fear and longing. When will she be able to be like Nabe, able to refuse to see people she doesn't want to see, and able to eliminate those who want to frame her at will? Momonga finally expressed his disdain for Lafan's lazy and irresponsible behavior. Momonga heard Demiurge say in his mind that Cositus should go and conquer the Lizardman village. Let's go, what's the point of following them? Let's go, there's something new going on at the Great Tomb. Lafan had naturally heard about Demiurge's news as well, and after following him for half a day, he had seen quite a bit of it. Okay, let's go. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lafan's mind. Lord Lafan, the magic potion has been manufactured, currently totaling 2,000 tons, and there are also 5 human elites selected by your subordinate. Impressive. As expected, a nation's efficiency is impressive. They've produced 2,000 tons of magic potion so quickly. Lafan perked up immediately. Interesting, let's go to the 11th floor. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momonga felt a sudden stomachache. No way, I just wanted to be a couch potato. Why did you bring back so many potions? Do you want me to go back to being a corporate slave? No, I don't want to be a corporate slave anymore. I want to be a carefree couch potato and be happy every day. Unfortunately, Momonga couldn't ask, what's going on? Lafan patted Momonga and said, the elements created a magic potion, let's go back and test it. The two then disappeared into the space, and the King of Men, who was also facing certain death, disappeared with them. These past 2 days he's been with Lafan. The king doesn't understand Lafan's behavior, but that doesn't stop her from being very happy, because her character is designed to be incredibly happy just by being by Lafan's side, not to mention she also has a fun toy called Ju Shi Ju Ming. At this moment, Ju Shi desperately missed the Divine Kingdom. She wanted to return to it, and she wanted to escape. She no longer wanted to be invincible, no longer wanted to fight, she only missed the days in the Divine Kingdom. The experiences of this child who is over 100 years old these past few days have truly frightened her, only she knows the suffering she has endured. She was constantly manipulated by the king, and whenever she cried or became afraid, Lafan would punish her. Then, after punishing the king, he didn't let her go either. She was truly terrified of this life where she had no freedom. If she had known that gaining power would turn her into this, she would have preferred to revert to her former self, an ant among ants, where at least she could be confident and happy every day. The Great Tomb has 11 levels. As Lafan raised his hand, a portal appeared and Element 9 colored slowly emerged, carrying 5 women with him. The elements are so powerful, but who can resist bringing me so many body pillows? I only have 16 slots for my familiars, so I have to refuse these few this time. Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momonga also complained, "You probably forgot that you have a familiar. A perfect familiar can have the ability to randomly assign familiars based on 100% of their strength, but the maximum attribute cannot exceed 50%. A high-ranking member can have 5 members, while a regular member can have 1. If we round it up, you can have 61 dependents. Should I remind him?" While Momonga was debating whether to warn him, Zeshi, who was trying to escape the clutches of the human king, instantly realized his only way to escape the moment he saw the 5 people. She asked eagerly, "Lord Lefan, may I take these 5 as my family?" Seeing the pitiful, weak, and helpless Zeshi being held in the arms of the king, Lefan remembered that he could still have his own familiars. Zetsuki is a high-ranking servant, so she can have 5 servants, and each servant possesses 20% of her attributes. Hearing Ju Ming's words, Lefan looked at the 5 people in front of him who dared not look up but had admiring and longing expressions on their faces and nodded. "Okay, is the element side short of people? If they are, let Ju Ming and these 5 people go and help." Element was taken aback. Wait, weren't they their master's toys? Is the owner dissatisfied with the toy? Or does the owner no longer need toys? Whatever it means, it seems I don't need to look for it for now. Follow the master's arrangements. Hearing Lefan's words, the king of men did not resist much and released Ju Ming from his arms. Suddenly, the monster lunged forward and bit at the 5 people, instantly engulfing them in a powerful red light. In an instant, all his hair turned silver and his eyes turned wine red. The 5 felt an unprecedented power, especially the magic power within their bodies, which reached a terrifying level of nearly 6,000. That's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the all-around enhancement of life, strength, speed, and defense. The strongest paladin, Remedios, felt an unprecedented power within herself. With this terrifying power, she can guarantee that she can crush everything except her master's forces. With this terrifying power combined with speed, she could unleash a sword aura with a single strike. Unlike Remedios, the Holy Knight, Princess Karja was the strongest light mage in the Holy Kingdom, having already mastered the 4th-tier faith magic at the age of 15. The more powerful she became, the more terrified she felt of the elemental forces. Such a terrifying being actually calling the man before him his master. The woman who had just released her master gave her an even more deadly feeling. She didn't dare look at her directly a second time. Her eyes seemed capable of devouring everything. My God, is this the real Lord Lefan and his companions? The human king was also seeing elements for the first time, and she was extremely curious. Strange, you can actually grow. How did you do that? The elementalist looked at the human king with equal curiosity. Could she be the incarnation of the world tree? The elements could clearly sense that the human king seemed to be the embodiment of rules. She was the rules and the rules were her. This isn't a matter of power. Even if one possessed the power to destroy the world instantly, one couldn't erase the rules. The element simply explained, "I am capable of growth. As long as I live, I will become stronger day by day because I will come into contact with more and more elements. Elements are not only found on planets. This universe is full of dark and light elements, the major stars are full of fire elements, and the absolute zero in the void is full of ice elements. All of these are the foundation for me to become stronger." Upon hearing the explanation of the elements, the human king was stunned for a moment. Elemental power? It is quite similar to the demon king, but the demon king cannot become stronger indefinitely by absorbing elements. She can only control elements and become stronger indefinitely by killing. The elementalist asked curiously, the demon king. "Holy crap, my subordinates are all praising each other the moment they meet. Why am I so excited?" But the elemental damage is amazing, it even has a hidden passive skill. No wonder the official said that the moment the 10 supreme heavens appear, all players must unite to fight them. And this endless progression system is just ridiculous. The official team is ripping us off. As expected, even though I created this existence using a bug, there are no bugs created by the official developers. Of the 10 supreme heavens, I, Lefan, acknowledge you as the strongest. Momonga was so frightened by LaFan's inner thoughts that she almost cried. Damn, do the 10 supreme heavens really have this kind of power? Isn't this defying the heavens? The universe is so vast and she keeps absorbing elements. It would be a miracle if she didn't become stronger. No, my magic power is too low if I had enough magic power. If I summon a supreme being, can I escape the ranks of ants? Damn it, I didn't learn angel summoning. Why, I'm so miserable. It seems I'm destined to be an ant for the rest of my life. I wonder if summoning the 72 demon gods would be effective. If possible, that would be fine too. Anyway, I have enough mana recovery potions right now. Maybe I should use 58,000 mana to summon one to calm my nerves. The women were unaware of LaFan and Momonga's inner thoughts. At this moment, Ju Ming heard Yuan Su's words and was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Another being who keeps getting stronger, but thankfully she already considers herself an ant, and as LaFan's familiar, she is on the same level as the element. But I must call the elements adults. I must strive to return to God's kingdom. I absolutely cannot stay here any longer, for the Lord is too terrifying. Knowing that the elemental beings before him were on par with his sisters, the human king solemnly introduced himself. The demon king is my sister, and I also have a sister called the God King. One is the demon of destruction and the other is the god of creation. I am the first living being in the world, the human king. Element said somewhat displeasedly, the first living being. What about the master? Seeing Element's anger, the human king acknowledged her and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Element, my husband transcends all living beings and everything else. He's not within this scope. Element nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Yes, sister human king. Zetsume, standing to the side, also asked curiously, sister. The king smiled and said, what's wrong, little cutie? Don't you know that the elementalist is female? Upon hearing this, Zeshi Zetsume quickly replied, but why doesn't master? Yuansu was also at a loss for words. She actually wanted to serve her master, but unfortunately, her master wouldn't allow it. The 5 people who had just become members of the Zeshi Familia thought they were invincible, but when they heard about the increasingly terrifying beings, they were at a loss. It turns out the world is bigger than I thought, and the master's master is the real invincible god, and the invincible god's wife is actually the human king. Although the relationships are not complicated, the power system is too astonishing, and they haven't recovered yet. Before the 5 women could recover from their surprise, LaFan's voice rang out from the 11th floor. Take out the magic potion and test its effect. Yes. As Yuansu finished speaking, she raised her hand, and 2,000 tons of potion were contained in 20,000 wine barrel-sized glass bottles. A glass bottle contained a full 200 pounds of magic recovery potion. Momonga was extremely surprised to see such a huge pile of glass barrels stacked up. How could such a massive project have been completed in just a few days? It seems that the power of a nation is indeed greater than the power of an individual. Looking at the enormous amount of magic potions, the human king exclaimed in curiosity, these magic potions, 1 barrel can actually restore 10,000 magic points. LaFan didn't question the human king's words, since the human king's abilities were too overpowered. The 750 item in the world items also had the ability to identify items. The human king probably used a tool from this world for appraisal, but thinking about it, that bucket weighs 200 pounds. Based on the normal market volume of medicine, 1 pound is estimated to contain more than 10 small bottles of liquid medicine. 200 jin here is equivalent to 2,000 bottles of ordinary magic potion. That means 1 bottle of magic potion only restores 5 points of magic. This is practically useless for ordinary people, but not for Momonga and Leffen. They can drink it like water, and drinking several tons a day is not a problem. 1 pound contains 50 magic power. Drinking 5 tons would yield 500,000 magic power. This is truly a miraculous medicine. It seems that an army of tens of millions is no longer a dream. Ju Ming was currently disciplining the 5 women because their worldviews were being refreshed time and time again. First, there was their strength, then the magic potion, and then the terrifying beings around this space. LaFan was very satisfied. He knew that Ju Ming had wanted to run away for a long time. Now that he knew that the element was getting stronger every moment, he felt at ease throwing Ju Ming out. Very good, well done, element, keep up the good work. Ju Ming and the other 5 of you from now on listen to element and serve her well, understand. Upon hearing LaFan's order, Ju Ming immediately knelt down on one knee. Yes, Lord LaFan, I will definitely obey Lord Yuan Su's orders from now on. The 5 women behind Zeshi also knelt down. All right, then Yuan Su, go back and get some rest. These potions should last us for a while. We'll meet once a month from now on. Oh, and we don't need to take the women anymore. LaFan walked up to Yuan Su and patted her head. Feeling happy about LaFan's close contact, Yuan Su said, yes, then I'll go back. LaFan opened the portal, and the elemental beings disappeared with the 6 women. At this moment, the human king looked at LaFan and Momonga and said, husband, this game you and your brother-in-law are playing is really interesting. Can I join in? I'll summon an angel and we'll play 3 kingdoms. Upon hearing this, LaFan quickly stopped the human king from participating. It wasn't that the human king's participation was bad, but rather that this reckless fellow, what if she summons the supreme being? It's not a game, it's about building up strength. Okay, if you have time, use magic to control the magic potion, let it float in the air, and we can drink it directly. The king of men, upon hearing this, asked curiously, is that so? Is that all right? Should we release them all? LaFan thought for a moment and then said, by the way, didn't Momonga want us to go see a play? Upon hearing this, Momonga quickly said, it's all right. I spoke with him for 4 days and he understood, let's summon him quickly. Oh, and I need to summon the 72 ultimate demon gods to calm my nerves. 72 demon gods. That's fine, but unfortunately your magic power is too low. Hearing LaFan's words, Momonga, who was already used to being treated like an ant, was afraid that LaFan would bring up the matter of a perfect family, so he quickly said, it's all right, a little less is fine. Okay, let's begin. 10th tier magic demon summoning. In an instant, all of Momonga's magic power was drained. This time, summoning him had used 58,000 units of magic power. As the dark magic circle continued to rotate, a monster slowly appeared with raven wings, a raven head with 2 ram horns hanging from its forehead, a human body with 8 arms, 8 eyes, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and its entire body covered in scales. The monster's body was a full 100 meters tall. As soon as the monster appeared, it roared fiercely into the space. Fortunately, this space was modified by the human king using the rules. The space is 1,000 meters high and 100 kilometers long and wide, which is more than enough to accommodate this monster. The 40th demon god, Lamo, is a monster who prioritizes money above all else in the world. It's also one of the most popular world items among players because it's a world item where money reigns supreme. You can acquire the wealth of your enemies by defeating them, and the user will be rewarded with gold in the market. 0.099701325 Feilu, 112,431,211. Players who possess world items generally don't lack gold coins. He could even be said to be the player with the most gold coins in the world, since he actually gets gold coins when he kills monsters, unlike others who only get materials and then sell them. Moreover, the raw materials are sold at low prices, only those processed by alchemists, equipment masters, and others are valuable. Momonga smiled as he watched the terrifying being appear as expected, though it was far weaker than the elemental beings. But no matter what, he is still a demon god and Lu De is still capable of it in his current state. My subordinates are all better than me, it's truly shameful, Momonga skillfully commanded Lamo. From now on, you will be the guardian of the 11th floor, responsible for guarding this area. Upon hearing this, the millstone stopped roaring and silently crouched down. Yes, my lord. The king of men suddenly appeared beside Lamo, looking at Lamo's enormous body. Interesting, I wonder if I can summon such a monster. LaFan ignored the strange bird in front of him. What demon god are you? Trying to fight me? 2.1 Momonga needs to take his medicine. Momonga found LaFan's sudden voice strange, but after checking her own magic power, she realized she really needed to take her medicine. The human king waved her hand and endless streams of potions surged forth. She looked at the strange bird and said, "This thing won't get stronger indefinitely, it's a bit weak." Hearing the king's words, Lamo dared not speak out in anger, for it could clearly sense that this seemingly weak human before it. His entire body was surrounded by a power that filled him with fear, a power akin to facing the most powerful primordial being, a power of absolute control. But it's strange, the power of this rule is much weaker and very mixed, as if there is cause and effect within the rule. But no matter how much it's weakened, it's still not something I, ranked 40th among the demon gods, can afford to provoke. Lamo's guess was correct. The human king did indeed possess the eternal serpent ring, a world artifact from the supreme heaven of creation, and also the 5 elements counteracting system from the supreme heaven of cause and effect. Her sister, the god king, possesses world artifacts from the supreme heaven of creation and the endless supreme heaven. As for the demon king, this is the death scepter, a world item ranked 4th in the elemental supreme heaven. Each time a target is killed, 10% of the target's attributes can be stolen. However, once you possess this world item, you cannot die. Once you die, you will die permanently, which in the game means your account will be deleted. Therefore, no one is willing to use the items in this world, since logging off is considered death, and using them means you can't log off anymore. This thing is for players who want to quit the game and have some fun. After using the item, they can continuously hunt down small and big monsters and become invincible. Unfortunately, the account will be deleted after logging off and the data cannot be recovered. Even the Ring of Life from the Supreme God of Life cannot revive the user. It's important to know that the Ring of Life can revive data deleted by the Saint-Slaying Spear, which is over 20 in power. It's because of this bugged ability that this item is ranked 5th. The first is the Eternal Serpent Ring, the second is the World Will, the third is the 5 elements counteracting each other, the fourth is the Death Scepter, the 6th is the Crown of Creation, and the 15th is the Elemental Scepter. This shows how powerful the Human King, God King, and Demon King are. Many people may think that the Demon King is weak, but LaFan knows that the Demon King is actually the most OP, because she gains 10% of the target's attributes every time she kills a target. If the Demon King were to reach the 11th floor where there are so many elemental giants and demon lords and she were to slaughter them all, she would simply take off on the spot. Unfortunately, LaFan wouldn't let her do that because LaFan was afraid that the Demon King would launch a counterattack and kill him, as well as all beings except the God King and the Human King. He absolutely cannot accept this price. LaFan was afraid at this moment, so he had to be prepared to summon all the other 10 Supreme Heavens. Because LaFan discovered that each of the 10 Supreme Heavens was a bug, allowing for endless advancement and power. Perhaps if we summon all 10 Supreme Heavens and survive for a few hundred more years, the enemies of this world should no longer be a threat. The 10 Supreme Heavens are, in order: Creation, Supreme Heaven, Endless, Cause and Effect, Time and Space, Life, Creation, Boundless, Guardian, Order and Elements. They represent 10 items that broke the 20-item barrier. Eternal Serpent Ring, World Will, 5 Elements Counteraction, Time and Space Reincarnation, Ring of Life, Crown of Creation, Endless Source Jade, Shield of Guardians, Sword of Order and Scepter of Elements. Among them, the Elemental Supreme Heaven is the weakest of the Supreme Heavens, yet this weakest Supreme Heaven still puts immense pressure on LaFan. If the other person didn't possess their own soul, LaFan would never have felt comfortable leaving her out there like this. The Supreme Order represents absolute order and absolute power. The Sword of Order can instantly grant one the ability to master all martial arts techniques. This is the same thing as the Elemental Scepter, but it allows one to master all martial arts, which is far more powerful than all elemental magic. Therefore, it ranks ahead of the Elemental Scepter. As for the Guardian Shield, once activated, it is invincible. As long as you do not attack, no attack can affect you, not even the Eternal Serpent Ring. However, the items in this world are too passive. Once used, you can't use any attack methods, otherwise the protection will be cancelled. Moreover, this thing can only protect itself, and that's not all, it disappears as soon as you log off. No spendthrift would be willing to use this world item, but its invincibility is real. No one dislikes the feeling of being invincible. Although this invincibility cannot attack others, others cannot attack it either. That's why the Shield of Guardians is ranked so high. The 7th one, the Jade of No Fate, is even simpler and more direct. Once used, it grants boundless energy, meaning you can truly become a tactical bomber, unleashing skills at will without worrying about mana. Unfortunately, the effect disappears after logging off. The sixth, the Crown of Creation, literally means that it can create anything, but it can only be created once and will then disappear. The fifth Ring of Life can unconditionally revive a target, ignoring any penalty rules, even a limited world boss. However, the revived target will not receive any world items. The fourth time loop allows you to choose to rewind, fast forward, or pause time, but the resulting world is a single-player game without players, and your account will remain in a single-player state forever. One player used this item and quit the game in less than 5 days because the single-player experience was incredibly boring, consisting only of NPCs. The third element, the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, the second world's will, and the first eternal serpent ring, all of these need to be understood, so I won't go into too much detail. Momonga was panicking because Lefan said he would summon all 10 supreme gods. But then he thought to himself, he was just an ant, why should he care so much? I need to find a chance to gather all 72 demon gods, but there's a problem that's making Momonga panic again. When Momonga summoned the millstone, he felt something was missing from his body. Summoning a powerful being required the sacrifice of his own soul. Momonga didn't know if she could summon so many, so she stopped thinking about it and started to inhale deeply. The magic potion floating in midair was poured into Huanga's mouth like Joe Hongliasi. He gulped down the magic potion, transforming into a water-swallowing monster, capable of consuming dozens of kilograms per second. This guy wasn't this aggressive when we were drinking together. By the way, didn't the human king just say she also wanted to summon the supreme heaven to calm her nerves? How about we let her try summoning? If she can summon too, then our combat strength will be more secure. Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momonga retorted again, "Holy crap, are you out of your mind?" Lefan smiled and said, "Wife, didn't you want to summon the supreme heaven? You can summon it with just 100,000 magic power." The King of Men was also stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Ren Wang. Homecoming, Lefan. Race, human. Race level, none. Job level, human king LV 100. Life count 13.67 million, originally 500,000. Magic power infinite, originally 5,000. Physical magical attack power 96,874, originally 5,000. Physical magical defense 48,437, originally 2,500. Speed resistance 12,970, originally 1,048,300. These are the attributes of the God Kings, and the others, they do indeed become infinitely stronger. However, the official team has a little trick up their sleeve, since NPCs can also use world items. What if a player gives the Death Scepter to an NPC, allowing the NPC to endlessly spawn monsters and eventually summons the high heavens? This is a hidden Easter egg. How can we let the players know? As for players using the Death Scepter, that's an Easter egg that players discovered at the cost of deleting their accounts, and the official team won't care, but they're using the Easter egg at the expense of NPCs. Unfortunately, the official stance is that this will not be allowed, therefore the human king cannot summon the supreme heaven. Because her original magic power is only 5,000, at most she can summon some relatively powerful monsters which won't have a significant impact on the game. Keep in mind that the human king was an NPC created using a bug, and his magic power is only 5,000. NPCs created through other normal means are lucky if they have 1,300 magic power. However, it's not a major problem, it only restricts the setting of many official skills for NPCs. Therefore, only the World Trees skills can harm the God King, Human King, and Demon King, because the World Trees skills directly determine their original attributes. But it doesn't matter, I have millions of HP, so bombard me all you want. You can bombard me 1,000 times, but you still can't kill me. I can just one-shot you all with a basic attack. After all, this is reality, and a basic attack is a purely physical attack. Apart from the peaceful domain and the Guardian Vault, there is no way to stop the human lord's basic attack. Who can withstand a basic attack with nearly 100,000 attack power? Looking at the attribute panel's limitations, is the starting magic power only 100,000. I only started with 5,000, it seems the highest heaven is not for me. The human king stomped his little feet in anger at this setting but quickly came to his senses and said, I'm sorry, husband, I only have 5,000 magic power at the start, so I can't summon it. Although I have unlimited magic power now, my use of world tree skills is restricted, and I can't exceed 5,000 magic power. Looking at the king of men's reload, LeFan frowned. Is your magic output being restricted? Upon hearing this, the human king shook his head and raised his hand, instantly replenishing the entire 11th floor with magic power. This terrified Lamo, who trembled in fear because the endless magic power was simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, Momonga, who was drinking the magic potion, exclaimed, Holy crap, this magic power is terrifying. Such a massive amount of magic power, why not just have the Lord of Mana transfer magic power to us directly? I can't figure out what LeFan is thinking, holy crap, this magic power. It feels like my wife's magic power is limitless. As long as she doesn't use skills, she can output without any upper limit. Is it a limitation of the world tree that prevents her from using skills with more than 5,000 magic power? I understand now. It's to prevent players from using the Death Scepter after an NPC wields it. It seems the official team has hidden quite a few Easter eggs. I'll need to slowly explore them. Luckily, I've learned a lot of skills. The human king released his magic and said, No, it's just that the use of skills is limited to 5,000, but as long as it's not a skill, there's no limit to the use of magic bombardment. Hearing the king's words and LeFan's inner thoughts, Momonga complained again, Damn, you already have endless magic power, what more do you need? Condensing magic into a magic bomb would make you invincible. Damn, I'm so envious, but it's a good thing because with the magic power limited, they can't use those hidden skills. So it seems like my status has been elevated. Pshaw, elevated what kind of status? What if LeFan loves me even more? No, I can't make an exception for myself. LeFan looked at the human king and said calmly, I see, what a pity, then I plan to summon other supreme beings. Wife, please use your magic to seal this space. The king nodded in agreement, and with a wave of his hand, his magic instantly enveloped the barrier of the 11th floor, making the 11th floor truly isolated from the world. At this moment, LeFan raised his hand, 10th tier magic angel summoning 280,000 magic power. In just a moment, the entire space surged, and then a massive magic circle enveloped a space spanning millions of kilometers. A gigantic figure, 1,000 meters tall, slowly emerged. At this moment, the enormous figure appeared in its entirety, its surroundings blurred as if its entire body was surrounded by endless rules. LeFan felt a chill run down his spine, that feeling of something missing from his soul. Holy crap, it consumes 2.8 times the soul power of elements, that's terrifying. I wonder if I can summon all 10 high gods. My head hurts so much, I feel so weak all over, it's awful, damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do? I'm not summoning anymore. If I summon again, I'm afraid my soul will be scattered to the winds. Momonga panicked upon hearing LeFan's thoughts and seeing his pale face and weak appearance. Holy crap bro, don't scare me. The enormous figure slowly knelt down. Greetings my lord. The faint voice made it impossible to tell whether it was pleasant or not, it was a very strange voice. Meanwhile, the 40th demon god, Lamo, who had already huddled to one side, was so frightened that he dared not move or even breathe. Because the being before us is the supreme heaven that suppresses the 72 demon gods, the supreme heaven of creation. Good heavens, what kind of monster is Master's companion? How could it possibly become the master of the supreme heaven? Master, you expended more than half of your soul power to summon me. I feel truly guilty. I can only offer you the essence of this world, wishing you a speedy recovery of your soul. As the supreme being who was kneeling on one knee raised his hand, a radiance like that of the world tree appeared, and the world tree radiance slowly flew to LeFan's head. Then, the entire space and the entire world seemed to undergo a very subtle change, with the endless origin of the world continuously merging into LeFan's soul. In an instant, LeFan's pale face slowly returned to normal. He was stunned for a moment, even though none of his attributes had improved. But at this moment, he felt like the darling of the world with an unprecedented confidence, as if this planet were his own home, which made him feel extremely comfortable. He regained his senses and looked at the world tree above him, which had gone from dazzling brilliance to utterly dim. He asked, "The origin of the world, give it to me, what will happen to the world?" "Master, please do not worry. The origin of the world is a renewable energy source. As long as there is life, the origin of the world will be endless." Hearing that Chuang was the supreme heaven, Lafan panicked even more. Holy crap, could it be that the 4 extraterrestrial enemies from last time came to collect the world's essence from this planet? And this planet is one of their colonies where they collect that essence? Because the world's origin is a renewable resource, the world's origin of this planet was regenerated in these 10 days. Creation only gave me 10 days worth of world's origin, which was enough for me to recover. How powerful would those monsters be, having collected world's origin from various colonies in the universe over millions of years? Damn it, we can't touch the world's essence anymore. What if they come to collect the world's essence again and find the amount is incorrect? That would be a real problem. Let's hold out for now and not summon any more supreme beings. Also, tell Momonga to stop summoning the 72 demon gods. Summoning those things consumes too much soul energy. We must hold on. The power of the Creator is so great that it can absorb the origin of the world, but it has only just been summoned. The gap between it and the enemies in outer space that have absorbed the origin of the world for millions of years is still too great. However, the Creator could easily defeat me. After all, she consumed a large amount of my soul power. She is me, so there's no need to worry about her rebelling against me. Now we need to find a way to survive, maybe survive for a few million years and then test our enemies in outer space. Should we continue with this elemental army? Let's continue. Although we know we're all colonies, merely pawns providing the other side with the world's essence, if we anger them, we might just blow up a few planets. Hearing Lafan's heartfelt words, Momonga almost burst into tears. "Brother, please stop, I'm just a nobody. I don't want to get involved in something so dangerous and terrifying." "So what if I'm a leak?" "I was a leak before I transmigrated anyway. I don't mind being a leak in this world, damn it, Zhao, just please don't cause trouble." Momonga is now completely panicked. There actually exists a godlike opponent who has absorbed the world's will for millions of years. Each of those beings is an existence that could easily defeat the Creator of the world. Momonga looked at the Creator again, and to be honest, he panicked. Such a being, surrounded by rules, was truly terrifying. I was also present when we attacked the Creator God Momonga. Hundreds of thousands of players participated in the attack, and it was only at the cost of 80,000 lives that we succeeded. This is the monster of monsters and the strongest boss in the game, bar none. Moreover, Momonga knew that in this world the supreme beings could become stronger without end, and he was truly panicked. The supreme heaven, which had just been created, actually summoned the world tree and instilled the world's will into Lafan. This was beyond Momonga's wildest imagination, and there are countless other existences in outer space that are even more terrifying than this. Thankfully, Zhu Shi and Zhu Ming aren't here, otherwise they'd probably be terrified to tears if they saw the appearance of the Creator. After recovering, Lafan looked at the enormous creation world and said, "Creation world, please reduce it to my size. Also, please stop extracting the world's origin from now on." Creator was also startled by these words. Could it be that he had gone to unnecessary lengths? That's right, he's his own master. How could he not know how to extract the world's essence? They must have known that extracting the world's origin would be harmful to this world. After all, the abundance of the world's origin represents the strength of that world. If too much of the primordial power is extracted, this world will revert from the era of the extraordinary back to the era of the mortals. The origin of the world was formed by the gradual accumulation of the souls of countless beings who sacrificed themselves. This is the final contribution of the dead to this world. Just now, using the world tree as a bridge, it extracted 60% of the world's essence to help its master restore his soul power. This directly reduced the planet's strength by 60%. Fortunately, the Creator was unaware that this world's world props, due to the causal relationship between the 5 elements, had been completely reshuffled. It directly altered the world's energy system, preventing the world's natives from utilizing 100% of the world's energy, or even 10%. Therefore, this weakening of energy went completely unnoticed by the people of this world. The only one who noticed was the elemental supreme heaven, who had just returned to the divine realm and realized that the energy of this world 557 was reduced by 60%. Fortunately, she has nothing to do with the elemental supreme heaven, since she can not only absorb elemental energy to become stronger, but also absorb hardcore elements to become stronger. If the energy level drops, we can simply stop absorbing energy. There are so many hardcore elements anyway, we can absorb them on our own. Moreover, the divine realm does not require such a massive amount of energy. The planet's energy actually only uses 5% of its elements. Even if 60% is lost, 35% is still circulating on the planet, and the natives of this world originally didn't even have 10% to use. Therefore, there is still 25% excess energy which does not affect the normal operation of this world. The element also sensed the arrival of its elder sister, but it didn't know why its elder sister needed to absorb such a massive amount of energy. She didn't know what to say as she also had her own tasks to complete. The creator was pondering all these questions. Did his master have another way to restore the power of the soul? Perhaps it really is true. It seems I was rash and unnecessary. Is my master warning me not to be so reckless in the future? It seems my master really likes this world, so I can't do anything reckless. Knowing he had done wrong, the creator knelt on one knee and said, "I understand, master." King Z was astonished to see that such a terrifying creation had actually knelt down on one knee. Because the human king sensed that the supreme creator heaven possessed terrifying rules that were above his own. Although she is not as strong as me at the moment, she can grow endlessly. The most important thing is the rules that supersede mine. The human king was unaware that the eternal serpent ring she used was a world artifact from the supreme heaven of creation. Although she can use the power of the eternal serpent ring, it is never as powerful as the originals. LeFan looked at the kneeling Chuangshi and helped her up. "You don't need to kneel anymore, I don't like it." "Yes, master." LeFan, looking at the millstone beside him, suddenly became interested and said, "By the way, Momonga, the lives we summon can't farm each other's and the human king is my NPC, so we can't farm him either. Why don't we try farming the monsters summoned by the supreme heaven and the demon god?" Momonga shook his head and said, "It probably won't work. They're in the same guild as us unless we're willing to leave the guild." Hearing Momonga's words, LeFan also came to his senses. Right, there was clearly an option to leave the guild. "Leave the guild, that's fine too, I'll leave and we'll go back to farming." Momonga looked at the system page which only showed the attribute page and the storage page and shook his head, saying, "No, the system has been cancelled and we can't leave the guild." LeFan looked at the system inside, "Then let's give it a try." Genesis summoned 2 weaker seraphim. The creator nodded in agreement and then 2 magic circles appeared in front of her, followed by 2 seraphim with 8 pairs of wings. This is the most ordinary seraphim, the flame seraphim. "Momonga, you give it a try." After finishing speaking, LeFan also started chugging down magic potions CFBG. Seeing that his magic power had recovered to over 5,000, Momonga raised his hand and used his most familiar 10th tier magic, Heart Mastery. In an instant, its immense power instantly killed the 2 angels. "My magic power increased by 100 points. Wow, that actually works." Momonga took a deep breath. "LeFan, it's feasible." Hearing Momonga's words, LeFan smiled and then looked at Genesis. "Try using the Death God Staff to kill a few elemental giants and see." Hearing LeFan's words, Chuangshi nodded and raised his hand to unleash a 10th tier martial skill, Martial God Impact. In an instant, the 5 elemental giants were blasted into dust. Feeling her increased power, Genesis said, "Master, my attributes have increased." Because of Momonga's words, LeFan found a way to activate the cheat. "You, King of Men, should give it a try too." Upon hearing this, the human king raised his hand and instantly killed several elemental giants. "Husband, I don't have any buffs. Why don't you and Genesis summon each other and farm each other?" "Honey, there's no need for that. We'll keep getting stronger indefinitely." "I understand. Honey, are you going to transform this world into the World Tree World?" Hearing the king's words, LeFan asked with a puzzled look, "The World Tree World?" "That's right. Every summoning will integrate the power of the world tree into this world. Honey, your goal is to summon tens of millions of elemental giants. That amount is probably just enough to transform this world into the world tree world. Holy crap! There's such a saying? I had no idea. Thankfully, the human king knew, otherwise if too many summons had been made, altering the rules of this world, wouldn't enemies from outer space have come looking for them? It seems I can't summon it for now. Sorry Momonga, I can't make you stronger. Also, let Genesis eat all these elemental giants. World Tree, let's just leave it as it is. Let's destroy the Demon Lord and the elemental giants in the creation realm. Hearing LaFan's words, the human king and the creator were also taken aback. Had they changed their minds so quickly? However, wanting LaFan to be invincible, the two didn't say much. Then creation began to cleanse. Momonga chimed in, it's better to keep the original world, let's just relax and enjoy ourselves. We won't need to summon anymore and these magic potions are pretty useless anyway, but we can still keep them and drink them like water. Seeing Momonga's unceremoniously determined to take everything, LaFan shouted, hey, don't take it all, leave some for me. It has to be said that because they were afraid of the airborne enemies in this world, the two missed the bug that allowed them to grow stronger without limit. If they weren't afraid of the airborne enemy, why would the two of them have retreated? They probably would have turned this world into the world tree system. However, fearing the invisible enemy, the two chickened out and had to abandon this perpetual motion machine method of grinding, even though the invincible path was right in front of them. Oh, I forgot they're invincible in this world now, never mind.